everybody. So good to be here. I am like right outside registration. You can probably see people behind me lining up, getting ready to go. I'm excited. We've been practicing, we've been rehearsing, we've been going through this for a while, and yeah, I'm just really excited to kick off. Um, I'm going to throw it back to you for the moment, and you'll join me in a little bit, and I'll give you a little bit more information, maybe chat to a couple of people. But back to you on the desk.
Yeah, thank you so much, Damo. We will be checking in with you throughout the event. So let's talk a little bit, I think, about how some of this stuff is going to work. So throughout the day, we are going to have things going on a bunch of different content stages, both in person and online. If you are watching us anywhere other than GitHubUniverse.com, now's a really good time to head over to GitHubUniverse.com. Go ahead and start like a count of how many times I say that for some sort of drinking game if you want. It could be water. I think for us it'll be water or coffee. But go to GitHubUniverse.com right now and go ahead and register, because even though we are streaming the keynote live on all of our social media channels, after that, the only way to view the rest of the day's content is going to be at, say it with me,
GitHubUniverse.com.
Yep.
Now, if you are going to want to register, and you're going to have to want to register because we'll have over 100 sessions across 5 content tracks. So if you have not registered yet, it's quick, easy, and free.
That's right. You can register now, and then you can watch every session, and you can plan your schedule, and you can even buy a ticket to attend in person tomorrow if you see all the fun we're having and you still want to come join us, and you definitely do.
Absolutely. And coming up on today's schedule is a deep dive into code spaces on the main stage.
I'm super excited about that.
Absolutely.
There's also a session on how GitHub uses GitHub to secure GitHub. I like the meta-ness of all of that.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And there are dozens of virtual sessions like how Copilot has impacted developer happiness and how we help develop a game aimed at preserving an endangered indigenous language.
That's so cool. Okay, so
cool.
Anwan, I know that this is going to be kind of like trying to choose between your children, a Sophie's choice of sorts. But what of these sessions is standing out to you? Which one really has you excited?
You know, it's going to be Copilot, Copilot, Copilot. I think that this is an amazing set of tools for developers. I think one of the most powerful things about Copilot is it's going to help people who are starting their software developer journey get there faster.
Yeah.
Because I remember when I started as a developer, and there's like all these dependencies and all these things I had to install. With Copilot, Copilot is the AI tool that is used to help you get started with software faster. And so whether you're programming in Ruby or in Java or in either of the supported languages, it's going to give you a bit of an edge in getting started. So what about you, Christina?
Yeah, no, I love Copilot. I think Copilot is fantastic. We're going to be talking a lot about that throughout the next 2 days, I know. GitHub Codespaces, I'm really excited about those sessions. If you're not familiar, GitHub Codespaces is basically a way to bring your local develop environment, but access it anywhere. So I can be on my iPad, like you've got an iPad set up right here.
Right.
You can have a very powerful machine in the cloud connected to all of your repositories with the extensions that you want, the code you need access to.
Absolutely.
Do it anywhere. I love that. So that's really, really great.
Now, all of that and much more is coming up. But right now, let's talk about where we are this morning.
Yeah.
We're at the Yerba Buena Center for the Arts in downtown San Francisco. Now, there were lots of reasons that we decided to choose this location. This is where so many amazing products have been announced to the public. And we're announcing a lot of cool products as well. But in many ways, the YBCA, where we are right now, is a place that is dedicated to the arts. And at GitHub, we really feel a kinship with all of the arts. And in fact, whether your tools are a paint and a canvas, or a hammer and a chisel, or a keyboard and a mouse, you are creating art. And we really believe that art creates the future. And we want to enable artists all over the world to create a bright future. There's so many people watching now who have not become developers, and we want you through GitHub Universe to become developers. We want you to join us in this amazing enterprise of making the world better.
Absolutely. And we are out here. This is the East Garden, part of what we were calling the hub on the garden stage. So if you're with us in person, you can see that's what that looks like. And to the left is the hub, and we're going to give you a little bit of a tour of that in a bit. And then we've got the main stage theater. That's where we're going to be having the keynote later this morning. That is Mona's stage, and that is right behind us. And if you want to know what's going on, you can check out the event schedule, and you can plan for the sessions that you want to watch at GitHubUniverse.com. We've also, we're going to be talking about some of the tweets and things that we see coming in from you guys that's happening, that we're seeing online, too. So we've got a lot of really good stuff coming up. And we're going to get a look at more of what's happening around here soon. A couple of minutes ago, we saw a shot of people who were making their way into the theater. Now we're going to meet up with our partner, our roaming correspondent, Damo, who is outside of Mona Stage. Damo, welcome. How are you?
I am amazing. Yeah, this is such a beautiful day. It's been raining the last couple of days, so I'm getting the sun right in my eyes here, so excuse me if I squint. I also realized I didn't introduce myself, so how rude of me. My name is Damien Brady, and I lead the developer advocacy team at GitHub. I'm excited to be here at an in-person event. A lot of people wandering around, having their coffee, having their breakfast, getting excited for what's happening at the moment. And I'm joined by two attendees and two hubbers here. Kasia, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me here.
And Abby, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Great to be here.
So this is the first in-person GitHub Universe event for a little while. Are you excited to be here in person for a change?
Oh, this is like super exciting event. I think we all were waiting for it for a very long time, few years, to have in-person events. So yeah, super happy, super exciting time, and the fact that we have so many customers, maintainers, open source, and we can connect with the community. I think that's like the best out of it.
And you are in the organization that deals with our customers, enterprise customers, correct?
Yes, so I work on the product team, and I oversee growth for GitHub Enterprise Cloud and GitHub Advanced Security.
That's amazing. And Abby, you've been here for a couple of days, a day or so, but you work with our maintainer community, correct?
Yeah, I do. So I run our open source maintainer programs, and it's so nice to see so many of them here in person, and I can like actually touch them. It's great.
It is. There's also a few different things around for the people who are in person at this event. There's also a maintainer stars kind of package, walkway, something, a walk of stars, you know those things, down there as well. So I'm looking forward to going and browsing the maintainers and the stars. All right, number one question I have to ask both of you. What is the thing that you are looking forward to the most from this GitHub Universe? Kasia?
Definitely, there will be a lot of like amazing product announcements. So I'm super curious and super excited to hear what we are coming up for upcoming months and years, and the feedback we will collect from our customers and audience.
Absolutely. I've seen a few of those announcements. I cannot wait until they're public. What about you, Abby?
I'm really excited to highlight a lot of our open source maintainers here. So on Thursday, I'll be hosting Spotlight on Maintainers, and we'll hear from them directly and learn more about the humans behind open source.
Yeah, that's amazing. And that's what it's all about, right? It's about the communities and the developers. That's what GitHub's all about. You can feel the energy here. We're going to keep going. We are going to throw back to the garden stage in just a minute. But I just want to point out a couple of things behind me. You've seen the inverter cat. This is Mona. This is our mascot at GitHub. This beautiful, shiny, I don't know what it's made of. It's like a perspex. It's a beautiful archway that everybody can walk through. In a minute, we'll clear this so we can let people take some pictures. Over to my left is the hub, and we will walk through that a little bit later. Behind us is the registration desk, and I'm not entirely sure. You might be able to see a couple of tentacles. Yeah, flowing down to the ground. I'm going to ask them what they're doing with those afterwards. Surely they don't need them after this event, and I think they look great on my house. That'd be okay, I'm sure. Yeah. So we're going to walk you through the hub a little bit later. We're going to walk you through a few other places. We're going to show you the shop where you can buy some things. And of course, if you're watching at home, you are going to get ready and excited for the keynote. And then go to githubuniverse.com to watch all of the other sessions and get ready for some exciting announcements. But for the moment, while we get ready, I'm going to throw back to Anwan at the garden stage, and I'll talk to you a little bit later. All right, see you later, everyone.
All right, thank you, Damo. Such a great tour. I'm calling dibs on those tentacles, though. I'm going to install those in my backyard. I think it'll be an amazing addition to my pool. And of course, we love to hear from you on Twitter or on the Universe 22 discussions page. You know, one of the things I love the most about GitHub is that we use what we built. So we have a product called GitHub Discussions that hopefully all of you know about, and we're using discussions to power the conversations that we're having at GitHub Universe. And I can tell you that people in the Twitterverse are getting very excited. So let's take a look at what some of the people are saying right now. All right, so we have a couple of tweets that we're going to show. There's Anthony Bartolo, who has an amazing shot of the stage. And we also have a shot on the right hand of Martin Woodward, our very own Martin, who looks a little bit taller in that picture. I wonder what's going on there. And then we have Andrea, who is showing that the Latin American GitHub stars are very much represented here. So there's just a lot of amazing things happening on Twitter. All right, so if you're just joining us, this is the GitHub Universe pre-show, and we're only a little less than 9 minutes away from the start of the keynote. And so if you need to take a bathroom break or get a snack or do whatever, I highly recommend that you do this because the keynote is jam-packed with amazing content. You don't want to miss a second of the keynote. So you have a little bit of time, go ahead and do what you got to do and make sure that you're back here to make sure that you can hear everything that we're going to announce during the keynote. Now, if you've been with us since the beginning of the pre-show, you might have noticed that my co-host Christina isn't with me right now. So a few of the cool points of the stage have gone down, I must admit. But I'm here to let you know that Christina is heading backstage to give us a preview of what's in store for the keynote while Damien gets ready for his part of the keynote. That's right, that amazing Australian accent isn't just for out here. You're going to actually hear him during the stage. And you'll see more of Damien and Christina later. All right, so in the meantime, here's a bit more of what to expect today after the keynote. All right, community, AI, security, and cloud. Those are the 4 themes that underlie the 4 tracks that make up GitHub Universe. But because we're GitHub and we like to be a little bit extra, we added a 5th track that is full of live stream content from the main stage. Now, after the keynote, which is going to be broadcast on all of the tracks because we want you to make sure that you get all the information that's going to be in the keynote. After the keynote is done, you can go track by track and get access to all of the content that is most valuable to you. And what's amazing about this event is that if you go to githubuniverse.com, you can build your own schedule. And I want to let you know that you're going to want to build your own schedule, right? There are so many dozens and dozens and dozens of amazing sessions going on at GitHub Universe. You can't see them all. I mean, maybe you have like a lot of monitors. You can watch them all, but you couldn't consume it. So what you want to do is go to githubuniverse.com and then select the sessions that you want to watch, and then you can build your own schedule for the entire show. And there's going to be sessions on teaching machine learning. There's going to be a deep dive into our AI pair programmer Copilot. There's going to be sessions on security. And if you are in software development, you are in the security business, so you want to check out those, and how to eliminate credential leaks, and so much more. So you want to make sure that you can check it all out on githubuniverse.com. And again, if you have not registered yet, register. You want to make sure that you're in the number and that you're able to get access to all of the amazing information that we are sharing at GitHub Universe. Registration is quick, it's easy, and it's free. All right, so let's check in on Christina, who is backstage at Mona's Theater. So hey, Christina, what's going on back there, and what's the mood with about just a few minutes left to go? All right, I don't know if we're having Christina yet. So again, if you are just joining us, we are at githubuniverse.com. I'm Anwan Simmons. I am an engineering manager at GitHub from Houston, Texas. I'm responsible for the sponsors team. By the way, GitHub sponsors will be mentioned in the keynote, and we're going to share some amazing announcements about what we're doing with GitHub sponsors, but there's so much more. We're going to talk about Copilot, which is our AI programming tool, which is meant to be your best friend while you're creating all the amazing things that you're doing with code. But not only Copilot, we have Code Spaces, which is your development environment in a box, where you can easily get started with something that you're working on right now without worrying about dependencies and other things you need to install. Or if you wanted to try maybe a new language, maybe you want to try React, or maybe you want to try to pick up some other language, well, GitHub Copilot is just an amazing, our Copilot and Code Spaces are actually both amazing tools that I actually think really work together in an amazing way. All right, and so there's just so many things that are happening. By the way, I am on the garden stage, and so that means that you're watching me live right now from all around the world, but you are also, there are people here. So if you're here in the garden, say, hey, what's up? Yay! I want to thank all of you for taking time to be here in person at GitHubUniverse.com. So I think that we have Christina. Christina, are you ready to go? What's going on? Okay, maybe not, maybe not. All right, go ahead, Christina. All right, so, hey Christina, can you hear me? All right. All right, so we're waiting to bring in Christina. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and not bury the lead. Christina's going to be talking with Kyle Daigle, who's an amazing part of GitHub, and you're going to learn more about what he's excited about for the show, and she's going to give you a sneak peek of what's going to happen behind the stage. So, now, Christina, do we have you? Not yet. All right. Well, you know, there are lots of amazing things that we're doing.
All right. Well, look, Anwan,
There you go, Christina.
I sorry that I left the stage for a bit, but I had to sneak backstage because I'm actually on the keynote backstage on Mona stage. Check all of this excitement happening around behind me. And I found a special guest, Mr. Kyle Daigle. Now, Kyle, I think your technical title is VP of Strategy at GitHub? Yeah. Okay, but here's the real secret. Kyle actually makes GitHub run. So, like, without Kyle, nothing would be happening. But from what I understand, you're not part of the keynote. So what's going on? You here for moral support? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of moral support. We've been working on the keynote for weeks now. Yeah. We're very excited to share a bunch of news. Been in rehearsals the past 3 days. So I'm here to make sure everything goes off without a hitch and just sort of excited to be back here with everyone. This is a huge, huge group of people. Dozens of hubbers that made this work, and Thomas is going to kick us off in about 15 minutes, it looks like.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fantastic. So, Kyle, what number of GitHub Universes is this for you?
I think 7 or 8. I've been at every universe thus far. So, yeah, we started small. We started off in these big warehouses where we brought everything in, and now we're at the beautiful Yerba Buena Gardens and the theater here. So it's been fun to see how things have changed and evolved over time, and the production quality, the excitement of what we're shipping and bringing to everyone is only going up, up, up.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I have to say, like, it's really nice to be back in person again, isn't it? Like, isn't it great to see that energy and to have all that around us?
Yes, I mean, after doing 2 fully remote universes and doing these very fun videos that were very different than being in person, it's so great to be back in person. There's nothing quite like having a full auditorium full of people who are excited to hear about what we're going to ship. The hubbers that are here, it's good to see our coworkers again. You know, GitHub's a remote company as well, and so we don't always get to see everyone. So having everyone together, there's a huge amount of energy. The musical act is awesome right now, but you can't quite hear back there. So having everyone back is awesome. This is great. It's great to see you in person too.
I'm so excited to see you in person because most of the time I just see you over Zoom meetings, and I'm like, yes, I get to meet Kyle.
Exactly.
So what are you most excited about this year, and what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, this is a jam-packed universe. So right off the gate, we have a lot of big announcements. I don't want to spoil anything, but I mean, it's clear, you know, we have a lot coming through AI. We're bringing a lot of features to everyone. So if there's some things that you've wanted to use in GitHub, but you couldn't quite use on your own yet, hopefully we're going to surprise and delight you in just a few minutes here. And then later today at 3:38 Pacific, I have a session where we're sharing even more information about the experiments and the cool things that we're bringing to GitHub. So a lot going on. Don't click away. Keep watching. There's a lot to come.
Absolutely stay watching. I've seen a preview of your session. Yep. You're like, don't undersell it. You're doing great stuff. All right. This is amazing. We're going to head back to the garden stage and check in with you guys, and I'll see you later. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Christina, and thanks, Kyle. And hello to everyone out there. And I am Anwan Simmons. I'm one of the 3 hosts that are here for GitHub Universe. If you're just joining us, that's who I am. And you overheard Christina Warren, who goes by Film Girl, talking to Kyle Daigle, our VP of Strategy at GitHub. And of course, we're hearing so many things here live in San Francisco at the YBCA, but we'd love to hear from all of you on Twitter or on the Universe 22 discussions page. And I can already tell you that there are people in the Twitterverse who are already getting very excited. So let's take a look at what people are saying right now. All right, some people are commenting on the tentacles that I mentioned. There are people who are really amazed about the setup. Looks like a few people are registering, which is amazing. And, oh, I think somebody has found Martin Woodward, who you will hear more about later. So there's a lot of amazing things that people are already posting and tweeting about GitHub Universe. All right, and so we have the content tracks at Universe, and those are community, security, AI, and cloud. And so those 4 core content tracks are where you want to tune in about GitHub Universe. And then there's a 5th track of everything that is going on at the main stage. And there's just so much great content that we've curated for each of these topics. All right, and here's a look at what's coming up across. Okay. So now, actually, we are now at about 5 minutes until the keynote kicks off. It's just amazing. There's so many cool things that we've already shared, and there are already things that are coming up for the keynote. All right, we are going to go back to Christina, who's backstage at the keynote that is about to begin. Hey, what's up, partner? How are you doing, Christina? All right, I think we're still waiting for Christina. I do want to share with all of you a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look at what we've been doing, especially over the past couple of days to get here. Now, it is now an amazing day in San Francisco. There is not a cloud in the sky, but like literally last night, it was freezing, it was raining. I thought that I was going to have to be holding an umbrella, but thankfully I did not have to do that because the universe really wants Universe to be a thing. And so I'm really appreciative of all the things. So whatever that people did, maybe some people like burned incense or lit a candle, but thank you, because I could not have asked for a more amazing day for the first day of GitHub Universe. By the way, there are 2 days of GitHub Universe, so you're going to have to settle in. This is just day 1. And so we're going to have a keynote session coming up after this, and then there is a whole bunch of content. Remember, go to githubuniverse.com, and one of the most powerful parts of that website is that you can build your own schedule. There's way, way too much content for you to just observe it all at once. So what you can do is go to githubuniverse.com, and you can build your schedule. You can go through the tracks, you can pick what you want to look at, and you can also make sure that GitHub Universe works for you. We have a lot to share with you, but we want to make sure that you have enough agency to make Universe the experience that works for you. And don't worry about missing something, right? You can build your schedule, but you can also make sure that everything that you can't see during the show will be available online. So again, make sure that you go over to githubuniverse.com to build your own personal Universe experience. And again, you can make sure that all of the 5 tracks that we have going on are aligned with what you're interested in. So again, there is no need to be nervous if you're going to miss something, because everything that we are showing at GitHub Universe will be available on demand. All right, Christina, I think we have you. Are you there, partner? All right, so Christina, what's up with you?
All right, thank you so much, Anwan. Okay, so I did something I don't think I was supposed to do, which is I've snuck actually behind me. Like, I'm actually backstage right now, right before we could kind of get onto the keynote stage. So I'm going to actually maybe see if I can sneak up on stage in a couple of minutes. But I just wanted to kind of give you all in the audience a little bit of kind of some insights into how we put all of this together. So this is GitHub Universe 2022. As we've mentioned before, this is a hybrid event. So we wanted to kind of bring people who are joining us online, give you a little bit of a peek at what you can see happening here at Yerba Buena that even people in person aren't actually able to see. And so I am in the wings right now of what we are calling Mona Stage. And in like 15 minutes, 10 minutes, I'm not sure what the exact timing is, this is where the keynote is going to be happening. We've got so many great announcements coming up that I'm super excited to finally be able to talk about. I spoke with Kyle Daigle earlier, and he also has a session coming up later this afternoon, which is going to be showing off some of the things happening in the future with GitHub. So we've got some things that are sort of, future facing later in the afternoon. We're going to get some great product announcements and updates in just a few minutes. We have great stuff from our communities that we're going to be hearing from. There's so many good sessions, so much good stuff happening right now, and this space is actually amazing. So for people who are in the auditorium, who are going to be able to view this keynote live, there is a band on stage, and they are doing something, I think, with code, and we've got like a cello player. It's actually really, really beautiful and just a fantastic experience. We're going to cut to that, I think, in just a couple of minutes so you can get a little bit of a flavor of what that is. But this is just sort of what we're trying to bring to the GitHub Universe 2022 set. This is what we're trying to accomplish. It's actually like immediately to my right is actually, I think, the cello case, which is really cool. We've got all amazing crew members back here. Everybody who's getting all this together, you'd be surprised by how much goes into putting on a production like this. It actually takes hundreds of crew members and lots of people behind the scenes. I want to give a shout out to my lighting crew and my cameraman and my great producer who are keeping everything up and running. People, Anwan and Damien, who've been doing great jobs keeping us up to date on things at the desk. We want to hear your feedback, and you can do that in a couple of ways. So the first is probably the easiest. You can use Twitter and just use the hashtag GitHub Universe. Let us know your thoughts. Let us know what you think about all the things that we're putting together. And you can also use the GitHub Discussions feature and go to Universe 22, and you can give feedback there as well. Now, what's great about this is for each of the sessions, and all the sessions are available at GitHubUniverse.com. So again, I said this is a drinking game. Every time you hear me say that, take a drink, hopefully of water, because otherwise, it's like 9:30 in the morning and you're already going to be like a little bit out there. So take a sip of your water or your coffee or kombucha or whatever. But go to GitHubUniverse.com, see those session schedules. And as I said, each session actually will have a discussions chat available in it. Now, what's great about this is you can go to the discussions area and you can actually have conversations with the experts and the people who actually make the things that you are learning about or want to know more information about, and the people who are actually giving those sessions. So this is a really great way to get your feedback, get questions answered. If you want to join us in person, I think we still have some tickets available, so if you want to join us tomorrow here at YBCA, you can do that. And in just a couple of minutes, I think what I'm going to do, I'm getting some various information from people. I think I'm going to try to sneak on stage and see if we can actually show what's going on. And so I'm kind of have an idea. Should I go ahead and try to? Okay, I'm getting a note from my producer. Hold off on that a minute. But that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be sneaking on stage. I'm going to see if I can see. If I can get on stage without anybody noticing too much. Who am I kidding? I've got a camera crew with me. It's kind of hard to miss, but this is still something that I'm completely all about doing. So this is, if you can see this sort of beautiful backstage area, this is what the audience is seeing, but from a different perspective. And I'm really loving that we're able to bring you this backstage content. We've also got all of our speakers who are going to be in the keynote in the wings here. So if you can see like straight across, I don't know how good that camera's getting in, you can actually see the speakers getting ready to go out on stage. I've seen the previews of the keynote. I've seen the dry-run rehearsals. It's going to be a really, really amazing event. I'm so excited for all of you to do this. And now let me see if I can actually get back here. Should we see if we can get back here? Yeah. All right. Let's see if I can actually do a little bit of a cam, because I want you to see, wow, the audience is here. This is really filled out. This is really, really good. Check this out. All these people are here. We've got just amazing screens that are set up. I'm very impressed with how good the code looks on screen, I have to say. This is really good stuff. We've got amazing musicians and DJs who are putting all of this stuff together, and this is amazing. So GitHub Universe is going to be kicking off in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to kick it back off now, and this is GitHub Universe. See you back at the garden stage after this is all over.
Woo! Good morning. Hello, GitHub Universe. It's so great to be here in person. This is amazing. And a big hello to everyone watching remotely. I'm Thomas, and I'm a developer. And there's nothing better, nothing more energizing to me than being in a room full of developers. Like so many of you, through every stage of my life, my greatest passion has always been to build with code. It started in my childhood, writing simple programs in BASIC. And then in university, I was using SUSE Linux and Emacs. In my mid-20s, I was working in an automaker, and it was Windows PC and Visual Studio. And now, today, I think I'm still in my late 20s, it's all on GitHub. It's now a code space, spinning up on my iPad, even when I'm at the airport. So much has changed, and since the rise of the internet, open source has been the engine of it all. Open source powers the world, and even those that didn't like open source to begin with are now on board. Companies, large and small, are using GitHub side by side with the open source community to build their own products and bring their big ideas to the world. And it's all of you together that have fueled this global economy. Now let me share something very special. 10 years ago, for the very first time, we published the Octoverse and reported just 2.8 million developers on GitHub. 2.8 million. A year ago, we were at 73 million, and I'm more than thrilled that as of today, now 94 million developers call us their home. But despite how fast software development has advanced, despite how much we have all grown, how much GitHub has grown, there's even greater change just ahead. I believe we have arrived at the most significant turning point in the history of software development. And the past few years have made it clear we now live in a world fully eaten by software. Every day is punctuated from beginning to end through our interactions with software. From the moment in the morning your alarm goes off, to your commute and your day at work, and maybe you don't even have a commute anymore, to the second you set your alarm again to go to sleep, you cannot escape using software. And building, running, and maintaining all the software for the world has never been more complex. As a developer, you can't just build a great product anymore. You have to do it securely. You have to do it fast. And you have to build 100 times a day. And in all of this, developers are still expected to deliver the best creations of their life every single day. And as a developer myself, having to do all this work and stringing together or self-hosting all my own tools, sure as hell isn't something that I want. It's not solving my problems. It's not putting the developer first. We are at a breaking point, and it's time for a change. It's time to iterate and build a new developer experience. And it's no longer about how we can equip developers with the tools to do more for the sake of doing more. Now we must equip developers for everything they need to be at their best and to be happier. Right? That's what we want, be happy. Because developers do their best work where they can actually enjoy the work they want to do. When they have innovations that take the weight off, not add more, and when they have one integrated platform to do it all. One place that enables the flow state where the magic happens. And as the home of all developers, we have made it our mission to build this one integrated platform where developers can do it all. And it all starts with code.
Welcome to GitHub Universe 2022.
All right. Ever since we launched Copilot, it's helped redefine productivity for millions of developers by introducing them to the magic of AI assistance. For example, instead of us searching the web for a complicated regular expression, we can simply type a comment that describes what you need and let Copilot do the rest. Or if we wanted to send a text message with Twilio, Copilot can help us generate the entire function that calls it, even if you've never used this API before. But the thing that amazes me the most is just how good Copilot is at understanding context, sometimes when you least expect it. Check this out. Here, we have a P5.js canvas, and as we press tab, Copilot helps us to draw a green house with a red door and a blue roof with 2 windows. But like, where did these specific colors even come from? If we scroll to the top of the file, we'll see that we wrote a comment describing the colors of each of these objects. Nothing gets past Copilot. This sort of behavior is why we refer to Copilot as an AI peer programmer, because its understanding of natural language and code gives you way more than just a productivity boost. It helps you to focus on the business logic over boilerplate and discover ideas you might not have otherwise considered, all from the comfort of your editor. Copilot is available now, and it's being used by hundreds of thousands of developers every day. And if you're a verified teacher, student, or maintainer of a popular open source project, it's completely free. In fact, roughly half of Copilot users receive Copilot for free as a result of this program. And as more developers have adopted Copilot, we've been happy to see how impactful it is in practice. For example, among developers who are using it with Python, aka my Pythonistas, 40% of the 40% of the code they write was actually synthesized by Copilot. We also ran a study with 95 developers, and we split them into 2 groups, and we asked everyone to write an HTTP server. And to our surprise, the group that used Copilot was able to complete the task 55% faster than the group that didn't. But beyond the developer excitement, we've also heard loud and clear that companies want an easy way to purchase Copilot for their entire team. So, we're excited to bring the benefits of Copilot to every organization with the release of Copilot for Companies, coming this December. This will enable you to manage licenses and policy from a central location using your existing GitHub organizations. So whether you prefer Visual Studio Code, IntelliJ, or Vim, developers and students alike are experiencing the amazing benefits that Copilot and AI assistants can provide. And we can't wait for you to try it out as well. GitHub is committed to ensuring that Copilot is truly available for everyone. So I want to give you a sneak peek of something we've been working on that takes the next step towards this goal. Watch this. Hey, GitHub, let's write some code. Import a graph plotting library, a function to analyze the sentiment of text with a free web service. Change it to return a Boolean, a function to plot an array of Booleans as a pie chart, an array of example text, a function to put it all together, call main. It's behind, sorry. Call main. Hey, GitHub, run program. And that was Hey GitHub. With the power of your voice, we're excited to bring the benefits of Copilot to even more developers. GitHub is renewing its vision to be the home for all developers, and this is just one of the many steps we'll be taking to make that a reality. Hey GitHub is an experiment, and we'd love to get your feedback, so sign up now to get access. Hey GitHub, drop the beat.
With the new GitHub issues, planning and tracking is at the core of how high-performing development teams operate. And at GitHub, we believe developers deserve a planning tool that's centered around them, one that seamlessly integrates with their existing workflows, and more importantly, something they actually enjoy using. That's why we've enhanced projects in GitHub issues to be developer-first and truly adaptable. Here's a product backlog, where several teams across the product are working together to ship multiple features. Each view in this board shows a different perspective and is adaptable to the needs of whoever is using it. Our sprint planning lives as a board view, so we can visualize how work flows from one week to the next, while scope gives us a table view to quickly see items in every release stage. But what if we want to see how items track across dates? Previously, you'd have to leave projects and copy start and end dates for work into a spreadsheet or other tool. But today, we're introducing the private beta for Roadmap View, a native way to keep your stakeholders up to speed on what's being worked on, what's next, and how those items span across time. And you can even update your view from month to quarter to year. So as we dive into one of these features, you can see it's broken down into scopes using task lists. For this feature, we have 3 task lists: scoring, design, and boss updates. I think they forgot a design task here, though, for when the user fails the level, so let's add a draft task to remind them. Now, many tools hard code sub-issues or children to only support one level. But remember adaptability? With GitHub projects, we can have multiple levels. If I click into Save Score, we can see that it has its own task list. And that first task has its own set of tasks. I can traverse across this hierarchy from feature to scope to task to subtasks with ease. And the breadcrumb navigation lets me quickly go back to any level. So let's switch to our feature delivery project, which tracks the status of items about to be released. You can tell this is a different project because it has custom fields and unique views. For example, there's a progress field letting us know if anything's at risk of slipping. And even from this high-level view, we get insight into issue relationships with the tracks field, allowing us to scan for subtask progress. And if we move into our releases view, which is grouped by tracked by, we can see all the issues that roll up to a particular release. I'm so pleased to say you can join the waitlist to try this out today. And if I need to update my team's plans on the go, the GitHub mobile app now supports projects in iOS and Android, allowing me to assign items or update fields right from my phone. GitHub Issues not only adapts to your current planning processes, It encourages you and it enables you to evolve and iterate as you go. With over 100 new features and along with our new betas, now is the time to give GitHub Issues a try.
Sometimes I just want to dig right into the code to get my bearings without muddying up my local machine and cloning a bunch of random repositories. So let me show you a new code navigation experience we have in private beta to help with that. I've heard about this new fast-loading web framework, Fresh, based on Dino, but I haven't had a chance to play with it yet. Across all of GitHub, I can search by language and my keyword Dino. This chat app looks interesting, and it's based on the Fresh framework. Now, let's see if we can find this button, New Room, in the code. I type it into our repository search, super fast, and look at that. There it was, so fast. Filters make it easy to find exactly what you need based on common criteria like language, path, or symbol. And we can also drill into a specific file, view symbols, and navigate to definitions and references. So now you can discover the context around the code and see answers to questions you didn't even know you had. But let's look at another tool that helps me roll up my sleeves and dig into the code, code spaces. Code spaces are powerful developer environments in the cloud, spun up in seconds and completely configured for your project. The Codespaces dashboard has a curated list of templates to get you started quickly. Now, I've been wanting to play with Preact, but I don't want to risk breaking my local laptop installing a bunch of dependencies. Luckily, Codespaces has already done all of the configuration for me, so I can focus on learning and building, not setup. From the Preact template, in a single click, you can spin up a pre-configured cloud-based developer environment personalized with your themes and dot files. Index.js is already open, so I can simply make a change and get tinkering quickly. And there it is. Now, it might seem like magic, but the secret is config as code. The dev container JSON file defines how your project will build, display, and run. So every developer of this repository, every user, has the same delightful experience every time. Now remember, I didn't fork Preact. Templates let me get started quickly on my next project without needing to create a fork or repository first. Speaking of my next project, I've been wanting to explore Stable Diffusion, an AI model that allows you to generate images based on a prompt, but it doesn't run on my laptop yet. Luckily, GPUs for Codespaces are now in private preview, and not only that, I can choose which editor I use. I can now use Codespaces in VS Code or IntelliJ on my local desktop, or I can even open in Jupyter Lab. Now, this astronaut riding on a horse was cool, but what about that rainbow corgi in space? And in just a few seconds, I'm ready to make some AI. I know, it's so cute. I am ready to make some AI-generated art powered by my personal GPU in the cloud. Okay, that's a cute corgi, right? And just the image I need. Since becoming available last year, we've heard success stories from thousands of developers using Codespaces within teams and enterprise. But this is GitHub. We want to make the possibilities offered by Codespaces available to every developer. So today, I am thrilled to announce that Codespaces will be available for all GitHub users with up to 60 hours of free usage every month. So excited. The worst feeling as a developer is getting stuck before you can even get started. So use Codespaces to get in the flow and stay there.
Now I want to talk about the heart of GitHub, the open source community that powers our modern world. Open source developers build tools for the rest of us, so our job is to build the tools they need to succeed too. Over the last year, we've been hard at work to make a developer's daily community experience truly excellent. GitHub Discussions enables thousands of communities of all types to connect and build together. The GitHub profile is now fully customizable and celebrates your achievements, reflecting your unique developer life. And now, with our new privacy settings, you can control what you share online, while still being able to contribute publicly to open source. And 3 years ago, we launched GitHub Sponsors to help fund the global team of volunteers that build open source software, the ones that we all depend on. Since the open source economy on GitHub has flourished, we've doubled the number of regions served by sponsors to 68, and all of you have contributed over $25 million to open source developers and projects. That's the power of community. It's made it possible for thousands of developers to pursue their passions and contribute to open source full-time. But we often hear, more developers want to take this leap, quit their jobs, work for the internet. GitHub wants to help. And we know that we need to build an open source economy on developers' terms. So I want to discuss 3 ways we're tackling this. First, projects need durable funding over the long term, a role that companies who depend on open source can and should play. We want to lead by example here, so we're supporting our own stack. This past summer, we contributed $500,000 to the dependencies that GitHub needs to run its own software. We funded 900 people across the world and allowed them to spend more time on their projects, fixing lingering bugs, patching that security flaw, or sketching out their next release. Let's hear from some of the developers.
I received the grant from GitHub around July this year, and it really motivated me to continue doing open source. It was my first sponsorship, so it really made me feel like you can do this maybe for a living in the long run, right?
GitHub opening up the sponsorships is what allowed me to get noticed.
P5.js is an open source JavaScript library that has more than 1.5 active million users. This is a job like 24/7. So being supported by different organizations, I think provide us the space to sometimes to take a break.
Corporate sponsorships are really important. Getting that recognition, as far as like my career goes, it's one of the best things on my resume, no matter what I've launched or what I've done.
Nick, Chan, and Fran said it just right. Companies sponsoring open source means that many more developers can take a much-needed break, branch out into a new project, or jumpstart a career. This is exactly what we want to support. And we want to give developers more options on how they fund their work. With companies like these participating in sponsors, we know we can. Which brings me to our second step. Building a career in open source is uncharted territory. Who do you talk to first? What are you asking for your sponsorship? Where should I focus? Unlike most careers, there's no predictable path to follow. Last year, we launched an experiment in India called OS Grants. We gave 15 developers a simple grant that afforded them the time to focus on building their open source projects. And the results, a year later, are fantastic. As just one example, Peter Thomas used his grant to formally work on Karate Labs, which is a venture-backed startup today. We want to expand on this program globally, and that's why I'm proud to announce the GitHub Accelerator. We're going to fund 20 maintainers that want to commit to a full-time career in open source. Starting with the 10-week program, we'll provide a cash grant and mentorship from the GitHub team, open source experts who have pioneered in this space, and enterprise sponsors, where they can build a durable set of funding for the long term. Check out the application. Yeah, we want more people in this. We'll be launching our first class early next year, so be sure to apply by December 31st. We're so excited to experiment with this creative community. Our hope is that each class blazes new paths in open source, so that in the future, many others can fork and follow. Finally, open source companies are born on GitHub every day, and they're melding together the meaning of communities and enterprises building product together. We know the power of these products, and we want to invest in this vital ecosystem. So I'm excited to announce a $10 million GitHub fund in partnership with M12. We're going to specifically focus on open source dev tools, because if we want open source to be vibrant tomorrow, we got to invest in the maintainers of today. We've already partnered with a company that showcases just what this could look like, CodeC, which maps open source and company repos so developers can confidently and automatically make changes to their code. We're excited to partner with them, and we want to see a new generation of developer tools built on GitHub. We want to give developers the choice to work on open source full-time, regardless of income, regardless of location. And we hope that today's programs, supporting our stack, the GitHub Accelerator, and the GitHub Fund, will jumpstart a thriving open source economy for projects that can be a developer's passion and their livelihood.
Innovation in software happens to a large degree in the open source domain these days. You want to be part of that, you should be part of open source.
If you look at a Mercedes-Benz car, it is packed with open source components, so it's just natural for us to collaborate with others, and open source is the best model to do that.
In enterprise IT, we have decided to go all on GitHub because it helps us to share the code internally and work with the open source world.
Everyone knows GitHub, yeah. So the biggest platform out there, and that is for us a huge advantage because we do not have to explain GitHub itself. We can concentrate on the stuff that we do with that.
GitHub is for us a platform which integrates every need we have around code, around configuration, about doing our job, building the systems. So we have one platform that integrates easily and that reduces time and gives us the transparency we need. What we automated with GitHub Action is how we build the code. We do the software engineering, we test it, we simulate it, and GitHub is our core tool to make that work.
Organizations and the open source community are turning to GitHub Actions to power their continuous integration and deployment workflows. In fact, over 10 million builds a day are happening with GitHub Actions across Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. So GitHub Actions is the #1 CI/CD platform, and it's more powerful and flexible than ever. So whether you're building a small personal website or a cloud-native, mission-critical enterprise application, GitHub Actions can meet your needs. And best of all, it's closely integrated with all the other GitHub features you know and love. So if you haven't used GitHub Actions yet, it may feel a bit daunting at first. So we've invested in the Getting Started experience with simple but powerful starter templates. But notice these templates don't simply build and test my code. They can also automate security analysis or deploy my app to more than a dozen different cloud services like AWS, GCP, Azure, and more. Now, templates are great for getting started, but let's be honest, how often are you starting from scratch? It's much more likely that you've already got some other CI/CD system in place, maybe under somebody's desk or somewhere else. Now, understandably, the thought of doing it all over again in a brand new platform is not an attractive prospect. So to help with this, we've been working on a new tool called GitHub Actions Importer. With GitHub Actions Importer, we can help you not only migrate your company's automation to GitHub Actions extremely quickly, but more importantly, plan and scope the effort required to do so, and even help estimate your usage based on analyzing your existing platform use. We've already been using it with large enterprise customers that have particularly complex migration requirements, and so far we've had some great success. So far, we've seen that about 90% or more of workloads have been migrated automatically with GitHub Actions Importer. So we're really excited to start rolling that out more broadly in the coming months. So as you build up your DevOps capabilities with GitHub Actions, you'll find that your workflows will grow and become more complex. And in an organization, you want to have a common, repeatable way that applications are built, tested, and deployed. Reusable workflows mean you don't need to repeat yourself, and you can easily maintain consistency. For example, let's say I want to add a new staging environment between testing and production. But make sure that I'm deploying in exactly the same way as I will when we go to production. To do that, I can add a job to deploy to staging and simply point to the reusable workflow I already use to deploy to my production environment. This means I can guarantee the exact same behavior when deploying to both staging and production, and ensure there's no room for configuration drift or all of that copy-pasta logic. I can also call this reusable workflow from other repositories in my organization, or even other organizations. And all this means that I can trust that each deployment is doing the right thing every time. Now, another way that teams can control quality is with pull requests. You can now use GitHub Actions to deploy each pull request to its own temporary review environment. And this enables the team to easily see and interact with the changes before approving, of course, and kicking off your production CI/CD process. Now, of course, before that deployment actually gets in front of customers, you want to make sure that everything looks right. So here, we're using environment protection rules to gate a deployment to production until an appropriate person approves it. This gives us a chance to do a final check or just get sign-off before going live. Now, you can also set environment protection rules to restrict which branches can go to each environment, so you know that only your release or main branch can ever get to prod. Or you could just delay the deployment for a period of time. And it looks like this one's been approved by Thomas. Cool. Thanks, boss. In the past, you could only choose the operating system for your hosted build machines. But sometimes you want a little bit or a lot of extra power. So now you can take advantage of larger hosted runners in GitHub Actions. These runners let you build in Linux and Windows and provide compute with up to 64 cores and 256 gigabytes of RAM. Wow. One customer, Dagger.io, managed to reduce their build times dramatically just by moving to more powerful hosted runners, more than paying for itself. We have also partnered with ARM to make IoT development even easier. I'm pleased to announce that the ARM development tools, including the cross-compiler and ARM virtual hardware, are now available natively inside GitHub Actions hosted runners. So you really can build and deploy in any environment, from IoT to quantum computers to the largest cloud environments in the world. GitHub Actions can help you build, test, and deploy reliably and securely. So GitHub Actions is more powerful than ever, which is why organizations like Mercedes, KPMG, Dell, Shopify, and many more are using Actions to power their builds and deployments. And last year, we donated over 7 billion minutes of GitHub Actions to open source. So whether you're deploying a blog to GitHub Pages, or you're an open source maintainer who needs automated testing, or maybe you're the CTO of a Fortune 500 company who wants a reliable CI/CD solution, GitHub Actions is the answer.
GitHub Enterprise brings all of these features, like actions, code spaces, advanced security, and issues, into that complete developer platform, backed by the security, auditability, and compliance features that companies need, with that developer experience that you already know and love. You can self-host it with GitHub Enterprise Server, or increasingly have us take care of that for you with GitHub Enterprise Cloud. Now, I recognize quite a few faces in the room from the startups and enterprises that I talk to every day. And you consistently tell me that you're trying to innovate quickly and safely. You're trying to onboard developers and integrate new teams through acquisitions and partnerships fast. You want to give those teams freedom to work the way they want, but also have confidence that your company's billing and security policies are applied consistently everywhere. The GitHub Enterprise account is designed to help you strike that right balance. Developers can work their way, while you, administrators, have full control over policies, like requiring that everyone has 2FA enabled across your organizations. In the last year, we've also made it easier to move independent GitHub organizations into a single enterprise cloud account. So even as your company is growing through things like acquisitions, you don't need to try to spin 9 plates at work every day. You can just spin one with one enterprise account. One plate you might not want to spin at work every day is also worrying about how you give access to the right people, to the right projects, from the right places. And that gets all of the more important, and let's face it, harder, as companies are moving to the cloud with teams working from anywhere. To help you manage that, GitHub Enterprise integrates directly with the identity providers you already use, such as Okta and Azure Active Directory. And now, you can use them to provide developers with a dedicated GitHub account just for work that doesn't affect their personal account at all, with enterprise managed users. In just a year since launch, almost 1,000 companies have adopted enterprise managed users. And we've recently added the ability for you to apply IP address access rules directly from your identity provider over those accounts. So your GitHub Enterprise access policies are always going to be up to date with your company. But, you know, as Thomas said, to build faster, you do need the tools now that empower your teams whilst also securing your most valuable assets. With GitHub Enterprise Cloud, you get access to our newest features as soon as they're released. Features like the new fine-grained personal access tokens that massively reduce the surface area of credential leaks by empowering developers with individual repository targeting and over 50 fine-grained permissions, and organization administrators with full control over what access is approved. Or the ability now to track all of those tokens in your enterprise audit log. So if one is leaked, you can see exactly what it's been used for. So that is GitHub Enterprise Cloud. But if you're using Enterprise Server, we've also been shipping hundreds of these features every year to our self-hosted instances, and we're adding even more. Today, I'm pleased to announce the release of GitHub Enterprise Server 3.7. This release includes over 70 new features, like enhancements to reusable workflows with actions, so it's easier to deploy actions at scale with standardized workflows. New enterprise inner source policies that make it easier to collaborate across teams no matter what your compliance needs are. And feature 3 of 70, I promise I'm not actually going to list all 70, the launch of the security overview dashboard for all enterprise customers. So every company and security team can get a single view of risk across your enterprise. So whether you choose to self-host or join us in the cloud, GitHub Enterprise is the best tool to innovate and operate however your business demands.
Security can be complex, but as a GitHub Enterprise user, it doesn't have to be. You can embed the best security tooling directly into your development processes. GitHub Advanced Security empowers developers and security teams like you at over 1,400 companies to build securely by default, right where you're already planning, collaborating, and shipping code all in GitHub. One of the hardest things about keeping your code secure is the constantly changing attack surface. The software supply chain is the largest attack vector today. Without insights into your code, you may never know that you have vulnerabilities in your dependencies. Dependabot makes this easy. It automatically notifies you of security issues in your code so you can quickly merge to the latest safe version. In 2022, developers updated 50% more vulnerable packages than in 2021, helping to secure 18 million projects in GitHub without the hassle of manual steps. But what about your credentials? Credential breaches are emerging as the most costly attack vector we're facing. That's why we built secret scanning. When we identify a secret, we walk you through how to take an action, like how to remediate or flag a false positive, and you have complete visibility into each secret found. You can even create your own custom patterns to detect secret patterns unique to your organization. But if you're a little lazy like me and also risk adverse, and you want to stop secrets from ever entering your code, you now can, thanks to push protection. No matter where you're working, potential secrets can be blocked before they make it into your code. And if you accidentally push a secret into GitHub, we give you the option to remove it or let your security team know why it should be there. Last month alone, push protection stopped over 1,000 secret leaks, saving teams like you thousands of headaches and thousands of hours on triaging, rotating, and remediating secrets.
what about those unknown vulnerabilities in your code base? With CodeQL, you have a widely adopted solution with a large open source libraries of queries to detect security issues in your own code. Companies like Bloomberg, Uber, Microsoft use CodeQL within their own code, and they share their queries back with the GitHub community. CodeQL already supports some of your favorite languages like Java, C++, Go, and JavaScript. Today, we're making support for Ruby generally available. And at GitHub, we don't just build our security tools, we use them too. Powering the GitHub website is mostly written in Ruby. So we use CodeQL on our own code base. With CodeQL, we've been able to remediate dozens of potential vulnerabilities in just a few weeks and kept far more from entering our code. For developers or security teams whose responsibility spans across hundreds or thousands of repositories, we're here for you too. We're committed to continuing to support you in improving your security posture across all detection types. Security Overview provides you with actionable feedback and insight across every repository you have. I'm excited to announce we're deepening the Security Overview experience with new dashboards on risk and adoption, giving you more insights into your risk posture and highlighting areas that you might be vulnerable because you don't have security features turned on. With this information, you can take action on what matters most to your organization. But it's no longer our own software we have to care about. The world has never been more interconnected. The security of our business's software and the security of open source software has never been more deeply intertwined. That makes every piece of software important, and that means we all have a role to play in keeping open source software secure. That's why in public repositories, we scan for leaked secrets and help to revoke them. Why we provide code scanning via CodeQL for free. Why Dependabot will always be forever free for all repositories and all users. That's why Security Lab researchers will continue to publicly share all discovered vulnerabilities within our open source advisory database. But we still need to do more for open source maintainers and security researchers. Today, I'm pleased to announce private vulnerability reporting. It's a game changer. Maintainers and security researchers together play a critical role in keeping open source secure. It can be really difficult to responsibly share vulnerabilities found in a public project, and we want to make that easier. With private vulnerability, people can now privately disclose vulnerabilities to just the maintainers of the open source project. Together, you can now find a fix, remediate, then publish your CVE, all within GitHub. This dramatically reduces the burden on open source maintainers who are volunteering their time and skill to run our open source projects. Developer and security teams no longer should compromise on agility or need to use out-of-sync tooling to secure their code. With GitHub Advanced Security, security can be something that enables you to ship quickly and with confidence.
This was amazing, right? Woo! 15 years ago, the first line of code was committed to build GitHub, the initial commit. And since then, we've always had one purpose, to put the developer first. Over the years, through every iteration, from the pull request to Copilot, this has remained our mission. Because putting the developer first also puts everybody first who depends on a developer. And 15 years later, we have arrived at the moment where this is more necessary than ever. Today, you have seen our biggest innovations yet across the entire developer lifecycle. From picking up your first task in issues and projects, to booting your dev environment in code spaces, and then in your code editor, using Copilot to write code more efficiently, to then even using your voice with Hey GitHub. And when you're done with coding, it goes to submitting your pull request, securing your code with advanced security, automating everything, not just CI/CD, everything with actions, to pulling in more than 15,000 integrations from our marketplace. Integrations with the whole developer ecosystem and all of our partners. And through everything, collaborating with the open source community who empower us all. And all these things standing on their own would have seemed like science fiction, like Star Trek, just 15 years ago. But it's what all these innovations are designed to achieve together that is most important to us. Like we've always done, we built this new developer experience, this one integrated platform for one single purpose, to put the developer first. Because ultimately, developers will build their best when they have one single place to do it all. One place with everything developers need to be creative, to be happy, to build a better, more brilliant tomorrow for everyone. And GitHub is this one place, the only place where this is truly possible. Thank you so much for being here today, and thank you even more for coming on the journey ahead with us. Have a great universe, and let's build from here.
Wow, hi, and welcome back again to GitHub Universe. That was an amazing start to this event with the day one keynote from GitHub CEO Thomas Gomsky and our cast of other experts. I'm Christina Warren. I'm a senior developer advocate at GitHub.
And Juan Simmons, I am the engineering manager responsible for GitHub sponsors.
And we are wearing sunglasses because here in the garden stage, where we are sitting, the sun is coming right at our eyes. So we're not trying to be too cool for school, we promise. This is just so we can actually see you all to talk with you. And we even have an audience with us right now here in the garden. Hey, everybody. Hello. Woo. Helen, I see Helen out there giving her
Hey,
a shout out. Hello.
Helen, what's
yes.
up? And I saw heads nodding at the right parts during the keynote, and so you all saw the amazing things that was shared. So, Christina, you had an all-access pass to what was going on at the keynote. What parts of it really stood out to you?
No, I mean, the whole keynote was amazing, and you're right. I did have like an all-access pass since I basically snuck onto the stage and did a little bit of a warm-up. Got to walk out a little bit before everybody else. It was great. No, there were so many amazing moments, and I think that some of the product highlights, some of the stuff we saw, right? Like, hey, GitHub. I think that has the potential to really, really change things, both from an accessibility standpoint and when it comes to just getting people started and coding more quickly and more easily.
Absolutely.
I love that. Code Spaces now being available for 60 hours a month for free every month.
Isn't that amazing?
That's awesome because Code Spaces is the best.
Yeah.
No, there was just a lot of really great stuff. Now, what about you? What stood out to you?
I do think of Code Spaces and Copilot really together. You have your developer environment in the cloud, and then you have an on-demand pair programmer that's always there ready to go with you. And I agree with you that for people getting into the industry, starting their coding journey, those are very powerful tools. But even if you've been in the game for a long time, they can really help you get out of the way, get the code out of the way, environment set up out of the way, and just get to creating solutions. And I'm going to put on my sponsor's hat and say that all the stuff about sponsored with the accelerator and get fun, like all of that was super cool to see.
Yeah, and there's going to be even more stuff about that, I think, tomorrow. We're going to be even talking more in the day 2 keynote. There's going to be even more stuff focused on the community, but I agree with that. The sponsor stuff was awesome. All right, but we were not the only ones who were watching the keynote, okay? We were learning a few things along the way. Let's check in with what the folks on Twitter and the GitHub discussions pages were thinking. So let's check this out. Okay, I like this. I like this. From Crypto Mandarin, I can see myself using Hey GitHub more than Hey Siri.
Absolutely.
You know what? Same.
Yes.
And like I'm like an iPhone diehard, so yeah, same. We've also got some awesome comments from some other people who were actually in person. It looks like the GitHub shop is open, so if you are here in person, the shop is open. They have some limited edition neon lights and also some merch, so be sure to check that out.
Absolutely. I'm going to grab
Really
mine after
good
this.
stuff. What else are you seeing there? Anything is catching your fancy?
You know, I love that Brazil is watching Universe. I love that this is a global show and that people are all over the world tuning in to learn more about what we're doing for like the next era of open source.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is great, and that's that's what this is all about.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, it's all about open source. It's all about building things, building from here. Let's build from here. That's our new tagline.
That's it.
We've also just want to kind of show off. We've got the new discussions page that just went up. This is for Universe 22. And this is where you can go if you want to kind of add your thoughts and get feedback on things, so the sessions that we've got going on throughout the day.
That's right.
So we've got some really, really good stuff with that. Continue to let us know your thoughts. Use that hashtag GitHub Universe on all the social things. Let us know what you're thinking. It's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Now, this is the perfect time to start planning your own personal Universe experience at githubuniverse.com.
Drink.
And you can see all of the content that we have planned across our 5 tracks. And you can pick out your own schedule, and you can really make Universe your own.
Yeah, and of course, everything is going to be available later on demand, so you won't miss a thing. If you can't catch something now, you can watch it on demand. And as Anwan just mentioned, there are 4 core content tracks here at Universe. So that is cloud, AI, security, and community. And then we have a 5th track of everything that is going on at the main stage. And there is so much great content curated for each of these topics. It's a great place to tune in. And let's take a look now at what is coming up next on those tracks.
All right, well, here's what's coming up. And you have several sessions that are coming up, and I really think that it's super exciting to see so much amazing content that is happening at GitHub Universe. I really like the session on how Copilot affects developer happiness, and I think in community, what's really amazing is that we created a game, or helped create a game, that was helping to preserve an endangered language. And as someone who is like a language nerd,
yeah,
I love that we're preserving languages that have been around for thousands of years but are dying off. I think that that is super important.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely 100% fantastic, like, because it is so important to preserve these languages as things evolve, and if we can do that, that's really fantastic. We also have some security talks that are coming up on how to productize security powers to manage risk at scale, and on the cloud track, GitHub Actions, CI/CD for millions, where there's some really good stuff announced with GitHub Actions today.
Oh yeah,
about the fact
amazing.
that you can make it even bigger and do even more with it, which is really, really exciting for even bigger workloads.
Absolutely.
So I love all of this, and there's a lot of really, really good content that's coming up today. And I think some of the Copilot developer happiness talk, that I'm looking forward to that a lot.
Absolutely. All right, it's so amazing that we are finding that Copilot is helping developers not only be more productive, but be more happy, and that's super cool.
Absolutely. All right, so what have you also been kind of seeing? So I do want to actually, thank you so much for joining us today. Right now, if you are joining us online, this is the main stage track, which is the 5th of our 5 content tracks, and we are broadcasting live from the Garden Stage here at the Yerba Buena Center for the Arts in San Francisco, California. It is cold out today, but it is sunny, and we are grateful for the sun. It was not sunny in the last couple of days. We were a little bit worried. Yeah, but we're here now, and it is great.
It is great to be here. All right, so community, security, cloud, and AI are the 4 tracks that are the themes of GitHub Universe. And so for those of you watching, you can check out that, and let's look at some Twitter reactions as well.
Yep.
All right, so what are we seeing? So there is, it looks like we have a few people who are saying they checked out Actions and they knocked their socks off. I thought that was super cool. And we also have someone who is just making it to Universe, and there's some amazing arches
Yeah.
that he posted about as well. Yeah. All right, so the next main stage session is starting in about 25 minutes, but first, we have a special treat.
Yay!
GitHub's very own VP of DevRel and all-around great guy, Martin Woodward, will be joining us here in just a few moments. And then we're going to have Allison Wines and Maya Ross also come right off the keynote stage and come talk to us about their presentations. But first, let's welcome the pride of Ireland,
Woo!
Martin Woodward. Come on up, Martin.
Mr. Martin Woodward, yeah. Super excited to bring Mr. Martin Woodward up here. Okay. Doing well, having fun.
Yeah?
Yeah,
It is a nice
beautiful
day. Oh, like night and day, literally, from last night.
All right, welcome now to Martin Woodward, VP of Developer Relations here at GitHub. Martin, there was so much cool stuff happening at the keynote this morning. I'm curious if you could tell us a little bit, like you were involved in this like from the very beginning. Martin has been involved in every step of the way as we've been getting this stuff built out. So could you, give us an idea about when this started coming together for the keynote? What surprised you most about what Thomas was going to talk about on stage?
Well, I think when it started, I mean, hubbers from all around the world have been working on the stuff that's gone into this keynote, for years in some cases, but definitely since the last Universe. There's been thousands and thousands of releases that have actually shipped on GitHub in between now and then. So all that hard work that the people back at the office and spread around the world have been putting into the site. That was the first bit of preparation. Then we started, scoping out the venue, doing all that sort of stuff around the summertime, started planning out the keynote session in September, believe it or not. So, but yeah, it's been good. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the show. Hopefully it was good. So there's plenty of stuff there.
Yeah. Now, did you have a favorite part? Like, was there anything personally that you really stood out that was your favorite part of the keynote?
Well, I mean, it's like asking you to pick your best child, I guess.
Yeah,
but I do have favorites.
I was going to say, well, you do have a favorite child, and you probably also have a favorite section. So what?
Yeah.
Let us know.
Rizel's section around Hey
Yeah.
GitHub, that was that took a lot of guts.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of practice in that as well, but it took a lot of guts, and that's just blown my mind. There's been quite a few people on Twitter who've been asking, hey, we should do some stuff. I've got RSI and things like, is there anything I can do to Copilot to help me? And I've been wanting to come back to them and say, yes, we're working on it, but I knew it was going to be in the show, so I decided to keep that quiet. That was a fantastically good section. And then, because, I'm I used to code a lot, but I don't code that much anymore. And I tend to, I'm a manager most of the time, delete emails a lot of the time nowadays. But the roadmap view that they showed is just going to be huge. I mean, we've been playing with it a little bit already internally.
Yeah, we have, and it's going to be massive for so many people.
Yeah, what I really like about issues is how it's issues. It's like tracking that you actually want to use a developer. It's like it's tracking that doesn't suck. I'm trying not to swear live on stage, but it's it's just like it's just enough to keep you on track, but not so much that it adds all the friction, and that's what I really like about it. So yeah, that was good. Well, there were sections in every single demo bit of the keynote. There was stuff I wanted to talk about, and then Nathri's announcement as well about the funds that we're doing. So that was pretty fantastic stuff to see as well. So, yeah,
amazing.
all good.
Amazing. Yeah, with issues, my inner project manager calls out to your inner project manager, and we're just dancing in the streets, right?
Yeah.
So, Martin, we have an amazing catalog of panels and sessions over the next 2 days.
Yep.
What stands out to you?
Well, there's lots of sessions on today, but you really, if there's going to be one session you check out of the whole conference that wasn't the keynote, make sure you check the end note from Kyle Daigle.
Yes.
It's just, I watched that last night. And then you sat in there, and we were just like,
it was amazing.
It's just absolutely amazing. Not just the, there's all the technical side that's there, the things that we're demonstrating, and it's like looking into the future a little bit as well as looking into the past. But just the developer relations person in me really admires his stagecraft, because he's doing all the demos completely 100% live.
Yes.
They're all, really running on the edge. So that's an exceptional session. And then today, this morning session, we had so much to announce, so much to talk about, that it kind of, there was a bit in there about the community, but it was all about, it was kind of GitHub, we're doing this and this. So actually tomorrow morning, Stormy's going to be on talking about, and it's an entire keynote just about the community around GitHub and highlighting, different projects. And we picked some amazing, amazing projects to sort of tell the stories of and help people get inspired.
Yeah, that's actually a really good note on that. Tomorrow, Anmon and I are going to be doing like the open source awards here at Universe, and so we're going to be, giving awards to projects and to maintainers who have done really great things over the last year. But there is an audience award, so if people in the audience want to vote on that, they can go to github.co/OSS-awards, and that is a great way to vote, to give some of your favorite community projects some love. So
fantastic.
I was going to use that kind of as a segue to plug for that.
Oh,
yes.
I'm also giving my own session on Thursday.
Yes, I was going to say.
There you go.
Yeah. That's obviously my favorite session.
Obviously.
Clearly, pimp your own stuff. Now, what is your session going to be on, Martin?
So the Octoverse report just got released just now. So if you head over to octoverse.github.com, you'll be able to go take a look at the report. And basically, I'm closing out the session. What more do we need than a load of graphs? So I'm going to go through all those statistics, all through those graphs, and we're really going to dig in and find the highlights. And I'm actually, rather than just reading the report out, which wouldn't be the best presentation in the world, I'm kind of picking out some of my highlights. And then also, the Octoverse report's a lot of data, allows you to draw conclusions. And so I'm sort of bringing some of the conclusions I get from the report and then allowing people to kind of do their own conclusions as well. So yeah, should be good.
Now, I know that I'm not trying to spoil your session too much, but since we are talking about the Octoverse report, since it just came out, was there anything high level from that really surprised you?
Yes. Now then, do I want to do this as a spoiler? Okay, I'll do it as a spoiler.
Yeah, do it as a spoiler. Just give us a little preview, because people can still come to Martin's session. Or you can watch the whole thing, but give us a little
So we have that language chart, and that's always one of my favorite things about the Octoverse report is that language chart. Well, it's great, but it's quite static because, the popular languages, despite developers, we always like to declare things are dead, you know what I mean?
Yes, exactly.
It's reasonably static, but
Wait, is Perl back? Is that what you're telling me?
Not quite, but close.
Okay.
Shell scripts are one of the fastest growing languages.
Look at that, okay.
And I think this is and obviously we're just showing the data, but and we're seeing a massive growth in things like HCL. Obviously, we're seeing lots of Go with Kubernetes and things. So it really seems like the ops community have kind of got on board with sharing and learning and collaborating. And so this whole DevOps thing is actually working now.
Yeah.
And everyone's, but not just working together, but actually working with each other in the open source community. So that's fascinating to me.
No, I think that is so fascinating.
Shell, right?
Shell. No, that's, but you know what I have noticed, and I guess the data sort of shows this, is there has been this resurgence. Have you guys noticed this in the last year or so of CLI tooling?
Yeah.
And stuff around that. Things like from our friends at Charm and things like Textualize, which have really made, I think, not just in the DevOps space, but in a lot of places, it's like the command line is back a little bit.
Yeah, and a lot of these, especially with Rust coming up strong, and they're obviously growing as well. There's some really cool new sort of command line frameworks and applications being written in Rust that just really, it gives a great command line experience. And we spend so much time in the command line. Yeah. My kids, whenever, I've worked from home for my children's entire life. Hey kids, they're actually watching right now. And they know there's different levels of daddy is busy. There's the door open, come on in. There's the door closes on a phone call. Well, we'll just come on in anyway and steal paper from the printer and things. And then there's a big black scary screen on the monitor and he's staring at it intently. That's the daddy's really busy, we're going to leave him alone screen kind of thing. So yeah, but we'd spend so much time in the command line. So it's good that it's having a bit of a resurgence, really.
No, it is. And kind of speaking of daddy is busy time, let's talk about your badge a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's fancy.
I don't know if the camera's going to be able to get this up or not, but Martin has a very special badge.
Absolutely.
Well,
cool.
I've given you some badges.
You have,
yeah.
We have them as well.
We got hooked up too.
Them as well.
Yeah. So this is we did it in partnership with Pimeroni, and they're around actually. They'll be around tomorrow on the garden stage as well. And they're a great electronics company, a hobbyist company in the UK. And then work with them to build this, it's a PCB as a GitHub badge. And it's got an e-ink display. But on the back is all the microprocessor, which is an RP2040, which is an incredibly powerful, like this microprocessor runs Doom, you know what I mean? It's like, it can do VGA, it's amazing, it's insanely powerful. And then we're just using it to display your name, but there's all sorts of hidden features, hidden functionality in here. We're doing it as a bit of a test this year. I kind of wanted to give them to everybody, but we weren't sure if all the logistics were going to work. So we're just doing a beta test with a few sort of stars and a couple of hubbers and things, see how it goes. So far, they've been holding up really well, though. I've bashed mine around. I've had mine in my pocket.
Yeah.
Fine.
No, they've been holding up really well. And as Martin mentioned, this is sort of a test. But, yeah, I mean, the fact that this is a PCB that we basically made into the badge and then put the
e-ink display on.
The e-ink display on it is very, very cool.
And it's completely hackable. You plug that into the USB-C port, plug it into your computer,
There you go.
and then you fire up an editor like Thonny or something like that, and you can actually directly connect. It runs Python. MicroPython. So you come on here, you can edit the code that's making the badge. You can edit the text files. So if you want to become Boaty McBoatface, be at it. You can just go do that. So yeah, that was my toy. That's what sort of kept me busy in the evening. So
I love this.
Wow. Yeah. Hacking a conference badge only at GitHub Universe.
Yeah. It's good.
A lot of people on Twitter are actively asking for them, so I think that this is going to be a good test. So hopefully,
that's success for me. If you'll complain to the conference organizers that you haven't got one of these, that means I'll be able to do them for everybody next year. So put in some give them 5 stars, but then in the comments say Martin's badge. I want that next year. Thanks very much. That'd be great.
Yeah. Okay. So that's when speaker feedback. Give Martin 5 stars. We'll give us 5 stars too. And then say I want his badge.
Yeah. There you go.
Absolutely. Right. So Martin, last question. So you talked about your session. Can you give us a little sneak peek about what's going to be at your session?
Yep. So as I say, digging into the reporting, and then we're also going to talk about the countries that have been really growing actively on GitHub. Because, we're here in beautiful San Francisco, and it's always this glorious and sunny in November here in San Francisco, as we all know. And but, here it's very easy to kind of think, oh, yeah, everybody knows GitHub. You're in the hotel. People know what GitHub is. Where I live, nobody knows what GitHub is. They think I'm saying rude words. So what we're seeing is, there's quite a lot. There's obviously been lots of growth still in the US, but there's always a high. Everybody knows what GitHub is. Outside of the US, that's not the case, and we've been seeing more and more participation in open source outside of the US and Western Europe from all sorts of countries. And more importantly, what we're seeing is, everybody is a developer. If you come to GitHub. You are a developer. You belong here, okay?
Yes.
And I don't care. Everybody's got imposter syndrome.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Martin. You're right. Everybody is a developer. And we are now going to bring on Allison and Maya. But before we do that, we want to catch up with our remote host, Damo, who is at the GitHub store here at Universe.
Hi, folks. Good to see you. I am here. I'm backstage behind the main stage where the keynote just went on. Did you see it? It was amazing. So much stuff that got announced. I've been seeing the Twitters light up. I'm sure we'll look at that a little bit later. I've got my little, it's good to see Martin talking about the badge. I've got my little one here. I've already had a little bit of a hack at it. I put my pronouns on there, moved some things around. Pretty exciting. Definitely next year, hopefully we'll get all of them. Right, Martin? All right. Speaking of tech, just have a little bit of a look behind me. This is what we call the video village. This is where we kind of mix everything together. I say we, this is the royal we. I have nothing to do with this. But look at all of the action that's going on. You can even probably see me on one of the monitors back there. Least exciting part. But yeah, this is where all the action happens. This is how we are streaming to you across the 4 content tracks, as well as the 1 track where we show you a whole bunch of stuff. But I'm here not just by myself, I'm joined by Nathri. Good to see you.
Hey Damien, good to see you. Off stage now.
Off stage, we've done our bit. We can relax now, right? We can have a little chat. So You spoke a lot about what GitHub is doing and what the community is doing to kind of support open source developers, including the one thing I want to really talk to you about is the accelerator program, which sounds really exciting, but I want to know kind of what careers are you looking at in terms of the accelerator? People have jobs already, right? What do they need this for?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we find oftentimes is developers are enterprise developers by day, and then by night they're in community discussions and issues and sort of have this overwhelmed feeling of wanting to contribute to community, but also needing to have a paycheck and live a life. And so, the thing about the accelerator is we find that we want to build this missing middle. You're not just an enterprise developer all the way on the left, and then all the way on the right, you're not just starting an open source company and having to raise VC money and do the whole shebang. Instead, you can focus on a project and you can really become a one-man or a one-woman show. One of the advisors that we have in the accelerator is someone who's really showcased this, Mike Purim, who's built really a business around a project called Sidekick, and he's really shown the path over the last decade that you don't have to commit to that thing on the left, an enterprise job, or that thing on the right, a VC-backed company that is expected to hit that 100 million ARR or whatever it is, but actually be a really successful business. And what's interesting, is like when you think about the internet, developers were there first. They were the first creators. And now everyone talks about the creator community. It's like, oh, you've got the Etsy storefront for the knitters, and you've got the Shopify storefront for people who are running e-commerce businesses. And then when you look at developers, it's scattershot. And a lot of people have ideas about what they want to do. And with sponsors, we've been seeing so many new innovative ideas. Just a couple of examples, right? Like Caleb Porzio, who has put together something called Sponsorware, where he wants the community to still have open source, but he needs to be able to fund his own life. He can't be doing everything for free. And he's really shown a path where they can publish something, get sponsorship, and then once they hit a certain mark, it's available to everyone. And that's a really cool place to be. Another example is Evan Yu and the Vue.js community. He's really built an enormous set of contributors. Nonprofit version that I think has struck the balance between what an open source project could look like, where it has foundation backing, or it has, commercial backing. That's another really good example. So we're excited to see all these things.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, being able to support people who want those careers as well as the day job, but not have to rely on the day job to get things going. I guess that is the aim, correct?
Yeah, that's the dream, right? And the thing is, we're starting small because we want to see all these different types of experiments. And then we want to know, okay, once you've done that, how do we help you to do more?
That's amazing. So good to talk to you after the keynote. Great job on stage. Well done. Now, yeah, good to see you too. And so from now on, we are going to go back to the garden stage. We are going to kick back to the main stage hosts, the garden stage hosts, and we'll see you a little bit later in the shop, probably.
Thank you so much, Damo. And now is about time to kick off the next round of sessions here at Universe. And there's a ton of stuff on the way.
All right, April Leonard, you saw her during the keynote, but if you did not, then you're going to be able to catch up with what she had to share about CodeSpace. And for those of you here, if you hustle, you can go ahead and make it live.
Absolutely. But now, for those of you who are joining us here at the Garden Stage, I would like to welcome two presenters hot off the keynote stage, Allison and Maya. Welcome, ladies.
Hello. Hi. How are you?
So happy to see you here. You look great. We should acknowledge that there was originally going to be some custom shirts, right?
There were. We're very sad with the rain yesterday. They got delayed. But Maya and I will just have to find a new use for our cute matching T-shirts.
We will. I think we'll bring them back this time next year.
Yes.
See, we're both massive tea enthusiasts.
Yes.
We wanted to bring that into this, to bring some of what we love, apart from GitHub, into, a little chat. Maybe make some projects about tea. I don't know. I think
I think I could use projects to catalog my tea collection and rate them. I can group them.
Task list for tea.
My whole tasting schedule. Tea is very important, and it's very important that you make it the proper way. Right,
yeah.
Maya?
And do you know what is key about the proper way?
Okay, what's the proper way?
It's the order in which you put the items in the cup, like tea bag, then hot water, then milk, then sugar, if that is your taste. And so, I think roadmap view, this would really help us to make sure that we're doing it in the right order.
Exactly. That is sort of the T of project management stuff. I love it.
Is there security that we need to worry about?
I'm constantly scared people are going to steal my tea. It is that good. But I don't know, SAML single sign-on for tea, is that a thing?
Well, no, the security aspect, and then we'll end this analogy, I promise, could be, like making sure that you're getting the water at the proper temperature.
Ooh.
So having some sort of alert, like on your kettle or whatnot, to make sure it's not too hot, but also hot enough. Maybe that could be the security thing. I don't know.
All right, we'll let this go.
Okay.
But we're very, very excited about tea, so we had to bring that here.
Absolutely.
Authentic selves.
We're going to maybe be asking some tea-related questions in a little bit. But Maya, in the keynote, you talked about the growth of enterprise managed users. So a question that a lot of people have had during that section is whether or not that's the only identity option that we now offer for the GitHub Enterprise Cloud.
Yeah, that is a really good question. The answer is no.
Okay.
We have two options for how you manage identities on GitHub Enterprise Cloud. One is either your developers bring their own account. So they use their own personal account for work, and you can apply controls over that. So making sure that they do sign in with SAML single sign-on. They have your IP allow list enforced. They have two-factor authentication if you want that policy for your organization. So basically, even though they bring their own account, they're still going to have all your security controls when they access your organization. The other option, of course, is enterprise managed users, where you as a company do actually provide your developers with a dedicated account. And there is no one right way. It is a choice depending on what is right for your company, both in terms of your developers as well in terms of what your security policies are. So we always try and encourage customers who are coming over to Enterprise Cloud to look at both options. There are pros and cons of each option, and make the decision that is right for you. You can move between them. We do have a lot of customers at the minute who are moving from the bring your own account model over to enterprise managed users, because it is a little bit easier for security teams to understand how that all works. But you have some kind of flexibility to change if you want to.
Cool.
Awesome. So we're obviously talking about cloud a lot at GitHub Universe. Enterprise server, what's next?
Yeah, what's next? Well, so the biggest thing with Enterprise Server, of course, is that we do quarterly releases. So 3.7 was our release going out today. 3.8 will be coming out in the early spring of next year. And we are absolutely dedicated to getting those releases out on time every single quarter. The number of features that we're shipping to Enterprise Server keeps growing. So when I joined GitHub 2 years ago, it was about 30 features per release. As we announced today, 3.7 has 70 features.
Wow.
And so bringing all of that value as reliably, consistently, and as high quality as possible to all of our customers is critical. There are some exciting features for me in Enterprise Server, people who love security.
Yeah, we're going to ask Allison next.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not T related, but we are building features specifically for Server as well, particularly to help us level up the security profile of the appliance, and to help companies who are really scaling globally, who are running CI farms globally, who need horizontal scaling. There are big challenges that companies have when they're trying to self-host that. 3.7 includes a number of those features, particularly around security. And for our larger customers who really need new scale vectors, that's where we're investing a lot as a company.
I feel like you could just go on. You're going to name all 70 features, right?
Yeah,
now that we have the time.
Okay, so feature number 5.
I'm going to start a timer. Name them all. Start.
Oh, gosh. That's so hard. Okay.
No, don't make her do
Well,
that.
my favorite feature in 3.7, which we didn't include in the keynote, though there is a server-specific set of features, is the management console that you use specifically to manage server. We built about 5 new security-related features into that, and I'm a security geek, so I'm super excited for that. And I think, our customers will see more and more of those coming out over the next few releases.
Allison, talk to us about what you have coming out in the next few months, because you showed off a ton of stuff.
Yeah,
but I think there's, and I'm going to make a roadmap plan. I'm sorry, I have to.
You have to.
But what is on your roadmap of using roadmaps?
Well, there's a lot on the roadmap, I'll tell you that. And we are leveraging our new roadmap view so we can see it across time. Well, today we announced the 2 private betas for Roadmap and Task List. And so obviously in the future, we're going to be working on responding to that feedback, really making those features shine as we bring them to a public beta and general availability. I'm very, very excited to get that into our user hands. But one thing that I selfishly am very excited to work on and deliver are things in our automation space. So you shouldn't have to constantly groom your backlog. We should be helping you prioritize easily. We should be letting individual developers just work in the issues that they're always in and update things on your project board. Like the ability to automatically add things to the right board when they're created so you can just stay in the tooling that you're used to is, I think, so critical. And so there's a handful of automations that we are including. We announced Auto Archive a couple weeks ago to help you keep your board nice and clean without having to figure out the right set, select all, archive them. Like it just happens on a cycle for you now. But auto add is what I'm super excited about because I know I do this every time I create a new project. I have to go, I have to select all my issues, I have to make sure they're all added, and heaven forbid I accidentally miss one and then my plan's all wrong.
Right.
So
exactly.
That's something I'm super excited about personally. And there's so much more. I could list like 70 things probably.
Should we have a race?
You should definitely have a race.
Later.
We're running out of time, but I loved hearing about this. Thank you both so much for being here with us and stopping by. Enjoy the rest of the universe and check out their sessions and the things they've got going on the rest of the week. This is fantastic.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you.
And for those of you who are here on site at the YBCA, the demo stage and the kiosks are about to open in the hub right over there. And yes.
You know, there's a lot of content at GitHub Universe,
There
so
is.
you may be concerned. Don't worry. Everything that we are sharing, all the sessions will be available on demand after the event, so don't worry about missing a thing. And for those of you at home wondering what to do next, well, there are dozens of amazing sessions that have been carefully planned all day today, so you can check out all of them, plan your schedule, and see what's coming up next on GitHubUniverse.com.
Now, we want to welcome the people joining us from across the Universe tracks as the first sessions of the day wrap up. And as much as I've loved watching those first sessions, you've got to check out what's coming up next. That means, we're only like 90 minutes into GitHub Universe, and some of the best material is yet to come, right?
Absolutely. And you know what? If we look at what's coming up right after across all the 4 tracks, I think that some of the things that I think is really exciting. There's obviously code spaces, get coding fast. And I'm going to say I'm a security geek as well. So the get out of here, GitHub does detection is going to be amazing as well.
Yeah, no, I really, really do love that. I'm also, I like all the Git puns that are being used throughout the session titles. Like, there's a Git pun for everything. I also really like the technology behind GitHub's code search.
Yes.
I'm really looking forward to seeing that. You and I, we're going to have to watch most of these on demand, but fortunately, they are available. So that's really great.
Exactly.
All right, but before we jump into those sessions, let's check in with all of you out on the internet, people who've been using that hashtag GitHub Universe. Oh, there are some very good tweets.
Yes.
Martin is getting a shout out with his badge. Aw, B. Dougie says that ESPN
Thank you, B.
quality
Dougie.
hosting.
Absolutely.
I mean, maybe ESPN 3.
I mean, you know, I'll take ESPN 3.
I
Exactly.
will too. I will too. What else do you see?
Oh, I'm looking at, oh, wow. It looks like there's a great shot. So Abby's screen is at the ready. And so Frandios is thanking her for sponsoring. And I see Michael Kaufman, who is sporting his hackable badge. So like the hackable badges look like they're out in the wild.
Yeah, the badges are out in the wild. There's actually, I think, going to be something happening on this stage, either later today or tomorrow, for showing off how you can hack your badge if you're here with us in person. And there's also people talking about how crazy fast the GitHub runners are getting now. Yes, they are. And oh, I love this. We've got some photos of some people both watching at home and people who are here in person. I love seeing the dogs who are who are watching along with us. Always send us your pet photos. If use that hashtag GitHub Universe. We want to see your pet photos.
We do. All right, so also check out the Universe 22 discussion section to learn more about what's happening in GitHub Universe, and you can also get involved with the presenters and learn more.
Hey everybody, what an incredible kickoff for Universe. In case you missed it, I'm April Leonard, Staff Software Engineering Manager. And technology moves fast, but working at GitHub, we build tools to help you move even faster. So today, I'm going to show you how to get coding faster with code spaces. Terrible pun, I know, couldn't help myself. But code spaces solves problems that you don't realize you have. We don't think twice about checking out code, downloading dependencies, and then fighting with dependency conflicts, installing tools, and then debugging bad interactions with other tools, and then switching branches and the constant maintenance of our developer environments. The good news is that with code spaces, you never have to worry about any of this ever again. Just select a repository and go. You get a clean, isolated, pre-configured environment with the power of config as code. So let's take a moment to talk about the evolution of software and how revolutionary this is. If we have a bug that we want to fix, like a change that we want to make, how do we get that into the hands of our users? Back in the 2000s, early 2000s, like the aughts, I don't know, it was a long time ago. I was an engineer on a team deploying an on-premise solution, which meant we packaged up our code, we pre-installed it on a tower, and we physically shipped it to the customer's business site. Time to confidence in my change was months. And then we pivoted to software as a service model, hosting our code in data centers, and responding to change was much faster at this point. And then with the rise of cloud-hosted services, we moved away from our data centers and we offloaded the maintenance burden of procuring hardware and patching servers to keep up with the latest security and firmware upgrades. One more step of simplification. And then Docker and Kubernetes came along to help us isolate and scale our applications, and this brought our developer environments one step closer to production. I might fix multiple bugs in a day. Each of these moments and technologies fundamentally shifted how developers work. And yet with all these improvements, we still struggle with works on my machine. When I started at GitHub 2 years ago, I struggled for days to get my environment set up with our 10-year-old Ruby monolith. To debug my issues, I needed to figure out what on my machine was different from the other 600 engineers who all had slightly different setups. I looked at what recent OS upgrades I might have done, what processes were running, and whether Docker was allocating enough memory. There were so many permutations of what could go wrong that I was ready to table flip. I'm supposed to know how to do this stuff, right? And then we adopted Codespaces, your developer environment in the cloud. Codespaces automates environment setup. It hands you a fully built and ready machine that is exactly the same every time in seconds. So instead of comparing production to each of those 600 engineers' machines, you only have to compare them to one at any point in your Git history. And it works on every machine, in every tool, and for everyone. Since we made Codespaces available to GitHub teams and enterprises last year, we're seeing users onboard their teams faster and improve their developer experience. But of course, this is GitHub, and we want to make this experience available to everyone. So, in case you missed it this morning, I'm thrilled to announce again that Codespaces will be available over the next week for all GitHub users with up to 60 hours of free usage every month. So excited. So we don't want to focus on fighting with our developer environments. We want to focus on building what matters, but with your experience, your tools, wherever you are. with the best practices of config as code built in. So let's dive in. The first thing I'll show you is that you can create a code space from any repository. So for example, this is a little React project that I'm working on. From the code dropdown, usually I would clone locally. But instead, I can simply switch to the Code Spaces tab. And by pressing this little plus button, I can create a code space. Now, I already have a code space running on this branch right here. But if I switch branches, let's go over here to main, and let's try implement checkout. There we go, back to the code dropdown. Then the code spaces takes this into account. So really, I can have as many code spaces on as many branches as I want, or really from anywhere in your Git history. You'll also find that code spaces are now in the top navigation header. So we'll go ahead and click on that. And we land on the code spaces dashboard. Here we have access to these quick start templates, a curated list of getting started experiences, and then a list of the code spaces that you can sort by repository. So first, let's create a blank code space. When I click that button, a developer environment is spinning up in the cloud, pre-installed with an image that we call the universal image. It has a common set of tools and runtimes like Python, Node, Docker, and even ML libraries like Conda and PyTorch. We maintain the image so that you don't have to keep up on the latest tooling and security patches. Go ahead and zoom in here a little bit so you can see a little better. Resize this window. The best part about templates is I didn't fork a repo. So if we show the hidden files here in the root is what I meant to say, in the root directory. So I'm going to type in ls-la. It's going to show our hidden files as soon as we get connected here. So we'll make sure I'm hardwired in, which I am. We'll give this just a moment. There we are. All right, ls-la. And there you can see that you might recognize that there's no Git folder. The blank template doesn't even initialize Git. So it's a completely clean environment, just like local, that I can just like mess up and delete when I'm done. And code spaces loads your experience. So our dot files are loading. I have my GitHub theme here, and my VS Code extensions are installing. So right here in the bottom right-hand corner, you should be able to see that I've got Copilot. So let's create a file called test.js, and I'm going to ask Copilot to create a nested loop 3 levels deep. All right. I think Copilot's not actually installed. I'm just going to take a minute here. Copilot, where are you? Hey, Copilot. That's not working on my, I didn't actually get that started. All right. What? I will say I'm really confused, but that's okay. Sometimes this happens. That's what happens in live demos. That's how you know it's live. That's why I'm doing it like this, right? Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. OK, Copilot, you're with me. Are you with me, Copilot? A nested loop, 3 levels deep. And thank you. Thank you, Copilot. Much better. All right. Well, so you're going to laugh, right? Because the whole point I wanted to do that was so that I could show you that my indent rainbow extension is also loaded. Which I think it's not, but that's OK. And then lastly, what I can tell you is loaded is, you might notice here, is this like this beautiful JS? That's my material icon, or my material icon theme, which I just always like to have because it shows me all of my file types at a glance. So I showed you like the extensions that I love, right? You're going to have the extensions that you love. But Codespaces also loads my dot files. So my favorite tools are always with me. For example, I'll start a new actually I can just leave this same terminal window, but I'm gonna start a new session, a new tmux session called new, let's call it Universe Demo. All right, so there I have my tmux session started, and I'm gonna type in a new window, and let's start top over here. Right, so like I can have top on one side, and I can have my favorite processes, my favorite windows, like my setup wherever I want. And so because this all loaded through my dot files, you can actually share productivity tips with anyone simply by sharing your dot files repository. And that's really powerful for teams, right? My experience, if you're pairing with somebody and they're like, oh, that's really cool, you can just be like, here it is. And your dot files are automatically loaded with code spaces. Because as developers, we get very attached to our tools. And for every project, I have a slightly different setup. So often it's VS Code in the browser, it's all I need, but let's take a look at our options, because Codespaces integrates with your favorite tools. So what we're gonna do is we'll switch back to the Codespaces dashboard right over here, and we'll just refresh the page so that we can see that new blank template that we were just working on together. I go right over here to the triple dots in the bottom right-hand corner, press open in, and you can see here that we have VS Code in the browser, we have VS Code Desktop, and now we also have in beta JetBrains and Jupyter Lab. So if you're a Vim user, you can also connect to your code space directly from the GitHub CLI, like this. GHCS SSH. That stands for GitHub Codespaces SSH. And it just gives us an automatic list of all the code spaces that we want. So let's go ahead and look at our automatic waffle here, which is the one that we just created together. And now we have a terminal attached to our code space. So from here, I can even view that tmux session that we just started by typing tmux attach session -t, and I think we called it universe demo. There we go. You know it's the exact same machine in the cloud. And the CLI is a powerful tool for managing your code spaces. So I'll switch to a new session over here. And let's take a look at GHCS, which shows us all of the commands that we have available. So we can copy files between your local machine and your code space. We have CRUD operations. You can manage the visibility of your ports and even rebuild. The CLI provides you incredible access to your remote machine in the way that works for you, and the ability to automate common scripts and full access to the Codespaces API. So Codespace really meets you where you are, on any device with the browser, so I can switch seamlessly between my laptop and my tablet, depending on whether I'm working at home, heading to the coffee shop, or on my commute. All right, so next, we're gonna spin up a little Next.js project together. I'm sure many of you have already done this before because Next is super cool. But if you haven't, traditionally, we would start with something like this, the docs. Now, it's a lot of steps that we're gonna have to walk through. And even if you haven't looked at Next.js before, it's pretty much the same with any technology, right? There's a guide, there's a blog, or a README to get you started. But what if I told you there's a better way that automates these steps for you? Let's take a look at spinning up a Next repository the Codespaces way. So from your Codespaces dashboard, we'll go here and select the See All link. And we can see all these templates that we have available. So we'll simply select the Next.js template, and that's it. That's all the steps, and it just works. Behind the scenes, we're spinning up a remote environment, we're downloading the code from the backing repository, installing dependencies, running the application, and displaying the output. And we're connected to a code space now. npm run dev is running automatically, and the core files that drive this experience are opening too. So I don't know about you, but it might seem a little bit like magic, but it's just config as code right next to your project. The dev container JSON file is a document that defines how your project will build, display, and run. So let's take a look while the server is finishing running. I'll open the dev container folder here, and we'll bring up dev container JSON. Actually, I make this a little bit smaller and this a little bigger. There you go. There you go. So what we do here is we specify the minimum host requirements, the build, the file that should open on launch, and which processes to start and which ports to forward. So every time that someone creates a code space from this repository, they get the same exact delightful experience. I have the full power of VS Code in the browser with my terminal and my running application. And since index.js is the file that drives this experience, it's already open. I don't have to remember whether it's index.js or app.js or #JS. I can just make a quick change. And here, let's call it, where is our fast? Let's call it Universe. Universe demo, and how about getting us a nice emoji? And there it goes. I actually didn't even press save. And we see our change right away. So instead of sitting back and consuming information about how to explore new frameworks, I get to spend more time tinkering and playing with the code. You might have noticed that source control is tracking our changes. You can tell from the source control tab over here. That's right. So we have Git initialized, but we still didn't create a fork of this repository. It's not connected to a repo until we decide to turn this project into something more. So I can commit my change. Excellent. And yes, I do want to stage it. And I can create a repository. Let's make it public. And I'll call it my next idea. So now I can start building out my project with actions, Dependabot, pull requests, and all the other tools that I need to start iterating. I didn't even have to break out of my coding flow, and now I'm ready to collaborate. I'm partnering with my friend Burke, who is a VS Code expert, here to show you a little bit more about the magic of code spaces in VS Code. Hey Burke, I just pushed up this new repo called Next Idea. Let's jam on it.
Going. Thank you, April. Hey, folks. My name is Burke, and I'm being asked to log into the VPN, and I'm just going to decline that right away. I work with the VS Code team at Microsoft, and yeah, let's jump right in here and get started. Now, the first thing we'll do is dismiss this window again, and then come up here and see about turning this off. Let's just disconnect. Perfect. Problem solved. Nope. OK. VPN or no VPN. Normally what we'd have to do here is we'd have to come fork, right? And then we'd come over and click the code tab. We'd come over and we'd clone. We'd pull it down locally. We wouldn't read the README because we don't need that. We'd do some Googling. 30 minutes later, we'd give up and actually read the README, and then maybe we'd be up and running. But today, we're not going to do any of that. We're just going to click code, and then we're going to go to code spaces, and we're going to create a code space right here in the browser. Now, I feel like in the interest of full disclosure, I should tell you, I do work on the VS Code team at Microsoft, and so I'm a little biased. I love VS Code. I love VS Code. This is my VS Code. This is my local VS Code. You're looking at it here. This is my theme. It's called Cobalt 2. You're welcome to steal that, use it for yourself. It's a beautiful theme. I've got tons of icons here in my activity bar, including things I use a lot, like Docker and Azure. All my extensions are here. Even more disturbing, my sidebar is on the right. I mean, y'all look, this thing's totally customized. I can order pizza directly from my VS Code, right? There's literally an extension for everything. That's the magic of VS Code. Now listen, this may seem strange to you, but for me, this is home. I'm comfortable here. And if there's one thing that we know on the VS Code team, it's that it's not our VS Code. It's your VS Code. It's what you do with it that makes it great. And having that familiar environment is like a warm blanket for your soul when you're jumping into a new project or code that you've never seen before. And with VS Code and code spaces, you can take this experience, your experience with you, no matter where you are. So let me show you how. In VS Code, from the gear, we'll click on Turn On Settings Sync. And then from here, we have some options on what we want to turn on. Settings are things like your sidebar on the right, keyboard shortcuts, any shortcuts that you've defined, any user snippets that you've defined, or tasks for running projects. All of your extensions can be synced, and your UI state, which is things like your themes. So we'll just sign in with our GitHub account. And you'll see this happens pretty quickly, and our settings are now synced up to GitHub. Now, how does this actually work in the real world? Let's toggle back over to our browser, and here you see the same project that April had, but it's running for me with my settings, right? So this is my VS Code running here in a code space. My sidebar's on the right. I got my nice theme here. Again, that's Cobalt 2. I can't say that enough. It's a great theme. You should use it if you're not using it. It's awesome. Great ones out there. That's my fave. Now, another thing that we just added in VS Code is a secondary sidebar. Because you like the first sidebar so much, we added a second one for you. And so I actually toggle this with a custom keyboard command. And I like to put my find in the secondary sidebar, right? I want it to have a dedicated spot. And if you don't know this about Visual Studio Code, you can literally just take things and drag them around to where you want them to be and just drop them, okay? And everything in VS Code works this way. So for instance, if we're looking at the timeline in VS Code, it shows the history of the current file that we're in. And you may think to yourself, yeah, that's cool, but that would make more sense in the source control view. No problem, just pick it, drop it over here, right here on the source control view, and you can literally customize VS Code and make it exactly the way that you want it to be. Now, by default, we do a one-way sync for all of your settings when you turn setting sync on to your code space, even if you haven't turned it on in your code space. A one-time, one-way sync. If you want a true two-way sync, you can come and turn on setting sync here in the browser, the same way we did locally, and now any changes you make in the browser will be reflected everywhere else you have setting sync turned on. All right, now, I don't know anything about Next, but that's great. It appears I don't have to, it just kind of works. But I do know a little bit about React, so what I want to do here is just kind of jump in and make a change and see if we're going to start working on this project. So let's see, let's jump over to our index file here. And what I want to do is create, let's just add maybe an H2 here. So we'll just do an H2 and just say hello from VS Code. There we go. Oh, it failed to compile, did it? How about now? That's what I thought. All right. So hello from VS Code. Now, I would, this is great. I like this. But I'd love to change the color of the font. But I can't remember how to do that in React. I always forget this. Oh, this is embarrassing because it's a demo. But you know what? We do have full VS Code here. And that means that we can take advantage of things like Copilot. So maybe if we just ask Copilot for an H2 with inline style. Perfect, that's exactly what I wanted, yes, all right. So this is a red H2. It's an object, I always forget that. Copilot is great at helping you with the little things. So we'll just say hello from VS Code, all right. So now, you know what, I've decided, hey, I really like this, I want to work on this, I want to invest some time into this. We could do that right here in the browser. We could have 50 code spaces running at one time if that's what we wanted to do. But sometimes if you have a long-running work stream, right, you're going to invest in something long-term, you might want to bring that and work on it locally. And you can seamlessly move from the browser to your local VS Code from the menu by selecting Open in VS Code Desktop. This will reload our local VS Code and connect directly to that code space. Now, when this code space comes up, what you'll notice is that even though we're local, down here in the left-hand corner, if I can zoom in a bit, you can see we're actually connected to code spaces. That's called the remote indicator, and that's how we know. If I toggle that sidebar, you can see we've got the sidebar here locally, and eventually all of this will sync because we turned on setting sync in the browser as well. We can also run this locally just like we did in the browser. So if we go over to our ports, we can open up our application here in the browser. And if you notice here, we might still be, are we still firing up? Let's see here. Where's our terminal? Yeah, I think we're still compiling, but if you notice here, it's going to run it right here on this 127. So everything feels local, even though you're actually running in a code space. And that's the magic of working with code spaces. So now you have your own environment, the place where you feel comfortable. But all of this has happened in the span of a couple of minutes. In the real world, you might do this a lot because code spaces are super easy to spin up and then knock down. They can be very ephemeral environments. And so you can manage those from github.com, and you can do it directly from Visual Studio Code. So with the code spaces extension here, I'm going to come over. We can see all of my code spaces that I have created at the moment for all of the accounts that I've got. So here's the one we're working on. You can see it's green because it's actually running. And we can do things here like delete a code space. We can even add a code space from here. You can paste in the URL to a GitHub repo, or we could just go search GitHub right here from Visual Studio Code and create a new code space. Best of all, y'all, we can change the machine type. Look at this. We can get 32 cores and 64 gigs of RAM. Yes, you can literally upgrade your development environment with one click. That is the magic of code spaces. All right, so let's connect back to this code space we were in. Now, we've talked a lot about customization and how important that is, and it is important for you as an individual, but it's also important for code spaces itself. So when April was talking before, she mentioned this configuration as code, and that allows us to configure this environment, the VS Code environment, for anyone who creates a code space from this repository. So for instance, I have the ESLint extension. It's installed for me locally, but if I could put it in the code space, it would improve the experience for anybody who uses this project. And we can do that with a right click and then saying add to dev container JSON. Now, when we do this, it will add the configuration to this file here. So let's take a look at that. And if you scroll down, you can see it's added this section here specifically for VS Code, and any extensions will be in that extensions array. Furthermore, we can specify any setting for VS Code here in this configuration file. For instance, if we figure everybody's sidebar needs to be on the right, we could do that. Don't do that. That's not very nice. Don't move people's sidebars, although I do it. Instead, what you should do is, it's really good for doing things like ESLint, certain properties of this extension. Always show status. Let's set this to true. That way, everybody can always see the status of ESLint in their status bar, which will be nice. Now, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and check this back into April's repo so that she can get the benefits of the ESLint extension and the settings that we've added here. But if you remember, we never actually forked this repo, right? We just started coding. So how does this exist? If I commit code, where does it go? I don't know. Let's find out. So I'm going to come here to the source control. This was our change that we made. We'll go ahead and get rid of this. And let's go ahead and commit this dev container file. And we'll just say add ESLint config and commit. Now, we've committed this file. We're ready to sync it. Sync it to what? Well, because it's Visual Studio Code and code spaces, we take care of this for you. So if we look back at our terminal here and we do a git remote, you'll see that that's not a valid command. Oh, by the way, you see that little light bulb right there? Look at this. We actually fix, if you click on it, it says, did you mean to run git remote-v? Why, yes, I did. Thank you very much, Visual Studio Code. OK, so there we have an origin has been set for us and the upstream, right? This has all been configured for me. I didn't have to do any of this. So now, let's go ahead and push. And what I want to do is I want to create a pull request. So normally, we might jump out and go to github.com and do that. We could still do that. But with the GitHub Issues and Pull Request extension right here in the sidebar, which is included in the code space, we can create a pull request right here from Visual Studio Code. So right here from the sidebar, we should be able to create a pull request directly against, you know what we should do though, probably, what would be better is if we created a feature branch. There we go. Update, config. All right, and then maybe we will publish this branch and to the origin, and we'll submit a PR on that one instead. All right, so I managed to get my Git in a state where I can't push the branch or create the PR, but you can create PRs directly from Visual Studio Code, excuse me, right here with the GitHub issues, pull request and issues extension, even manage them from Visual Studio Code, bringing everything into the inner loop, into the place where you feel comfortable. So that's Visual Studio Code and code spaces. It's your VS Code. Take it with you no matter where you are or where you're working. Happy coding. April?
Thanks, Burke. I'm so excited to learn how your changes are going to make me more productive. So speaking of learning, there are tons of ways to learn and explore new languages and frameworks, and I'm excited to share with you today that LinkedIn Learning has over 50 courses integrated with Codespaces. They cover 6 of the most popular programming languages, as well as topics like data science, AI, machine learning. These courses will be unlocked on LinkedIn Learning for free through February 2023, so definitely go and check it out. I know I'm going to. But I want to tell you about a little bit earlier in my career when I was also still learning how to code. I had my own office. This is a long time ago. I would spend most of my day coding without interruption, right? I'd close my door. But today, I don't close my door on my teammates. We work together. Like Burke and I were just collaborating and learning from each other. And that's why it's not just about building what matters, but doing it together. And Codespaces makes it really easy to collaborate, whether you're working in real time, working asynchronously, or with a larger open source community. So let me show you. We're going to head back over to our next idea. And sometimes I have someone like Burke who I'm pairing on the code with, but other times I just want to show off my work to my product manager or designer. Now, Codespaces are secure by default, which means they're private. So let's go over here to the Ports tab, and we can see here our visibility is private. But I'm going to go ahead and right-click, go to my port visibility, and I can actually make this public or private just to my organization. So I click this, I'm making this port private, and I can go to this preview, and now I can actually share this link with anybody. And I mean, you could actually go to this link right now, and you can share your work as it's in progress and have somebody execute that running application and give you feedback right there. Another way that I can real-time collaborate is with the live share extension. So back here in our code, I can go to live share, and I can now share in real time. I can invite people to collaborate directly on this code space with me live. Or we can invite a bunch of people and start a party programming session. I don't know if party programming is a thing, but you heard it today. So once my project gets a little bigger, I'm going to start getting more collaborators, right? I'm going to want to start managing Codespace, managing my changes with pull requests. And since the GitHub CLI is automatically installed in the universal image, I can create a PR directly from the command line, so I don't even have to break my coding flow. We'll go to the terminal window, start a new terminal window, thank you, and GHPR, and there it is. I can just create, do anything I want to right here with PRs. So sometimes I think about code spaces like Git Stash, but it's for my entire laptop. So we're going to go ahead and stash our project next idea because I want to show you really quickly what it's like when I collaborate with my team at GitHub and how Codespaces integrates into my workflows. So this is a map of my team. We are split across time zones, so real-time communication isn't always possible. We rely heavily on asynchronous collaboration, which we do through pull requests. In fact, right now, let's go ahead and take a look at a pull request for my team, one of my team members, Emerald. So back here at my demo. Now, I don't want Emerald to get blocked with getting these improvements in, but when I'm in the flow, it can be really hard to switch contexts. So instead of when I'm working locally, stashing my changes, switching branches, maybe rebuilding, I simply go to any pull request, like this one from Emerald. I select the code dropdown right here, and I create a code space from her last commit. This is another one of those friction points that I didn't realize that I had until Codespaces handed me a completely isolated and pre-built environment at exactly the right point in Git history, so I can switch contexts more easily. But there's another place that I'm contributing to PRs, another place where we build together, and that's the open source community. Codespaces is a game changer for open source, for maintainers and contributors alike. So this demo that I just showed you is incredible for keeping maintainers productive and reviewing PRs. You can spin up as many laptops in the cloud as PRs to review, making it easier to juggle and manage all the incoming requests. And once that PR is merged, delete the code space. And if you're a contributor, think about this. Every project has a slightly different structure and tool set. And oftentimes they're complex, and you have limited time to contribute. So let's take a look at an open source project and really dig into that complexity. All right, Codespaces manages complexity so that you don't get stuck halfway through configuring your environment. With support for complex project types, powerful machines, easy configuration, and fast, continuous rebuilds. There's a rich and powerful tool set for maintainers and contributors to make the community better for everyone. All right, so we're gonna check it out here with a repository called QuestDB. It's an open source project, a high throughput time series database that I've been tracking because I'm a total data nerd. And I've been working on this code space from a fork of this project on a new branch called Bootstrap Codespaces. I've added a dev container JSON file. And this is a Java project, by the way. So if we scroll down here, you can see it's like 88% Java. And I was a Java developer in my past life, and my primary IDE was IntelliJ. So when I'm coding in Java, it's my preferred tool. I can come up here to the code dropdown. I can select Open In, and let's select the JetBrains Gateway. Excellent. So you figured out exactly which code space I want to create. And I just want you to call out here that we also have access to RubyMine, PyCharm, PHP, WebStorm, and Golang. So I'll leave IntelliJ connected, and we'll jump right in. So I get the power of CodeSpace of IntelliJ without even having to install the IDE or Java on my machine. That's right. In all my developer tools, except for a thin client, are located in a secure and isolated remote environment, so I don't ever have to worry about Java conflicts ever again. So in our IntelliJ run configurations, they're already loaded, so we can simply come up here and run the server. Now, with this, what this will do is it's going to spin up a web console so that we can interact with our database. It's right over here. Localhost 98,000, but as you know, this is actually running in the cloud. So this is our beautiful web console. It's like one of my favorite things about QuestDB. It's really, really nice to use. And I'm going to go ahead and I've got some pre-seeded data here. I'm going to run, and awesome, there's our data. So in a few seconds, we're up and running and exploring this project. Now, one of the things that I tend to do when jumping into a new open source project to contribute is figuring out what the critical paths are and how the project is formed. Now, a powerful way to do this is finding a test and that does something important and then add a breakpoint, and you can just trace through the stack. So let's do that together. Now, if we come back here to the test that I picked out, which is the SQL compiler test, I'm guessing, just taking a guess, that my class under test here is SQL compiler, so let's go ahead and search for that. And there it is. So it looks like, yeah, we've definitely got, we're constructing a new SQL compiler right here. So let's go to the top of this test, and I put a breakpoint already here in our SQL compiler. Excellent. I'm gonna go ahead and right-click, and let's debug this test. This is what I love about Codespaces. Did it go? Yes. Nice. Okay, so I am terrible about reading code. I am an active learner. I want to play with the technologies, not just read about them. So I've hit my breakpoint. I can start investigating the stack trace and build a mental map from the connections, right? I'm ready to jump into a good first issue. So let's think about that, right? We went directly from starting our environment, we found a test, and we're just up and running. Now, QuestDB runs in a single Docker container, but what about monorepos and microservices? Codespaces supports these too. So here, I'll show you back at our QuestDB repository. So from here, QuestDB, we're going to spend most of the rest of our time in this code dropdown in these 3 little dots right here. And now what we can do is create a code space, but with options. So from here, you can see that we have multiple dev containers to work with. So if you're working on a monorepo, you can define multiple dev containers in the same repository so each collaborator can work on a code space tailored to their needs. Now, if you remember, I seeded the Quest database with some data. And so if you had different teams working on the same code base and they had different data needs that they're working on, all you need to do is create a new, so they're working on different components of the system. All you need to do is create a new dev container. And you have access right here to a different, kind of like a profile. It's like a different profile. So you have just like a different profile in your system. But what if I have microservices that contain dependencies across multiple repositories? You can configure your dev container to pull in those code bases as well, leveraging GitHub authentication to ensure secure access. So GitHub has, or Codespaces has all these complex cases covered. And let's take a look at our machine type here. We have access to 4, 8, 16, 32 cores, and also in private beta, 6 cores as well. Super powerful machines. You'll notice here, 2 cores aren't available because I set the minimum requirements in the dev container to 4 cores because I just want to make sure that everybody who's spinning this up has a really great experience. All right. So now we talked a little bit about these multiple dev containers. I actually want to show you just how easy it is to configure a dev container. So we're going to come back here in our code dropdown to these 3 little dots, and we'll configure a dev container. Dev containers are truly powerful, but they're also super easy to configure. So from our repository, here we go, you can see this is the dev container that I was already working on for this project. Let's say, like if I just kind of start typing some important information here, you're going to see some squiggles. That's because we go ahead and we're making sure that we're parsing this file. But what I really want to show you, and I want to draw your attention to, is this features section. Features are reusable configurations, kind of like building blocks that help you configure your environment with common frameworks, language support, and tools. So for an example, right here you can see that this is SSH is what we're loading in here. So if we type SSH, you can see that this is an SSH server, which allows remote connections from the terminal. And it's created by the dev container core team, and it has the blue check mark so that we know it's been verified. Now I have the documentation in line right here. If we click on that, right here, so I can just copy it right over. And we already have this one access, but yep, copy right over, and there it is. And I can build my dev container in this way. Now, we also, if we go back here, we can see that we could bring in Java, we can bring in Node, Python, and for each of these images, it has tons of versions, right? So this is really powerful. You don't have to have your own image. You can take advantage of the pre-configured images and tools that you need, and the dev containers team will handle all of the versions for you and all of those tools. So I can build out my dev container. I can also do this, pro tip, in VS Code and rebuild right in line and iterate on my environment. All right, so the last thing that I want to show you is, actually we'll go ahead and cancel out these changes. The last thing that I want to show you is, where do we go? There, code dropdown. There we go. From these 3 dots is setting up pre-builds. Pre-builds give you the ability to run code
Good afternoon, everybody. How we doing here at GitHub Universe? Ooh. Mr. Hanselman,
I'll let you go,
is that
Scott.
your
Have a
lovely
great
face I
conversation.
see remote in Portland, Oregon?
Can we hear Brian? What's happening?
All right, I hear Scott. Do you hear me?
Hey, how are you doing, sir? We're crossing the streams.
This is crazy. I thought we don't do that. That's a Ghostbusters problem. It's going to change the universe, man.
Cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. So you have like like water behind you right now. You're in the middle of a fountain.
I am a fountain here in sunny San Francisco for GitHub Universe. Even the sun thought they should come out for our wonderful event.
Very, very exciting stuff. Well, thanks for letting us jump into your stream, and thank you for jumping into our stream. Appreciate that.
It's wonderful. We love .NET developers. So rumor has it, you guys have this amazing thing going on telling the world about a great new version of .NET.
We are in fact, yeah. We just launched .NET 7, and just a few minutes ago, I was talking with Richard Campbell and showing him how I've got GitHub Actions going and building my entire website, testing it, running Dependabot. I've got CodeQL. I've got security updates. I feel like I have a DevOps team, except it's just me, right?
A DevOps team of one. That's fantastic. Love it.
Yeah. So I put together a couple of things for you that might make you smile. First, I've got this lovely slide that includes the shiny GitHub Universe. So we got the cooperative crossover for our friends at GitHub. But I think you might get a kick out of this here. You see my LEDs in the background?
Oh, what do you got going on there? Oh, glowing Mona. Oh, that is wonderful, Scott.
Put the Octocat up.
So you know what's wonderful about that is I know in your heart of hearts you're a tinkerer and you like to hack things. So have you got your mail yet today?
I got my mail today? I have not yet received my mail. Do I need to go outside?
Well, no, something's coming for you. We have sent you a special gift, a hackable Raspberry Pi GitHub Universe badge just for you.
Oh.
So Martin Woodward thought of you. It should hopefully even be there today. We just want to share the love with our buddies. A little ink display, put your name on it, or tell a story, whatever you want to do.
Oh, that is very cool. You know, actually on my desk right now, I've got, Meadow.NET devices. Meadow just had their release 1.0 release candidate, so I can run .NET on tiny devices. I've got .NET running on Raspberry Pis with our friends at PyTop. So adding a Raspberry Pi device to my pile here is going to be perfect. I've even got this Wilderness Labs project lab right here. And so in this case, I'm actually putting together a weather station, working on a weather station, again, powered by .NET.
It's a wonderful world we live in. It's amazing. So look for this in the mail and let us know what you think. Put some photos on Twitter for us.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate that. Yeah. Now you've been heads down, of course, focused on GitHub Universe, but have you seen some of the cool stuff going on with .NET 7?
Yes, and I've actually been able to work with it, but why don't you tell the community what we've got for them, because a lot of the hubbers are heads down today with our keynote.
Yeah. So it's a couple of the highlights here that I'm excited about. I just literally updated my Visual Studio just a few minutes ago, but I was pointing out to Richard Campbell that we've got native support for ARM64, which is really, really cool. So that's cool for a couple of reasons. First, I've got just over here on my standing desk the new Windows Dev Box, which is an ARM64 device. So we've got native ARM. So I've got both native ARM for .NET 7 and native ARM for Visual Studio itself, which is really cool. And right over here, I can grab my Surface Pro X ARM-based device, which I can now run Visual Studio and .NET 7 on. So we're starting to see a lot more action in the ARM space, which is really, really cool. And then it is great news. And then, of course, Linux support just keeps coming, right? You know, we keep the hits keep coming with the Linux support on with .NET. We're in the box with Ubuntu at this point. So, when you have Ubuntu, you have .NET, and you have that ability. So it's nice to just have that out of the box, and we appreciate our partners at Canonical for making stuff like that happen.
That's fantastic. Because just reducing the friction to get started is wonderful.
Well, it's just nice to know that it's available and it's ready to go out of the box. So the other thing that is really cool is you can build container images with .NET without having to install anything. So you're getting container images out of the box without using Docker Desktop. You can build a container and then push it to a container registry. So developers can build containers locally and push them without any additional software.
Man, friction-free. Keep it up. That's great. What else you got
Yep.
there?
Yep. That's pretty cool. And then, of course, cross-platform mobile apps, the .NET MAUI, the .NET Modern App UI, the ability to create applications that are going to run anywhere. I mentioned before these devices that are running. Is that a DJ?
Yes, we have a DJ. We are getting ready to have some music at lunch.
You just casually, I want to go back to that. You just casually threw out a DJ. That's pretty cool. I'm showing my slides and then suddenly there's a DJ available. It makes me feel like maybe we should have had a DJ here and now you're just trying to show off at this point.
Well, it's great to have a live conference after the pandemic, man. You know how it is.
Yeah, that's very cool. I love that. That's cool. We're gonna have to step it up next time and get a DJ because now you're just showing off. Yeah, so I was saying that, actually I want to go back to .NET 6 is included in Ubuntu 22.04. So you just go apt install .NET 6 and you just get it, which is ridiculous.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
We, anything we can do to make, reduce the friction so the developer can do the magic and write code as opposed to work on infrastructure and all the stuff that goes into that and getting their machine ready is great.
Yeah. And then, for folks that are maybe on .NET Core 3 or .NET 5, and they're like, I don't know, what do I want to do? You have the .NET Upgrade Assistant now, which is like a step-by-step command line tool that'll walk you through the upgrade process, and it basically will perform the migration for you. So, one of my games that you might remember, Baby Smash,
yes,
is almost 16, 17 years old now, and in fact, the baby from Baby Smash is getting their driver's license this week.
Oh, you poor thing.
Yeah. But that's interesting because .NET is both mature, it's ready to go in containers, it's ready for cloud native, but it's also, there's a lot of legacy there.
Exactly. And organizations rely on it for their line of business software every day.
Exactly. And Baby Smash, in the example, was a WPF app from 17 years ago. We ran the Upgrade Assistant on it, and we brought that forward. So if you might be using WPF, you might be using WCF, Windows Communication Foundation, you might be thinking, oh, the new .NET's not for me. Turns out it actually is.
That's wonderful. God, I remember when you brought that out. That was wonderful. My children played with it. It was great.
Yeah. I was surprised how easy it was to upgrade. It walks you through the process. It converts the things that you need to convert, and we're putting in analyzers and code fixers. So if you have a WinForms or a WPF, a console app, or a class library app, we'll have these fixers that will say step by step, and it's not automatic. And by automatic, I mean it's not like a black box where it does a conversion. It literally is like an interview, and it walks you through. I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm going to back up your code. I'm going to do that. So you can put those commits into GitHub really neatly and say, all right, upgraded this, upgraded those, and then if you want, squash the commit and do your thing.
Just think about the changes in the generation when you first built that to now you can build it on GitHub and share with the community, get feedback, get pull requests and contributions to just make it all that much better.
Absolutely. There's also a ton of stuff going on in the web space, in the ASP.NET Core on .NET 7. We've got support for HTTP 3 built in. So just when you're thinking maybe I need to upgrade to HTTP 2, too late. Now it's HTTP 3. We've got that as well. And if you have been out of the .NET space for a minute, it's really, really easy to make these web APIs small, minimal APIs. It's a really interesting expression of how to do a minimal API. So those are great for cloud native apps. I'm looking at the list here. There's rate limiting. We've got new support for output caching. We've got gRPC. The perf numbers that we're getting on .NET 7 are redonkulous and super, super fast. So it's the fastest .NET ever.
That's fantastic. Well, you know,
Yeah.
we're working hard to make it easier for everybody to get started. So do you have another slide there by chance, maybe?
Let's see. Oh, look at this.
that.
What's that? What's happening at GitHub Universe?
Well, we love .NET developers, and one of the things we announced today is code spaces for everyone. 60 hours free to do whatever you want. So that includes .NET on Linux with a click of a button, Scott. Don't even have to apt-get anything. Just open up a new code space.
So that just, do I have to click anything? Do I have to sign up? I don't have to. Do I just have a GitHub and I have this access
You have a
now?
GitHub handle, you go on, click on code spaces, and click the button. And we got new templates to make it easy to get started. Yeah, I know. What? It's absolutely wonderful. And then we've got, as you know, Copilot is available right now for individuals. You can sign up for a free trial if you haven't played with that. And now it's available for companies. We've had great response from the individuals out there. Over 100,000 people use it every day. And now companies want to buy it for their developers. And you know, you talked about Actions. We brought full support for ARM now in GitHub Actions runners, as well as we have some monster-sized runners for Windows and Ubuntu. 64 cores, 256 gigs of RAM. I think you can build the next version of Baby Smash okay.
This is the Godzilla level
Yes.
machines.
Absolutely. And so we got a lot of
Well,
other
that's
great
fantastic.
features. But I think again, we got this new State of the Octaverse report, 10 years this year. And something I want to tell the .NET community, number one, C# is holding strong as the 5th most popular language on GitHub. And you ready for this? You're going to love this, Scott. Our fastest growing communities, the top 10, number 4, .NET MAUI, and number 5, Microsoft Playwright.
Very cool. We just, in fact, just a few minutes ago at .NET Conf had our friends from Playwright come and show us that. And again, running those Playwright runners in GitHub Actions is a really great way to get started with end-to-end testing.
It's fantastic. And of course, GitHub, we're the home for everybody. So Python, JavaScript. JavaScript continues to be number one. So, if you want to get your web on, we've got lots of templates for that. And again, in security, as you brought up, you can be a DevOps team of one, and we continue to offer, Dependabot forever for free and open source, as well as the new security report. And that's probably a good thing. If you find an issue in one of those community libraries you're contributing to, we can do private CVE reporting to help the community with those problems. So again, GitHub is all about community for everybody, and we love our .NET developers. So I'm so glad we're able to get together and talk. And I really hope you get a chance to hack on this little Raspberry Pi badge when it shows up at your doorstep.
I will head over to the mailbox right now. It's probably sitting in there. I didn't realize.
I hope so, because I really do. But if it doesn't, we'll get you a tracking number.
Very cool. I appreciate that. All right. So let's find out what's next. I think we're
Nerds, engineers, scientists, analysts, people who love to build software. My name is Ryan J. Salvo. We heard so many great things about Copilot and code spaces and actions and projects and everything this morning. I know that not everyone here has had an opportunity to play with Copilot yourselves, and so there's really no better way to get to know a product than to dive right into it. So I'm not going to waste any time with slides. I'm going to get directly to a demo. Should we do it? Yeah? All right, let's do it. All right, let's wake this old machine up here. All right, cool. Come on, little guy. All right. So we're going to start here by creating a little method in Python that is going to just find the smallest of 3 elements in a list. All right, we're going to do that by providing a couple little comments here. And there's, you can use sort, which is fine, is good. But you know what? Let's actually not use sort. Let's not use the language features here. Let's actually make Copilot do it itself. In fact, you know what? Some of those aren't very helpful. Some are longer. Let's make it a little bit harder for ourselves, and let's actually make it the n smallest. OK, all right, good. This looks pretty reasonable. So I'm going to now, maybe that last line is a little bit difficult, and so I'm going to say, you know what? Tell me how exactly this thing works. This is not using Copilot to actually code, but rather to tell us how the function is built. There we are. Steps 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, that's pretty good. What if now we want it to tell us the time complexity, right? OK. What if we want it to tell us why it has that time complexity? All right, that's a good thing, too. A little bit long, but now we know a little bit more than we did before. OK, this is solid. OK, what about now? Let's do some unit tests. Make it a random number. And Copilot works best when you give it kind of good specific instructions. And so we're going to ask it to use dynamically generated random list of numbers, or integers, more like it. All right. And you know what? Here, let's just kind of go with that. We'll try. Oh, this looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. Let's see here. Random up to 100 different tests. But you know what? I don't think that I want this to actually have any duplicates in it. So I'm going to modify it here to say, do not allow duplicates in the list. OK. A little bit different, but this actually looks about right. So we'll accept that. Let's go ahead and run the unit test. Bring up our terminal here. And we don't need to clear it. Don't need to do that. But we do want to execute it. All right. Test pass. Good enough. I kind of want to know what actually happened in there, though. And so let's go ahead and just add in a little print statement here. Get some actual arrays output into it. There we are. Bunch of arrays. Pretty cool, right? So what was actually happening in this? Well, Copilot itself works maybe a little bit like a kind of like a language translation tool, right? When you go to Google Translate and you say, translate hello world to Dutch or Zulu or Polish, right? It translates it there. But if you want to go from English to Java, let's say, well, it looks an awful lot like public class, so on and so forth. And that's exactly what Copilot is doing. It's essentially learning language patterns, nouns, verbs, direct objects, syntax, to better understand if you have a sentence or an intent that you wish to convey, to translate it. It's not referring back to specific, I don't know, I've never seen that data before. It's not referring back to specific instances. No, it's synthesizing that based upon its understanding of those language patterns. Now, there's a lot that we do there to kind of get from the initial context that's in your code editor back over to the actual model and back to a suggestion in your machine. One of the first things that we do is we mess around with what we call prompt crafting, right? What prompt crafting is essentially doing is it's playing lots of little tricks in the code editor to send context, maybe a little bit before, a little bit after your cursor, to the model. But we want to send good, juicy context so we get the most robust suggestions back. One of the things that we do is we play with neighboring tabs here, right? So let's imagine that you've got some code that you're writing on the active tab on the left, and then you've got another tab that's open. Maybe it has some supporting unit tests in it. Maybe it has some other methods or classes that get leveraged in your active tab. Well, what we'll do is we'll find in a sliding window on that unopened tab, or rather neighboring tab, on a sliding window, we'll perform a comparison, deduplicated for all the symbols, so we're only showing unique symbols, and we perform what's called a Jacquard similarity comparison between the context that's in your active tab and the actual content that's in your neighboring tab. What this does is it draws additional variable names, class names, method names, logic into the prompt so that when we send it back over to the model, we can actually get the best, the most robust suggestions that are relevant to the intent that you're actually driving. All of that results in aggregate across all languages in about a 30% acceptance rate. When we talk about acceptance rate, that means that if you as a developer see 10 suggestions, you might accept 3 of those suggestions in a minute or in a session, right? And as you saw before in the keynote, up to 40% of code being written by Copilot in our best languages, for languages like Python. Now, I talked about prompt crafting. It then passes through a proxy server before it goes on to the model to return back kind of the suggestion. I want to focus a little bit right now on that middle part, that proxy server, because a lot of interesting things happen in that middle part. You know, we talk about Copilot as being an AI pair programmer, right? And many of you, I'm sure, have probably worked with a pair programmer before. Maybe you were debugging a live site incident. Maybe you were learning a new part of the code base. And if you had someone sitting there beside you, you probably wanted them to help you stay focused on the task at hand, especially if it's a live site incident, right? But, you know, if someone's standing there beside you whispering crazy stuff into your ear, it's kind of hard to stay focused on what you're doing, right? If they're saying all sorts of weird political stuff, going down the conspiracy theory kind of rabbit hole. And so we like to apply a little bit of extra AI into kind of Copilot to make sure that it remains a true professional at the keyboard, that it is helping you stay focused on the code that you're trying to write and not introducing weird stuff. So I'm going to show you a little kind of video here taken from one of our kind of test harnesses. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now up front, there's going to be a phrase on the next one that introduces bias, it declares bias. GitHub, we do not tolerate bias of any kind. This is merely for demonstration purposes so that you can understand how the neural networks work, right? So here we go. We're going to run through this, and we're in our test harness here. And we have a phrase that implies bias of one group against another, but none of the individual words are naughty words themselves, right? I, are, smart. None of those are bad words on their own. You have to understand what the intent of that is in order to understand whether or not it is a biased statement. So we're going to run it here up against a bunch of different checks. And what we'll find here is that for hate speech, it evaluates as true because the neural network has identified as being likely. But the pattern, that is to say, were any of the words naughty words, evaluates to false. So now let's use another example here. Let's use the example of unicorn candy. Now, unicorn candy is delicious and wonderful, and I'm sure everyone here would love some, but it will not evaluate as true here. Neural network, no. Hate speech, no. If we go to Copilot, and we maybe attempt to prompt unicorn candy in here, using, what are we in now? Are we in Python, I believe, again? Right? Define a new method for unicorn candy. Copilot will only be too happy to provide a suggestion back, allowing us to kind of stay focused here. I'm a unicorn, baby, right? Now, we'll go back, and now we're going to add unicorn candy to our list here. And this is going to teach the neural network that, hey, you need to start recognizing things like this as possibly being biased, possibly being a naughty word, right? Here we're going to compare it up against a large kind of corpus of essentially language that's being used, whether with Copilot or elsewhere. Unicorn candy doesn't evaluate true because no one says bad things about unicorn candy. And then we're going to insert it into our database where we'll run that orchestrator again. Here you'll notice that it evaluates to true as soon as we've added it into it. Now, language is an evolving thing, right? And so don't worry. We can realize our mistake, realize that unicorn candy is good, and we can remove it back from our index so that everyone can now go and play around in Copilot using unicorn candy, feeling safe and knowing that you'll actually get some back. But when we attempt to write out unicorn baby, good to go. If we attempt to write out unicorn candy, maybe not so much, right? And this is just one of many kind of sort of adjustments that we make on that proxy server to make sure both that things like tokens or email addresses and personal identifiable information aren't transferring back and forth between the editor and the model, as well as biased content that pulls you away from the focus of what you were trying to create and do. All right. So we've heard a little bit about how Copilot works under the hood, but there's so much more that happens between the developer and their keyboard and the productivity gains and the happiness and the flow that they realize there. For that, we really need a human researcher, and so now I want to invite our lead human researcher, Irini, to the stage. Irini, please, come on out.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. It's really nice. It's really exciting to be here and to be able to talk about all the work that we have done. We have done plenty of research on Copilot. Oh, sorry. Let's go back a slide. We have done plenty of research on Copilot, and we use it both to inform how we build the product and also to understand what kind of effect it has. So today, I wanted us to take a look at what we have learned from developers is their experience with Copilot, and how is it that this tool helps them. And I'm going to take you all in a little bit of a detour because the process to understand how is it that Copilot helps with developer productivity and happiness, for us, it actually started before Copilot showed up. There were two previous pieces of research that we did that showed us what are factors that really matter to developers. After all, we're talking about their happiness and their productivity. The first piece of research that we did was called the Good Day Project. And here we were trying to understand what is it that makes developers' days good. So we run an internal experiment at GitHub. We had 40 GitHub engineers participate in kind of a proof of concept. And for 2 weeks, every day, they filled out a 2-minute survey. And so let's imagine this. It's the end of your day, whatever time you told us that is for you. You get a ping from us. We ask you how your workday was. We give you these options. And we also ask you some follow-up questions about that day. How many meetings you had, how many breaks you took, how much you worked with others that day, that sort of thing. Every day, the questions are the same. And what that allows us to do in the background is to start associating how good of a day you're having with all these other things that are happening in your day. What we found was that as a developer, breaking your state of flow is detrimental to your satisfaction, to your productivity, to your sentiment, to your overall sense of progress. A developer's chance of having a good day plummets from 82% all the way down to 7% if they experience more than minimal interruptions during their day. So developers are really happiest and productive when they can stay on task and they can stay in the flow, and they can also avoid a lot of frustration that comes from having a very fragmented day. And so that was really what we took away from that earlier research, was that for developers, the state of flow is precious. Anything we can do to help them stay in the state of flow really goes a long way to help them. And that interruptions of any form are really disruptions for developers. They really cause them to have a bad day. So let's remember that. The second research piece that we did, and that is relevant here, was from last year's State of the Octoverse report. And I will do a small parenthesis here to say there's a brand new State of the Octoverse report for 2022. Definitely make sure to check it out. But what I'm saying here is from last year's investigation. Last year we saw that teams that introduced automation and how they're doing their work not only reported 43% better performance, they also reported 30% higher fulfillment with their work. And why is that? It's because automation takes care of a lot of busy work, and it removes that, creating room for developers to focus on work that they actually do find satisfying, which already sounds great, but it actually gets bonus points because there are many research studies that show that fulfillment, job fulfillment from doing satisfying work, is a predictor of retention. So the more fulfilled developers are with the work that they do, the more likely they are to stay on and continue doing it. So in that sense, any form of automation that we can introduce that removes boilerplate, repetitive work that developers otherwise had to do is a sort of a dial that we can use to have a positive influence on both developers' fulfillment and their retention. Let's go back to our main path. Enough with the detour. How does all of this relate to Copilot? We believe, and we see it in people's feedback, that it's these same concepts, the importance of flow, the benefits of automation for doing satisfying work, these same concepts apply to Copilot, and they resonate with developers as they're using the tool. We surveyed over 2,000 developers who used Copilot because we wanted to understand their experience and what it is that they're getting out of it. And here are some of the things that we saw. We saw that 59% reported that they feel less frustrated as they're coding when they use Copilot. 77% reported that they spend less time searching. And 73% told us that using Copilot helps them stay in the flow. You saw how Copilot works in Raya's demo. As developers are in the editor and they're typing, Copilot delivers them suggestions that include a lot of the answers and the examples that developers otherwise would have to go somewhere else to look for, and that would have created a form of interruptions. And we already know that that's a bad day for developers. So when they're using Copilot, they don't have to make that extra trip, and they have a higher chance of maintaining their state of flow. We also heard in the same feedback very similar benefits to what we have heard when teams introduce other forms of automation. We had 87% reported that they spend less mental effort on repetitive tasks. 60% reported that they feel more fulfilled with their job when they're using Copilot. And 74% reported that they are able to focus on more satisfying work. This is excellent ground for that positive effect on fulfillment and retention that I mentioned earlier. So this is all sounds really great, for developer happiness, for developer satisfaction, for productivity. Developers seem to be able to stay in the flow when they're using Copilot. They are able to focus on satisfying work. There was one more thing that we noticed in the same survey. 88% of the people who participated reported that when they're using Copilot, they complete tasks faster. And 96%, which is almost everyone, said the same thing specifically for repetitive tasks. This has been one of the earliest and most common hypotheses around Copilot, is that when developers use it, they're able to complete tasks faster. And from the survey, we certainly know that developers feel faster as they're using Copilot and they're coding with it. And so for our next step, we wanted to measure to find out how much faster we're talking about. More research. So we run a controlled experiment. We recruited 95 professional developers. We split them randomly into 2 groups. And we timed how long it took them to write an HTTP server in JavaScript. One group used GitHub Copilot to complete the task, and the other one didn't. And we would like to give you a little bit of a taste of what that research, what the tasks were actually like. And since we had Ryan here, maybe we can recruit him. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, thanks for having me back.
Would you like to be our 96th participant for this study?
Can I use Copilot?
Well, I mean, we didn't give our participants the option, but sure, we're going to put you on the group that uses
If I can, I would appreciate that. I think
All right.
it's my only chance of success here.
Sure.
All right.
Okay. That makes sense.
Let's do it.
All right. You'll find everything you need to get started. These are the same instructions that we gave our participants. So you will find that you have like a good description of the task.
Okay.
We're going to move a little bit closer to see what is it that you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And all right, let's go. I'm also going to keep time a little bit because you know.
All right. So let's see here. So I've got an HTTP service that I need to do. We need some prompts. We need some responses. There's some error codes that you need me to check for. So I will scroll down and find here, implement me. That looks like the right place to go. So we'll do just that. All right. So we're going to start by giving it some instructions to just parse the string response. And we will give it kind of a request that we need to create. So good to go there. All right, we're doing kind of tab, easy one-liners, which this feels good. This is easy. All right. I want to do a little bit different here. Big chunky piece here. And it looks like we're heading to the end of this function, the natural conclusion. So I'm just going to go run some tests. Do a little jest run here. And it looks like we've got almost all of them passing.
So that's 1 minute in, not bad at all.
And in fact here, look at this. All of the ones in that method, so are passing. So we're going to go back and we're going to go do the response now. And as we go through this one, parse the request again. And I bet here that I can probably do a little bit of a cheat here. In fact, I'm going to do Control-Enter and get a big, long list of synthesized suggestions. And most of them here look fairly similar to each other. That's usually a good sign. And so with that, I'm just going to choose one of them. Let's see. Let's go with maybe, you know what? I'm going to go with this one. And there's a lot here, so let's just run a test off of this and see if my luck holds, how much of it actually passes.
Okay.
All right.
Very good.
Not too bad. Only 2 that haven't passed. It's the 400 error and the HTTP one that have not passed, though. So I'm going to do a little bit of defensive coding back here. I'm going to debug the 400 one, and I'll add in a console.log. And with that, I'll have a little bit more visibility into what's going on. Plus, I'll do some checks here, make sure that like all of the headers actually show up inside of it. And I'm guessing here that if I also check to make sure that HTTP is in there as well, that might help me along a little bit. God, this is excruciating.
No pressure.
Coding under the spotlight. All right. This feels good. Let's give it a try.
Huh.
All right. I'm good.
And you are, yes.
But it doesn't count until I've committed.
That's true. You probably want to.
So let's get this out. Let's do all test pass. And I'm going to give myself a trophy because I deserve it. So there we go. How's that?
Yeah, very good. Pretty good. I noticed a couple of things. You were for sure using keyboard shortcuts quite a bit. So
Yep.
like, that tells me you know your way around Copilot, which is what I would
love keyboard
expect.
shortcuts. Yep.
There was also a part when you were accepting line after line. That seemed to go pretty fast.
Yeah, that feels like when I'm doing that, because I can just, like, it's kind of what I expect. And so hitting tab enter is, I don't know, doesn't take a lot of thinking. Right, yeah.
But then there was the other part where you were using the side panel to synthesize something that ended up being a longer suggestion, and that went a little bit slower.
And again, at least the thing that I noticed was doing that is because they all looked kind of similar, I was kind of like trying to parse what the difference between them was. And it ended up being a little bit of a just pick one and see where it goes. Yeah.
And we do find that that's consistent with how people use it too, is that if the longer the suggestion, a little bit extra time it takes to wrap your head around things. But this was impressive timing-wise.
Thanks.
Maybe a little too impressive. Like maybe you've practiced this before.
I have. Yeah, I did.
All right. All right. Well, thank you for owning up to that. We're not going to include you in our report or anything. We're also not going to compensate you like we did with our participants.
The reward for being here on stage is enough. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for going along with this. But let's take a look at what the real results were like. So we saw that the group that used Copilot was more successful in completing the task at all. So 78% out of that group finished the task compared to 70% in the group that didn't use Copilot. And that was already good news, but the striking difference was that the developers who used Copilot completed the task significantly faster. It took them 55% less time. So specifically, the developers using Copilot on average took 1 hour and 11 minutes to complete the task, while the developers who didn't use Copilot finished on average the same task in 2 hours and 41 minutes. So you see why I said
undermining my credibility. I get it.
Okay. Now, speed, which we clearly have here with Copilot, and quality are sometimes in tension with each other. So I may be doing things faster by cutting corners or compromising in some way. So at this point, a lot of people wonder, what is the quality like of this code that is written with Copilot? And there have been 2 research studies, both done from New York University researchers, NYU. And these studies have been central in the investigation and the evaluation of the security and the quality of Copilot suggestions. And today, we're very lucky to have one of the authors here, Brendan Dolan-Gavitt, to talk to us about the research. Brendan is an assistant professor in the Computer Science and Engineering department at the NYU Tandon School of Engineering. He leads the Machine Learning Embedded Software and System Security Lab there that is part of NYU's Center for Cybersecurity. And the group's goal, among other things, is to create better techniques to assess security vulnerabilities and to generate benchmarks. So let's have Brendan join us on stage. Let's move on. Hello, Brendan.
Hi.
Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to jump right in. We want to hear you, in your own words, describe a lot of the research that you have been doing with your group. So about 1.5 years ago, you did an evaluation. You did a study to look into the security of Copilot suggestions. And this is a study that has been published and that your team got a distinguished paper award for, which is amazing. Congratulations. Can you give us, everyone here, for everyone's benefit, give us an overview of what the study was like and what you learned?
Sure. So this was basically last summer, right after Copilot had just first come out. And one of the things that we were really interested in figuring out is if you're using Copilot to write code in some sort of security-sensitive situation, how often is the code going to have a security vulnerability? So we designed 89 different scenarios that covered security-relevant situations like writing a login page for a website or inserting some data into an SQL database. And then we had Copilot generate completions for each of those scenarios. And to figure out if there were security vulnerabilities, we actually used another GitHub product, CodeQL, to test if the resulting completions had any vulnerabilities. And in that case, we actually found that across all these completions, about 40% of that code was vulnerable. And so this was a little bit high. We also had some kind of fun results looking at what influenced the rate of vulnerabilities. So one of them was that if you use tabs instead of spaces, you actually have slightly more vulnerable suggestions. And meanwhile, actually, if you set the author field in the file to a really famous programmer, someone who's like really good at coding, you'll actually get slightly fewer vulnerabilities. So these are some kind of fun results.
That's awesome. I mean, like, it's not awesome that you found all the security vulnerabilities, but like awesome research. At the same time, like, I know that you conducted a second study that is now public but not yet published, right? So why did you conduct the second study? What did you find?
Yeah, so with the second study, we were trying to address some limitations of the original study. So in the original study, we basically were just letting Copilot do its thing. There wasn't any human in the loop, so no one was sort of looking at the code and saying, OK, that doesn't look right, I'm going to fix it. The other thing is that we weren't directly comparing against human users, so we didn't know how often they would have written security vulnerabilities in that same situation. And so this second follow-up study was really designed to kind of address those issues head on. We actually recruited a group of 59 users and split them into two groups. One of them that had access to a IDE plugin that used Codex, very similar to Copilot, and the other group that was writing code unassisted, the way we all used to do before a year ago. And then we had them implement a kind of shopping cart style API that was using a linked list in C. And then we went and measured the two groups afterward on how functional the code they wrote was, based on a pretty big set of unit tests that we had written, and then also manually combed through all of the submissions to find all of the possible security vulnerabilities in that code that we could. And one sort of thing that was a little bit surprising, given the original study, was that the two groups didn't seem to significantly differ in the rate of security vulnerabilities that they had. So they were pretty close to another. But on the other hand, they actually were able to write much code that worked better. So we had a higher rate of people actually completing the task, and the group that had Codex enabled were actually passing more of the unit tests.
All right. So I love both those studies, by the way. It's just I feel that they move our understanding forward quite a bit. So with everything that you've seen and the work that you have done, how would you summarize what we know today about the security of Copilot suggestions?
Sure. So, I mean, I'm an academic, so I'm going to add a bunch of caveats up front. So, we looked at one language, C, and one set of users. So these are undergraduates and master's students. Okay. So I'm not going to try to make strong claims about it generalizing to all languages or, all professional developers and things like that. But it seems like from this initial study that Copilot didn't seem to make the security of the code worse. It didn't seem to make it better, but can't have everything so far. And I guess the other thing is also just that, when you're working with code, you sort of aren't absolved from the responsibility of running security tools and all the standards, good stuff like fuzzers, static analysis tools, and things like that you would with any other code.
Yeah, that is something that we tend to recommend, that yes, when you're using Copilot, all the other good stuff, right, the good practices that we know, the code review, the security tooling, the testing, all still need to happen.
I mean, like, even for me as I'm coding, like, the judgment that I make with each suggestion that came up, I mean, in the demo just there, like, I had 10 different suggestions to choose from, and that human judgment, the person thinking, breathing on the other side of the keyboard makes a lot of difference. So, awesome. So, like, that's a lot of amazing research already, and your team, I know, is doing a lot more. What are you thinking kind of next? Like, what's next for AI? What's next for security and research?
Sure. So, I mean, one thing that I'm really excited about looking at more in my own group and with my collaborators is not just using things like Codex and Copilot to write code, but also to understand code and to potentially automatically fix code as well. So we've got a follow-up study that's coming out in May. You can already read it, where we actually used Codex to try to take security vulnerabilities and automatically repair them. And then in another line of work, we're looking at things like if you're doing something like malware analysis, trying to reverse engineer some binary program, can you use something like Codex to explain to you in natural language how that code works without actually having to have the original source code available? So neither of those things are things I want to like rush out into production at the moment, but they're pretty promising early results.
That is awesome. That is very cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. This was brief, but I think very informative. So thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the great work so far. We're certainly looking forward to hearing and seeing more from your group. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Brendan.
Thank you. And I guess thank you, Ryan, for having us both, with Brendan and myself, here to talk to people about research for so long. I think we're ready to hand off to you. You can wrap things up here.
Thank you. Your research is the bedrock of everything that this is built on. Thank you so much, Irini, and all of your team.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, and enjoy Universe.
Awesome. Cool. Well, we're getting here near the end, but I want to take a moment to celebrate a little bit. Copilot has now been available either as a technical preview or in GA for almost a year and a half. And in that time, we've had over 1 million developers use Copilot. As you heard earlier, now about half of active developers are using it for free as either students, teachers, verified open source maintainers. But there is one group that we have left out in the cold a little bit. In fact, we've had some engineering managers literally see torches and pitchforks outside kind of their cubicles and windows as developers who've used Copilot as individuals have been begging to use it in the workplace. And so that's why we're so very excited to bring Copilot for Business to market here this December. I do hope that everyone here will kind of give Copilot a try to use it in your work, use it in your nonprofit, use it in your weekend project. There is a free 60-day trial for all individuals. In Copilot for Business, of course, we'll introduce the ability to manage licenses. They are pay for what you use. That is to say, you do not necessarily need to buy a big bulk package. There's also, of course, the ability to manage policy on behalf of your users. Take an opportunity. I want every single one of you to please give it a try. I expect us to all be using AI more and more in the year and years to come. Thank you. Have a great universe. We'll see you outside. Bye-bye.
is great. We're in the store now, as you can see, right?
Yeah, there's people around here. You've bought a few things from the store, but there's a shop here. But also you can go and the shop is live with the Universe 2022 stuff online, I believe.
Yes.
So you can buy stuff online, but you've got a couple of little things.
Okay, so I got a beanie. It is cold outside, so I might actually, you might see me wearing this actually, because I've got a beanie. Got a, let's see what else we have here. A hat. This is for my husband, Grant. You're going to be getting a hat. And then I got this sweatshirt also for my husband. So there's lots of great stuff. GitHub, what is it, like shop.github.com? I don't know. The GitHubshop.com.
That's awesome. All right, we are going to wrap up here. We will speak to you a little bit later. See you later.
Hello world and hello universe. My name is David Malin and I teach a course called CS50 at Harvard University, which is our introductory course in computer science for majors and non-majors. It's a course in which we use C as our first programming language, followed by Python, followed by a bit of SQL, and then followed ultimately by a bit of web programming, which is to say that students in this class, most of whom have never programmed before, ultimately learn a little something new about all of those languages and all of the associated technologies. But among the technologies we actually don't use, and indeed I'm here today because we don't let our students use yet, is GitHub Copilot. And to my left here, I'm pleased to be joined by GitHub Copilot's product lead, my friend Shuyin Zhao.
Hi everyone, I'm Shuyin. I'm leading the Copilot product team. Very excited to be on the same stage with David to talk about Copilot in the classroom. To be honest, it's been over 20 years since my work is being evaluated by professor. And now as much as I'm excited, I'm also a little bit nervous, especially knowing David actually banned our work, right?
Well, for those in the audience here, particularly educators, teachers, and also students, would you mind giving folks a sense of what Copilot actually is and what it can do in a classroom?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so Copilot is your AI pair programmer. And just as the name indicates, you first need to have a pilot in the driver's seat. And in this case, the pilot is your human software developers. And the Copilot is there to pair with the developer to make them more efficient and productive. Essentially, you can install Copilot as extension for your favorite code editor, like VS Code, Visual Studio, JetBrains family of IDE, and NeoVim. It can provide real-time suggestions based on the comment and code snippet you are typing. It is the result of work of collaboration between Microsoft, GitHub, and OpenAI. So the real magic really lies in the OpenAI Codex model, which is trained on billions of lines of public available source code and natural language. And we made a version available to our individual developers on June 21st. And now the team is working super hard to deliver a version to our business customers by early December.
Okay, and you mentioned training, which in computer science and in the world of artificial intelligence, machine learning is now a term of art. For those less familiar, what do you mean when you say that Copilot is trained on code?
Yeah, so the principal building block of Copilot is the OpenAI Codex model. And it is very powerful pre-trained large language model. Essentially, you feed into the training data. In this case, it's your source code and natural language text. And the model teaches itself to recognize those complex patterns like programming syntax and language semantics. And it does this to the point that it has enough knowledge, so it could start making predictions itself. So in another word, you give it a partial text and or partial code, it starts, to predict output that fill in the missing pieces and blanks with learned patterns. On top of what Codex does, Copilot also draws context from your surrounding text in your open file or neighboring tabs and send them to the model along with the code comment you are typing. So the model predictions the model makes is actually much more relevant. That is actually the secret sauce of Copilot, because it feels very personalized, it feels understand you, it's made just for you.
So if I write really good code, it helps me write even better code, and if I write really bad code, I get more of the same?
It's customized just for you.
Okay, good. And so when it comes to when it comes to actually using a tool like this, it sounds similar to a feature that I think a lot of us who use IDEs are familiar with, like IntelliSense, where I'm already getting autocomplete even before Copilot existed.
Yeah.
So what really is the line between something like IntelliSense and this?
Yeah, so absolutely, I think the interaction mode of Copilot is very similar to IntelliSense and other auto-completion features, but it actually does much more than that. So the wow factor that we heard from our users is essentially you can just describe a problem in natural language comment, and the Copilot actually generates the entire solutions for you. Right? So it's like bringing the collective knowledge from developers over around the world just right at your fingertips. So it saves you time to go to the internet to search for a solution and keep developers right in the flow. Besides that, Copilot, we can also generate boilerplate and repetitive code for you. It's actually free up developers from focusing, so they can focus on the high-value tasks like complex problem solving. That is actually one of the key reasons, like why developers love Copilot, because it's not only make them faster, but also is bring joy and happiness because they feel more fulfilled with their daily job. Yeah, that's just truly magic.
No, and I do think that's persuasive, certainly in the context of productivity and writing boilerplate code and solving problems that would otherwise just take more time than it needs to. But I feel like as an educator on behalf of the audience here, like exactly what it does well is perhaps exactly what someone like me wouldn't want a tool to do, because it almost sounds like an overly helpful teacher, an overly helpful student, an overly helpful classmate. And so I know there's been chatter about this in the CS education community already, online and in conferences already. How do you and the team think about that sort of competing concern?
Yeah, so we definitely hear the concern from the learning communities that Copilot could impact, especially beginner student learning experiences. So David, as you know, like at GitHub, first and foremost, we are a developer-first and community-based company. So deeply engaging and contributing back to the community has always been our top priority. So Copilot, as a very novel AI-assisted tool, does have the potential to change how software is being developed. And the AI generative model technology that we use to power Copilot is also in its infancy. So as such, it became extremely important for us to engage with our learning communities early on and listen to feedback. So one of the first steps we did is to make a Copilot for free to both teachers and students. And our hope is for our CS educators like you to develop an understanding of Copilot and its educational potential, and eventually integrate it into the CS curricular, to enhance the classroom experiences for both teachers and students. David, you and I, we discussed, right? We live in this new world of AI-assisted software development. It is really our mission, to partner with CS educators like you to smooth the transition into this new world. And along the way, we improve the effectiveness of Copilot in the classroom setting.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now it's my turn to ask you questions, David. Yeah, so you have been teaching CS50 at Harvard. So how do you think about its implication on education?
Yeah, no, I do think technologies like these are inevitable in a good way. I think the opportunity at hand isn't just for productivity's sake and to save students keystrokes, because I think especially in introductory courses like ours, precisely the goal of those first few weeks is for students to develop the muscle memory and the mechanics and recognize the syntax of even in the simplest of programs like Hello World and everything that comes after that. So I think taking away that sort of progression is probably a net negative. But I think the positive opportunity here is that when the AI really does become an approximation of, or even longer term, an alternative to a human teacher, particularly if you just don't have those human resources local, such that the tool can not just finish your thought for you or worse, hand you your next thought, but perhaps ask more teacher-friendly questions that are a bit more rhetorical. For instance, as opposed to showing me the for loop that I probably should write here, perhaps asking more inquisitively, perhaps do you want to write a for loop here? Or are you sure you want to nest the code that many times? Or to provide a sort of observant eye that a good teacher or even a stronger classmate could provide without just actually handing the solution. And I think that's how we think about it. Right now, these technologies, Copilot and others, are sort of really good at it not only finishing your current thought, but also giving you indeed your second and your third thought. And that's too helpful right now. But I think once there's API hooks or just configurations where you can throttle it back and forth to attenuate it for your particular students, your particular class, your particular assignments, I mean, then I think it becomes a really positive uplift, especially for larger online courses too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, David, we have heard your concern, about this impact. So as the technology evolves, we firmly believe there is a potential for Copilot to become the teaching assistant for for beginner student. Another concern, we have been hearing from the community, is about plagiarism. Because of the code reuse nature, what constitutes plagiarism has always been a debate, and detecting plagiarism is even harder a problem. So do you think a Copilot make the problem worse?
No, I don't think it necessarily makes the problem worse. I think the reality is, in particularly introductory courses like ours, we do look for patterns of dishonesty as by cross-comparing all student submissions, maybe even looking at past submissions as well, and common patterns sort of pop up. And so insofar as Copilot is presumably going to generate similar patterns, at least for similar problems, I think we're still going to detect that kind of behavior through our same channels. What it does potentially put risk of is students being able to do so without leaning on another human, for instance, or engaging someone else other than themselves. So I do think we'll still detect it, but I think fundamentally there's been nothing stopping functionally a student from being a little too helpful already with their classmate or leaning on tools like Stack Overflow or the like. So I don't think it necessarily makes the problem any worse, but I think it does put all the more of an onus or opportunity on the teacher to educate students, ideally more positively, where those lines are, when you should turn such tools on, when you should turn such tools off. And for instance, in our case, I don't think it should be turned on in its current form at the beginning of the semester, but hands down by the end of the semester when they already understand the code that it's ideally generating for them, and now it's indeed just helping them accelerate their work, then I think it's a good thing. But at the end, not so much the beginning.
Yeah, I like that. I think, for AI tool like a Copilot, it definitely presented a bunch of challenges. In the meanwhile, bringing opportunities. So as we're ready to tackle them together, what is your advice to fellow teachers?
Yeah, I think if you've only heard about Copilot thus far and seen and heard of tools like it, I think first and foremost, just try it out. I think the most enlightening, if not unsettling thing we did a few weeks back, thanks to a colleague of mine, was run Copilot on CS50's first homework assignment, or second homework assignment just past Hello World. And pretty much by way of a sequence of tab completions was my colleague able to generate the entirety of that solution. Perhaps not surprising in our case, especially because one, the homework assignment early on is relatively simple, at least in retrospect, once you have a few weeks of computer science under your belt. And two, because CS50 happens to be freely available as open courseware on edX and on YouTube and the like, the reality is we've probably been helping train such models with quite a few solutions out there. So that's admittedly a bit anomalous, but we then fast forwarded toward the end of our semester where we have students build a full-fledged web application using Python and more. And even that, with pretty much some tab completions, maybe a couple of English comments, was Copilot also amazingly, worrisomely able to answer those problems as well. And so that just put it into perspective for us. And I think for introductory courses, the CS1s, the CS2s of the world, probably a little too soon to maybe be a net positive in those early weeks especially. But for higher level courses where students already have some mental model for and some mechanics of programming under their belt, then I think it does genuinely offer an opportunity to help onboard them to boilerplate code, to APIs, to avoiding having to troll through documentation, or worse, undocumented code to figure out common usage patterns. So that I think is a win. And I think I would encourage teachers to sort of decide for themselves where that line is, as opposed to just putting your foot down, figuring out where the healthy balance is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you will definitely hear David loud and clear, Copilot as today's shape and form. We're not there yet, but I believe that one day, we could become a teaching assistant for our students.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being receptive to this and for engaging us and so many of the folks here in exactly these kinds of pilots.
Yeah. So it's absolutely a pleasure to always talk to David. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you all.
Okay, bye.
Wow, what an amazing day that we've had so far. There's been some incredible content from some incredible speakers.
And you know, the co-pilot in the classroom session just wrapped on the AI track. And we had a great session in the cloud track about managing GitHub Actions across all of your repos.
That's right. And over the community track, Wolfgang Gehring from Mercedes-Benz just finished discussing how to drive our business with open source sponsorship. See what he did there?
I did. Very clever.
And also sponsorship, that's your neck of the woods, right?
That's my jam. Yeah. You know, it's been so exciting seeing all the attendees absolutely everywhere over here at the YBCA. And you know, it's not just humans that are making comments and making appearances.
That's right. We've got a couple best friends, some service animals, maybe a couple strays, and we're super happy to have them back at the first GitHub Universe in 3 years. First in-person one, anyway.
Absolutely. So, Christina, we're essentially at the halfway point of day one. It's going by so quickly.
Yep.
So, on day one at Universe, what has impressed you the most so far?
Okay. The donuts.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so, I mean, look, the content has all been really great,
yes.
and I've been super excited about all the product announcements, but inside there is like a demos and donuts wall, and the donuts are really, really good.
For sure. And I want to call out April Leonard, who had a live during a demo hiccup with Copilot, but I think she just amazingly showed how both April and Copilot recovered and kept going, which shows how it really is your best friend pair programmer in the cloud.
Oh, no, I love that. And that's great. Like, and that honestly, that's kind of the fun part about things like this is that, look, we're all developers.
That's right.
We know that there are like demo fails. There are things that happen.
Exactly.
It's fun, I think, to see how people recover. And April is a pro.
Absolutely.
Copilot is also fantastic.
Yes.
But like that's sort of like what makes, I think, this different than just like, okay, we can watch a pre-recorded session, and that's fine.
Right.
But there's something special about seeing somebody having to deal with like what we deal with day in and day out, which is like, you know, sometimes we make mistakes, and we gotta have little hiccups and have to recover. I think that's awesome.
Absolutely, for sure. And what's really amazing is that there's so much more to come. That's right. We're going to take a 20-minute break now, and so we're going to give you a chance to grab some coffee, maybe get some water, grab a snack, stretch, whatever you need to do. And while you do that, enjoy some amazing music from DJ Umami.
That's right. But do not go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have more incredible sessions on GitHub security, the CLI, building with Codex, and we're even going to have a chat with our own director of accessibility, Ed Summers, right here at the Garden Stage. That's going to be a really good conversation.
I've been looking forward to that all day. All right, so now please welcome, live from the YBCA outdoor stage, DJ Umami.
Woohoo!
Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Not this sweet, I be all on my pitas. Oh, Doguni Misha, show you the confirm for your speaker. This time I call chopsticks for assistance. Show we they blow your mind, Afghanistan. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Not this sweet, I be all on my pitas. When you come, make I give you digits. When's the last time somebody did it like this? Too much ice on my wrist. That's why everybody hating on me like Chris. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. People take a picture and it just come. Like I just got pushed, like my money just come. Send them back to where they come from. For talking like the product of a torn condom.
Let me be your woman. Woman. I can be your woman. Woman. Let me be your woman. Woman. I can be your woman. Woman. waist. So feminine with grace, I touch your soul when you hear me say, boy, let me be your woman. Let me be your woman. Woman, woman, woman. I can be your woman. Woman, woman, woman. Let me be your woman. Woman, woman, woman. I can be your woman.
We don't cast, last. Now everybody go to our breakfast. Shayo. Shayo. Carry on. Go bow for the result, oh. Nothing to discuss, oh. Cause I take win by default and without any doubt, oh. I'm a me happy adult, oh. I no go feed the dog. I no go feed the insult, oh. I'm a mind that's you talk, oh. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know holy and I know that get boss. Like the Baba Frayo, my ayo. Don't cry, yo. I need to go and shadow. 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 Shadow. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. I did put a cut when them kill Soboma. I did try to buy moto, one Toyota Corolla. My feelings been this swing like Django Lover. Feelings been this swing like Django Lover. Now you crash your Ferrari for Lucky Bona. Now so much you remake with that pain all over. My feelings today swing like Django Lover. Feelings today swing like Timbani at you. Come on, white dog in Fendi suit. Maybe another time, maybe another life. You will be my wife and we'll get it right. We don't cast, last. Now everybody go to breakfast. Have to say bye-bye, yo. Bye-bye, yo. To the love of my life, my ayo. Don't cry, yo. I need to go and shadow. 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 I need to go and shadow.
So we are coming with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, in a rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks that we need it the most. We have to give thanks that we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. Bust a toast to the friends that take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we board dead police at the road and me go on with the road. Third form, me say me try a thing, and you know it for
room service when we done, that's a sequence. He know I'm a classy nympho. People keep it simple, you know what you here for. Could I cuss again, let you up with the key code. All this ice on, but he about to catch your heat stroke. You got everything that I like. You don't eat the booty, you lying. You mixing liquors, you might. Pull me tight and pull me closer. It's the freak in me, I wanna show you. It feels so good, don't want it to be over. Now, baby, I know that you like it. Come closer. It's the freak in me, I want you. I love everything you
kiss, a little souvenir. Can I steal it from you? To memorize the way you shock me, the way you move it here. Just wanna feel it from you. Hey.
Don't be afraid to catch feels. Ride your cup and chase thrills. I know you ain't afraid to pop. Baby, I know you ain't scared to catch feels. Feels with me.
I'm your window shopper, sucker for your novel. I'm wearing your goggles. Virtual reality. It ain't what it cost you. It might be $1, as long as it shocks you. Memory, electricity. Mind if I steal a kiss, a little souvenir? Can I steal it from you? To memorize the way you shock me, the way you move it here. Just wanna feel it from you. Hey.
Don't be afraid to catch feels. Ride your cup and chase thrills. I know you ain't afraid to pop. Baby, I know you ain't scared to catch feels. Feels with me.
Damn, I know you love to make an entrance. Do you like getting paid or getting paid attention? You mix the wrong guys with the right intentions. In the same bed, but it still feel long distance. You're looking for a little more consistency. But when you stop looking, you gon' find what's meant to be. And honestly, I'm way too done with the I cut off all my exes for your X and O's. I feel my old flings was just preparing me. When I say I want you, say it back, parakeet. Fly your first class through the air, Airbnb. I'm the best you had, you just be comparing me to me. I'ma add this at you. If I put you on my phone and upload it, it'll get maximum views. I came through in the clutch, more than lipsticks and phones. Wore your fave cologne just to get you alone.
Don't be afraid to catch feels.
Don't be afraid to catch these feels.
Ride your cup and chase thrills. I know you ain't afraid to pop. Baby, I know you ain't scared to catch feels. Feels with me.
I had a dream, we were sipping whiskey neat, highest floor of the Bowery, and I was high enough. Somewhere along the lines, we stopped seeing eye to eye. You were staying out all night, and I had enough. No, I don't wanna know where you've been or where you're going, but I know I won't be home, and you'll be on your own. Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? Who's gonna rock you when the sun won't let you sleep? Who's waking up to drive you home when you're drunk and all alone? Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning?
Cuando me ves, ahí donde no has llegado, sabes que yo te llevaré. Y dime qué quieres beber, es que tú eres mi bebé. Y de nosotros, ¿quién va a hablar si no nos dejamos ver? Y a veces es dolce, a veces es vulgar. Y cuando te lo quito, después de los paris, las copas de vino, las libras de estás bien suelta, yo de safari. Tú me ves lo fenomenal, pa' yo devorarte como animal. Si no te yo te voy a esperar, en mi cama y lo voy a celebrar. Baby, a ti no me pongo, y siempre te lo pongo. Y si tú me tiras, vamos a nadar el hondo. Si por mí te lo pongo, de septiembre hasta agosto. A mí sin lo que digan tu amiga, ya yo me enteré. Se nota cuando me ves, ahí donde no has llegado, sabes que yo te llevaré. Dime qué quieres beber, es que tú eres mi bebé. Y de nosotros quién va a hablar, si no nos dejamos ver.
It's that o'clock, yeah, it's thick 30. I've been through a lot, but I'm still flirty. Is everybody back up in the building? It's been a minute, tell me how you're healing. Cause I'm about to
feelings, how you feeling, how you feel right now. Oh, I've been so down and under pressure. I'm way too fine to be this stressed, yeah. Oh, I'm not the girl I was or used to be. But I might be better. Turn up the music, turn down the lights. I got a feeling I'm gonna be alright, okay, alright. It's about damn time. Turn up the music, let's celebrate. I got a feeling I'm gonna be okay, alright. It's about damn time. In a minute, I'ma need a sentimental man or woman to pump me up. Feeling fussy, walking in my Balenciennes, trying to bring out the fabulous. Cause I give a fuck way too much. I'ma need like 2 shots in my cup. Wanna get up, wanna get down. That's how I feel right now. Oh, I've been so down and under pressure. I'm way too fine to be this stressed, yeah. Oh, I'm not the girl I was or used to be. But I might be better. Turn up the music, turn down the lights. I got a feeling I'm gonna be alright, okay, alright. It's about damn time. Turn up the music, let's celebrate. I got a feeling I'm gonna be okay, alright. It's about damn time. Cause you know what time it is. I'm coming out tonight. 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 I want the world to know. Got to let it show. I'm coming up. I want the world to know. Got to let it show. There's a new me coming out, and I just have to live, and I wanna give. I'm completely positive. I think this time around I am gonna do it like you never knew it. Oh, I'll make it through. The time has come for me to break out of the shell. I have to shout that I am coming out. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I got to let it show. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I got to let it show. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. Got to let it show. I'm coming.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. And special thanks to DJ Umami for all the great music. I love those hits. Now, we've reached the halfway point on today's material, and what a day it's been so far.
No, it's been fantastic. And also, yes, shout out DJ Mommy. Thank you for those tunes. So, Anwan, now that we're like the halfway point, day one, what's been your favorite thing so far? Has it been, the atmosphere, the content, the community? Did you like lunch?
All right. I would say all of it. And it's really hard to pick a product that stood out because they're all so amazing. But what I think resonates with me is that, at GitHub, we could have played small ball.
Yeah.
We could have played it safe, make incremental improvements to like issues and discussions, but we're placing big bets.
Yeah.
And I just want to call out the courage that I see GitHub displaying today. I've loved being a hubber from the first day that I joined, but I don't think I've been prouder to be a hubber than I am right now. What about you?
That's very sweet. I love that.
Yeah.
So for me, here's the thing. During our last break, I walked out into the garden stage, and I ran into a bunch of people. I ran into some colleagues. I ran into some former colleagues. I ran into some members of our community who keep up with our content and watch us on YouTube. Shout out back there to them. And like, this is the thing that makes this worth it. Like, you can literally step into this area, run into people you haven't seen in person in years, meet new friends, make new connections, and that to me is what makes a conference really special and what makes like GitHub Universe really fantastic. And that's been my biggest highlight so far.
Absolutely. It's the people who make this special. So there's so much content that is on the way, and the planning that has gone into each of these tracks and each of these sessions is really going to pay off between now and today.
Yeah, and in case you are just joining us, remember that we've got 4 tracks of content and then a 5th track that is live streamed over the main stage.
Now, there are still dozens of sessions coming up, and you can register to watch, you can plan your schedule, and you can personalize your entire Universe experience at githubuniverse.com.
That's right, and do not forget, there are still IRL tickets available for tomorrow, so if you want to join us right here at the YBCA, look, I'm going to be here, Anwan's going to be here, so like, let's do this. Come down here, say hello. Anwan will even sign your tote if you're nice to him. So bring that there, and he'll even like tell you some sponsorship stories. Right?
Absolutely, yeah. I love sponsorship stories. And one other reminder: everyone here at Universe today or watching online right now can take part in GitHub's current customer research panel. This is your way to share your feedback on early designs. You can get access to features that are still in beta, and you can give your input on the direction of GitHub products. Everyone who participates in the survey has a chance to win one of GitHub's coveted neon Octocat signs. And I've been looking for my neon sign for a while, so I mean, I might be in the survey myself.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, everybody wants one of these signs, so
yes.
This is definitely something you want to sign up for sure. All right, but before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's just talk a minute about some of the sessions that we saw previously with our colleague Xuan Zhao and Harvard professor David Malin, right? Anwan, I really love seeing the way that AI-assisted software development tools like Copilot are doing so many awesome things despite being so new. I mean, like, look at all the stuff that GitHub has committed itself to with learning and education. And even though this is really early, it's starting to feel like this could be the beginning of something really special. And I love that they're incorporating professor and student feedback already.
Absolutely. And I took a lot of computer science classes when I was in college, and I think it's never going to be the same. And I think that while robots aren't going to take my job, it's these hyper-educated kids who are coming up who are using Copilot who are going to be amazing, and I might need to retire a little bit earlier. And you know, adding to that point, another thing that I really liked in that session was seeing how much GitHub believes in Copilot's potential to enhance classroom experience for both teachers and for students.
Yeah, absolutely. And now let's look ahead at what's next. We've got another full slate of material that's been carefully curated by experts on each of our 4 tracks. On the AI track, we've got a fireside chat about building with Codex. On the cloud track, we've got using the CLI to start developing in Azure in minutes on GitHub. And then coming up live right here at the Garden stage, and it's going to be on the community track, we've got our interview with GitHub's head of accessibility, Ed Summers.
And finally, over on the main stage, yeah, Ed's going to be awesome. Over on the
on software. So the security of that software is critical. Vulnerabilities can shut down international infrastructure and disrupt the services that we rely on. Over the last 3 years, software security has made the headlines more times than any of us would like. As the home for software development, GitHub has a responsibility to help. I'm Gray, the VP of Product at GitHub, for the security features that we build to help you write more secure code. For the last 4 years, my team and I have been embedding security into the developer workflow. We've shipped features like secret scanning, Dependabot, and code scanning. Today, I'm here with some of the team to tell you about the progress we've made, the lessons we've learned, and what's coming next. I want to start with 3 critical insights that underpin everything that GitHub is doing in security. And the first of those is that developers are at the heart of application security. Developers write the fixes for vulnerabilities. We write the code that introduces vulnerabilities as well. And we're the ones that can prevent vulnerabilities from being introduced in the first place. That's why every GitHub security feature is built for developers. The second insight is that software security can be something that we collaborate on. We all want the software that we write to be secure, but we also want the open source code that we rely on to be secure. And we want the commercial services that we use to be secure too. There's a long history of companies, even competitors, working together on software security. And just like we all benefit from open source and the collaboration that creates it, we can all benefit from collaborating on software security. Each of GitHub's security features is built to empower the community, to make it easier for us to collaborate and together to secure software. The third insight is that managing software security at scale is a critical specialist role. Developers might be at the heart of application security, but it's normally security teams who take responsibility for it. And those teams need to understand what's happening across thousands, tens of thousands of repositories. Those teams are also full of unique experience and expertise that we can all benefit from helping scale. Each of GitHub's security features is built not just for developers, but for security teams operating at scale. You'll see one or more of those 3 themes in everything that GitHub is doing in each of our security features. So, what's new? Well, the short answer is a lot. Since GitHub Universe last year, we've shipped over 100 changelog posts for improvements to our security features. And some of those were big leaps forward, like community contributions to the GitHub Advisory Database, or push protection for secret scanning, or making our organization and enterprise-level security dashboards available to all GitHub Enterprise customers. Some of those changes were much smaller, like making it possible to comment in a pull request on the code scanning alerts that appear there. And those small improvements add up. They're what it takes to build security tooling that developers want to use every day. And of course, today, we've got some announcements that we made earlier in the keynote. You heard Brittany announce private vulnerability reporting, the GA of CodeQL support for Ruby, and an expanded security overview at the organization and enterprise level. More on that in a moment. But first, I want to talk to you about something we launched in April of this year, and that's secret scanning as a push protection. I want to talk to you about secret scanning because it is a great example of the difference we can make when we embed security in the developer workflow. It's also, perhaps surprisingly, a really great example of the difference it makes when we work together as a community. So, every day, hundreds of credentials are leaked on GitHub. We know because we scan every push to a public repo for them. On an average day, we found around 300 GitHub personal access tokens accidentally exposed. So what do? Well, we automatically revoke them, and we notify the owner of that token. And it's not just GitHub tokens that we do that for. We work with 60 partners to help keep their customers safe if their API keys are leaked in GitHub public repos. Here are just a few of the new partners from this year. We onboarded 14 new partners over the last 12 months. So if you leak a SendGrid, a DigitalOcean, or a Meta API key in a public repo on GitHub, we will send it to that service provider, and they will automatically revoke it. So go forth and leak DigitalOcean keys in public repos with impunity. But having an API key revoked, well, it's not the best developer experience. It would be better if we prevented that leak from happening in the first place. And that's exactly what we do with secret scanning as a push protection, which launched in April for GitHub Advanced Security customers. With push protection, we can scan pushes before accepting them. And if they contain secrets, then we reject them. Last month, that helped Advanced Security customers prevent over 1,400 credential leaks. And it did so whilst keeping a really great developer experience. How do we do that? Well, first off, we make it easy for a developer to override the push protection if they need to. You don't want to block your development team when they're pushing something urgent or critical. And secondly, we only block pushes that contain what we know to be a secret. Cases where there's a less than 1% chance that this is a false positive. And we achieve that low false positive rate by working with the token issuers themselves. DigitalOcean is, again, a great example. As well as partnering with us to automatically revoke findings in public repos, they updated the pattern that they use when they're generating new tokens, and they made it highly identifiable, identifiable enough that we can reject pushes that include it. If you want to learn more about secret scanning, then Mariam Sulakian has a fantastic talk on this as part of the virtual schedule. I highly recommend you watch it when you get home from Universe. But I hope you can already see that secret scanning is built for developers and how it takes a community approach. It's a great example of two of the three themes I'd mentioned earlier, the difference we can make when we truly embed security in the developer workflow, and the impact we can have when we, as an industry, collaborate. Talking of collaboration, I'm going to introduce Justin Hutchings, our Director of Product for Supply Chain Security, to tell you more about securing the open source software that you use.
You know, open source is such a ubiquitous part of technology today, it can be easy to take for granted. But if you look back maybe 20 years ago, developers like you were writing your own code for things like HTTP, databases, or XML parsing. We didn't have fancy YAML back then. You know, today these are things we all rely on open source to do. And it allows each of you to build your experiences faster than ever on a huge supply chain of open source software. Last year, we got a stark reminder about the importance of keeping track of vulnerabilities in the open source you depend upon when the Log4Shell vulnerability dropped. I think we're a slide behind. Folks want to advance that? Super, yeah. Log4Shell affected almost every Java developer on the planet. And since then, open source maintainers have published thousands more vulnerabilities across all of the ecosystems. And you know, that's what Dependabot is here for. It's here to help you focus on the things that you want to do, to allow you to innovate and build the things you want without spending time keeping up with vulnerabilities. But securing the world of open source is a bigger task than any one person can do. It's a community effort. And I want to look back on some of the ways that we've partnered with members of the community to make Dependabot work better for you this year. First, I'd like to talk about language support. Over the past year, we've added support for 3 new languages in Dependabot in partnership with the community. Starting with Dart, we partnered with the folks in Google to actually deliver Dart support when they contributed that directly to Dependabot's open core to add support for the language. We also addressed one of the top upvoted comments on Dependabot core and added support for Yarn v2 and v3. And finally, we added support for Rust with great thanks to the RustSec group and their tireless efforts to make sure that the vulnerabilities are well curated. We also shipped an exciting new API that allows developers to upload a simplified software bill of materials, or SBOM, of all of their dependencies. And we've seen developers across the community taking advantage of this bringing support for scanning things like Gradle or Scala into Dependabot. These community partnerships allow us to meet you where you are so that you can stay on top of the latest vulnerabilities in whatever tooling you decide to use. Now, you may be less familiar with our advisory database. That's the database of all the vulnerabilities that power Dependabot. Our team of curators reviews all the vulnerabilities from the National Vulnerability Database, of course, but we also review and issue CVEs on behalf of maintainers like you on GitHub. We're super proud of this year, we issued more than 1,100 CVEs on behalf of open source maintainers to help them reach their communities and let them know about new problems. Thanks to your efforts, GitHub is the largest independent CVE issuer today. And a really unique part of our advisory database is that it's truly open source. You can check it out at github.com/advisories, and all of the advisories we have are available under a Creative Commons license. It's free for everyone. This year, we also opened our advisory database up to suggestions from the community. And I'm so thrilled to say that since launching that feature back in February, we've had more than 700 improvements from members of the community to make Dependabot more accurate. So Dependabot's come a long way this year, in no small part due to contributions from the wider open source community. But maintainers told us there's more we can do to help them with a really painful part of development. And I'd like to invite Kate Catlin to tell you more about this problem and what we're choosing to do about it. Thanks.
We need to talk about vulnerability reporting in open source. So let me start by giving you the 10,000-foot view of how it works today for those of you who have not been through this process. So first, there's a security researcher, and they find something. And they've got to tell the owner of the project that has the problem. So sometimes that repository has a link or an email address, and then it's not too bad. But I often hear from researchers that they spend hours trying to find just somebody to disclose to an email, and that's just to kick off an exchange that can go on for months and leave everyone exhausted. So we're not going to go through all these problems right now, but to sum it up, I've got a quote for you from an actual security researcher in our UX studies, which is, "I think most people just don't disclose since it's so much work." And that's a shame, because what the OSS community needs is a high trust and collaborative relationship between OSS maintainers and security researchers so we can all be safer. And we think GitHub has a pretty important role to play in that. And that's why I am so excited to demo for you today our newest feature that we believe resolves a lot of the challenges in this process, which is called private vulnerability reporting. Okay, so this whole process starts with a security researcher. So let's pretend that this is an ultra-popular repository and not a test repo that I just spun up, and you found a problem in it. So what you're going to do is navigate to the Security tab, and then the Advisories menu, and there's this nice inviting green Report a Vulnerability button. So, quick aside. Those of you who have created a draft security advisory before, this is the same form. Don't worry, that's intentional. What we wanted to do was bring the security researcher into your existing process and help them help you. So it's all in the same place. So I'm going to fill out just the title and description. Great, and that's actually all I have to do to submit this form. We do, however, know that a lot of security researchers love the details, and they've done a lot of research on the details already. So we left you the rest of the fields here. If you want to fill out all the metadata, you are empowered to do so. So we'll click Submit Report, and you are automatically credited already for that report. You can also jump into this temporary private fork and start resolving the whole darn issue for the maintainer if you know how. But the most important part of this feature right now is that it's private. So as of right now, the only people who can see this report are me, the person who submitted the report, and the owners of the repository, so they can see the report. So how does this go from this super private channel of communication to a public, sending Dependabot alerts kind of advisory? We need the maintainer. So let's switch over to a different browser where I am logged in as the maintainer of this repository. We'll go back to that securities tab. And wow, someone has submitted a very scary vulnerability for my review. So if this bug is actually a feature, you'll scroll down and just hit close. Otherwise, you're going to hit accept and open as draft. And then it's just like a draft security advisory if you use those today, with the difference that the reporter is still involved as a collaborator. So if you've got follow-up questions, you can jump into the comments and ask them there. You can also, again, jump into that temporary private fork and start collaborating with the maintainer to fix the problem. And in a perfect world, the security researcher has filled out all those fields for you. So you wake up in the morning, you're drinking your morning coffee, and this is already done. But even in that most perfect of worlds, the reporter cannot merge that temporary private fork for you, nor can they publish this advisory for you. That is on purpose. Again, we want to make sure that you, as the admin of this repository, still have full control over what is published to it. So let's compare. We've got the situation today and this situation after private vulnerability reporting. We have eliminated the challenge of finding contact info, because it's just a form. We have eliminated the challenge of the reporter not knowing if anyone received this or is doing anything with it, because they can see the status the whole way through. We have eliminated the challenge of maintainers trying to triage reports from wherever they're getting them all across the internet by putting it in one central location, which is the same place you resolve it. We've eliminated the challenge of maintainers errantly not actually fixing the problem, because the reporter is still involved and can test the solution that they've come up with. And last but not least, we've eliminated the challenge for you security researchers of getting credit, because it's now automatic. As part of our launch, we're so excited about this. Everyone's excited about this. All these organizations were excited about this. So they signed up to have this turned on before it was even launched. So that means if you find a vulnerability in any of these orgs today, you can submit it through this incredibly easy process henceforth. And last but not least, if you want this feature on your repository, navigate to repo settings, and then you'll hit code security and analysis, and it's the first listing on the top. So all you have to do is click enable. Once again, we're super excited about the difference private vulnerability reporting is going to make, but we also want to prevent vulnerabilities from happening in the first place. That's why we built GitHub code scanning, and we have lots to tell you about that. So please welcome our VP of Engineering and one of the creators of CodeQL, Pavel Augustinov.
Thanks, Kate. That was great. Brave doing a live demo at Universe. I admire that. So just to recap very briefly, as we've just heard from Gray and from Justin and from Kate, at GitHub, we believe in putting great security tooling at developers' fingertips. With secret scanning, we protect developers from accidentally disclosing important credentials. In supply chain security, we help them bring the power of open source to bear safely and confidently. We are paving the path for security researchers to collaborate more closely with open source maintainers, and we provide a free and open database of security advisories that helps everyone. So where does code scanning fit into all of this? Well, if you haven't come across it before, think of it as something that helps developers write more secure code by preventing vulnerabilities from ever hitting the main branch of your repository. Think of it as an automated security reviewer that warns you if a code change introduces a potential vulnerability right there in the pull request flow. Code scanning itself is a platform helping dozens of partner and open source analysis engines integrate tightly in the developer workflow. However, we're especially proud of our in-house analysis engine, CodeQL, which is used by the vast majority of code scanning users. So to put that into perspective, I thought I'd share a few stats. Today, CodeQL supports 9 of the most popular programming languages on GitHub, and thus it applies to the majority of all pull requests. During a working week, we typically run over 150,000 analyses each day across more than 100,000 repositories, both public and private, and we flag potential vulnerabilities in over 400 pull requests per day. Many of them are addressed before the pull request is ever merged. Of course, that's the best way of addressing a potential security bug. In fact, over the last 30 days alone, our users have addressed tens of thousands of alerts, some of them in pull requests, but others lurking in the baseline of the existing code. And that's just the current state. But CodeQL's analysis capabilities keep getting better. Just looking back over the past year since GitHub Universe, we've added lots of new analyses. Out of the box, we now have 25% more queries and protect you from many more vulnerability classes. CodeQL covers every single one of the SANS top 25 list of most dangerous weaknesses. We cover 96% of the threats identified in the Web Application Software Consortium. With Dependabot, code scanning covers all applicable OWASP top 10 entries. But what does all that mean? It means our users are protected from more types of problem as they go about their daily work. And the number is, of course, still growing. Now, what does it look like to bring static application security testing into the developer workflow? Well, as I said, it's a bit like having an extra security expert on your team who chimes in on code reviews when they spot something. Behind me, you can see this in action. This is an example of code scanning on the Brave browser, posting a comment, identifying a vulnerability, right there where the problem occurs. It can be discussed, just like any other pull request feedback. Should you address it now or later? What's the best way of mitigating it? Best of all, once you implement a fix, it will be resolved for you, allowing you to merge with confidence. At last year's GitHub Universe, we launched CodeQL support for analyzing Ruby in public beta, and over the past 12 months, we have almost doubled the available analysis rules for Ruby and incorporated feedback from dozens of beta users who have fixed more than 4,000 alerts in their Ruby code. Now we're ready to call it GA. And as we look ahead, what's next for CodeQL? Well, we expect to bring its capabilities to the most popular mobile app ecosystems, with Kotlin and Swift support shipping in beta in the coming months. If you're interested, there's a talk by our very own Tony Torralba on some early success stories here, finding real vulnerabilities in popular Android apps. With that, I'd like to pass it over to our very own Jen Shelkopf. Jen wasn't able to be with us in person, so we got her to record what she wanted to share with you.
Thanks, Pavel. Hi, I'm Jen. I'm the product director for secret scanning and security, but I am 38 weeks pregnant today, and I thought it would be best to pre-record this. But hey, at least I got to finish my part early. Today, I'll be talking about one of the biggest challenges with application security in organizations, and that is managing code security at scale. At GitHub, we believe that developers are at the heart of application security, and we've been focused on embedding security into the developer workflow with features like secret scanning, Dependabot, and code scanning. But in most organizations, developers don't work on securing software alone. They collaborate with security teams. Security teams think holistically, and they need tools to help them work across many different repositories. Today, I'll be talking about how you can manage GitHub security features at scale, and I'll highlight security overview in particular. There are two big challenges that you face when working across many different repositories. The first is driving adoption. This could be a one-time activity where you turn on security features everywhere, or it could be a gradual rollout across teams. The second big issue is driving remediation. As security features are turned on, you're likely to find a lot of pre-existing issues that need to be resolved. With this information, you can work with developer teams on burning down your security tech debt and fixing any new findings in a timely manner. Let's talk about driving adoption first. To help security teams who are working across lots of repositories, we've introduced the ability to enable security features at the organization level. Today, you can enable Dependabot and secret scanning for all repositories in your organization in one click. And you can ensure that they are enabled for new repositories as well. We're also working to support this capability across all organizations in your GitHub enterprise. Today, you can enable secret scanning and push protection for your entire enterprise, and our vision is to do the same across all of our security features. Now that you've seen some controls to drive adoption, let's talk about how you get visibility into how it's going. To do that, let's take a look at 2 new pages in the security overview. Now, the security overview is a page at the organization level that helps you to understand what's happening with GitHub security tools across all of your repositories. We recently made it available to all GitHub Enterprise users, and it shows just the data that you have access to. Within Security Overview, the new coverage page is laser focused on helping you to understand and track adoption of GitHub security tools. The 3 tiles across the top show the percentage of repositories that have each feature enabled. And soon, you'll be able to see those percentages over time as well. In addition to showing you which features are enabled, we've highlighted a key capability for each one that we recommend you utilize. For example, the code scanning tile shows how many repositories have enabled alerts and pull requests. An important capability that surfaces newly added vulnerabilities right in the pull request, so the developer can resolve them before the code is merged. Finally, the repository table at the bottom shows you the current status of each security feature for a given repository, and it supports filtering and sorting so you can focus on the repositories that you care about most. Next, let's talk about driving remediation of alerts. The new risk page focuses on just one thing: helping you to understand and drive down the security alerts across your organization. Like the coverage page, there are 3 tiles across the top that focus on GitHub security features: Dependabot, code scanning, and secret scanning. For each, you can see how many alerts are open across your organization. We plan to highlight key metrics for each feature. For example, we're experimenting with mean time to resolve Dependabot alerts. The risk page also lists repositories on the bottom of the page and indicates how many alerts are open for each security feature. Like the coverage page, the risk page supports sophisticated filter queries to help you target the subset of repositories you're most concerned with. For instance, you can check how individual teams are faring with resolving their alerts. This will help you to drive remediation with the teams and repositories that you're targeting now. The last thing that I'd like to talk about is the vulnerability alerts pages. The vulnerability alerts pages surface all the individual alerts that have been created across your repositories. They look and function similarly to repository alert lists, but aggregated at the organization level. Here you can filter and sort alerts by specific criteria, and each view also gives you the ability to click into specific alerts for more details. Say, for instance, that you learn about a new high-risk dependency vulnerability. If you use the Dependabot page to search by that dependency's name, you can see how many related alerts have been created across your organization. Once you know this, you can quickly follow up with the engineering teams that own each of these repositories to ensure that the risk is quickly remediated across the organization. So we've looked at some ways to manage code security at scale, including new pages and security overview that you can now use in your organization. Now Gray is going to recap all the progress across our security products and how to learn more about our new features at GitHub Universe.
So let's recap. Pavel and I both talked about preventing vulnerabilities with code scanning and secret scanning, respectively. In both cases, GitHub is building security tools for developers that embed security deep into the developer workflow. Secret scanning as a push protection is like an "Are you sure?" prompt when you're pushing a secret. And code scanning is like having a security expert on your team who diligently reviews every pull request. Both are built around the idea that developers are at the heart of everything in application security. We heard from Justin and Kate about private vulnerability reporting, which we're launching today in public beta. Private vulnerability reporting is really all about the impact when we empower the community. It's built for maintainers to make it easier for them to have a fantastic security disclosure process. But since we all rely on open source and the work of those maintainers, the impact of that ship is magnified. We'll all benefit from the reduction in 0 days that private vulnerability reporting will cause. And finally, Jen talked about what GitHub is doing to make our security features work at scale, with the expansion of our organization and enterprise-level security views. As we build security into the developer workflow, we also need to empower security teams. GitHub's organization and enterprise security overviews give security teams the insight and oversight they need to maximize their impact. GitHub is doing so much in this space. There are 90-something changelog posts that we didn't get a chance to talk about. And across all of those improvements, I hope you can see that GitHub is also focused on the areas that make the biggest difference. We're committed to embedding security into the developer workflow, to empowering the community, and to supercharging the impact of security teams. By doing so, we're helping millions of developers build more secure software. Thank you for listening, and stay secure out there.
Welcome to this GitHub Universe fireside chat with the GitHub Security Lab. I am Laura Payne, and I am the Product Marketing Director who supports the Security Lab team.
And I'm Xavier Onekorai, Senior Director of Security Research for the GitHub Security Lab.
So, Xavier, I have to say I'm so excited to be here at Universe with you and having the opportunity to talk with you about the Security Lab and all the impactful work that the team does, here at GitHub, but also in the way that it intersects with the open source and security research community. So for anyone who may be hearing about the Security Lab for the first time, can you actually provide a little bit of a brief overview of the lab's mission and how it all works?
Sure. So the mission of the Security Lab is to help secure open source. But because we cannot do it, obviously, by ourselves, we want to inspire the community to do it with us. So our activities span over 4 areas: security research, education, amplification, and notification. So for security research, we find and help fix about 200 vulnerabilities every year in open source projects. We disclose critical vulnerabilities such as remote code executions in Chrome, privilege escalations in Ubuntu's account service, path traversals in Apache Felix, data leaks in Qualcomm drivers, and a lot of cross-app scripting vulnerabilities in other open source projects, etc. For the education, we publish articles, training, workshops, etc. for both the security researchers and the developers community. So, for example, for security researchers, I recommend Manu Mo's recent article on how we got root access on Android phones by exploiting a bug in the Qualcomm GPU kernel driver, or Antonio Morales' crash course on fuzzing 101. And for maintainers, I recommend Madison Oliver's recent article, Removing the Stigma of a CVE. This is a must-read for open source maintainers to debunk the myths around the CVE system. The third thing that we're doing is amplification and getting results at scale. What we do is that from one idea, we try to get fixes at scale, notably thanks to GitHub CodeQL. An example of that is Alvaro Munoz, our security researcher, was able to find log4shell variants, and from this vulnerability, log4shell, he was able to find other vulnerabilities in Apache commands configuration and Apache commands text. So this is very important. Amplifying one idea to obtain results at scale is crucial in the context we know about, where we have only one security researcher for 500 developers. And finally, on the notification aspect, we curate the GitHub Security Advisories database, which is free and open source data about vulnerabilities in open source projects. Basically, what we want to do is to make this data accurate, precise, and machine readable so that it can actually be used to protect the millions of open source consumers. Let me give you an example. When log4shell was published, our advisory was ready in minutes, and 500,000 dependable alerts were sent the next day. And within a week, 48% of the alerted active projects had upgraded to a fixed version of Log4j.
Wow, that is really impressive. So we're going to dive into the work that the Security Lab does to actually support the community in more depth in a minute. But what I would love first is for you to please share more about how the team is involved in product development at GitHub.
Sure. Actually, what we do for product development is not disconnected from our community mission, because we contribute to the GitHub Advanced Security products, and GitHub Advanced Security is free for the public open source project. So what we do for the product also serves the community. So first, what we do is that we fuel GitHub Advanced Security with community contributions. For example, we have a CodeQL bounty program when we reward contributors who are writing CodeQL queries that afterwards go into Advanced Security and serve all GitHub Advanced Security users, including the free users. With this program, we paid more than $350,000 to these community contributors. We also review the community contributions to our open source security advisory database. These contributions make the advisories more accurate, more precise, and in a way, more actionable for developers. Since we opened this advisory database to community contribution in February, we got more than 700 external contributions that make this data more actionable. So basically, what we do is that we leverage the power and the collective knowledge of the community to fuel GitHub Advanced Security. And with CodeQL query for the SAST part, and with security advisories for the SCA. And with this, users of GitHub Advanced Security benefit from a security knowledge larger and more diverse than any in-house security team could bring. And again, all users, including open source developers who can use this product for free. Another thing that we're doing for product development is that basically we are the first users of GitHub Advanced Security through our disclosure process and through our security research. So we are beta testers, exigent beta testers, and we are influencing the product, in particular towards scaling security results for developers. And for example, we were involved in the design of the private vulnerability reporting feature, which has just been announced earlier today. Lastly, as we audit open source projects, among these projects, we also audit the open source components that are critical for GitHub's products. For example, we found multiple CSS injections in Mermaid.js, and by making these open source components more secure, we make the GitHub platform more secure and keep our 90 million users safe.
It's really impressive stuff. And I'm so glad that you mentioned our users, because GitHub really is an interconnected community. And as we like to think of it, it's the home for all developers. So with this in mind, the Security Lab's primary focus is not necessarily GitHub itself, but the community at large. And I'd love to give everybody an example of the impact that the team's work has had on the broader community. Yaroslav put out a piece of research last year about insecure GitHub action workflows after finding many patterns that could open the door to supply chain attacks. Can you tell us about the impact this finding and disclosure had on the open source community?
Of course. Supply chain attacks represent a major trend of recent security incidents, and among them, attacks on the CI/CD pipeline. Yaroslav research allowed us to find several patterns of GitHub Action workflows configurations, which would allow attackers to get elevated privileges on your repo, or to inject and run scripts on your runners, and eventually exfiltrate secrets from your runners. And of course, with these secrets, they could after that pivot to other exploits of your supply chain. With this research, Yaroslav audited hundreds of open source GitHub Actions workflows, and he reported and helped fix more than 100 misconfigurations. Wow. But that's not all. His research also helped improve directly our product and its documentation, and with that, we improved the security of future GitHub Actions workflows. Yeah. And finally, true to our motto of inspiring the community, he shared his research with blog posts, conferences around the world, and as a result, many other researchers were inspired and decided to build on that and continue to secure CI/CD. So, for example, recently, the Tinder Security Lab, they shared their own research on the subject. They said that they were inspired by Yaroslav research, and they didn't only find other vulnerabilities, they also wrote and open sourced an automatic tool to detect vulnerable workflows. And this is really the type of impact that my team wants: inspire other teams to contribute to open source security and to scale results on more projects.
Really, really powerful work. And I love to hear that it's inspiring the community. So we have talked a little bit about the challenges of securing the software supply chain. And one of the trends that I've been observing over the last few years, which I believe is interconnected to securing the software supply chain, is the open source community really calling on larger enterprises to give back more to the open source projects that power their commercial software. So how can security leadership at large organizations, or even smaller ones for that matter, support the open source community?
Yeah, that's a very good point. First, and this is a hard prerequisite, leadership must be truly convinced of the long-term benefits of open source. So what you can do, first, you can give financial support to these projects. You can sponsor them with the GitHub Sponsors feature, for example. But usually this support is not guaranteed to fund only security aspects, it will globally support the project that you are relying on. You can also sponsor the Internet Bug Bounty program. This is a program managed by HackerOne, and it's not a classical bug bounty. First, it pays rewards for fixing security issues in open source, and not only reporting these issues. Second, it gives rewards to both the security researcher and the maintainer with a 80-20 repartition. The Security Lab is a partner of this program because it really aligns with our philosophy, bringing the two communities together, foster collaboration, and drive actual results, so fixes and not only reporting a bug. So that would be for the financial support. But what I prefer is when companies ask their employees to contribute to open source. Because not only it gives means to the project as the financial support would do, but it also gives knowledge from the company's security teams to the open source projects. So if there are open source projects you heavily rely on, consider heavily contributing to them. And finally, I'd like also to ask organizations to think a bit more broadly about supporting open source. Do not only support the projects that power your software. Think also about the software that you're using for your payroll, for example, or for your legal matters. They are as important as your own product for your organization.
Absolutely.
Or think about the software that you and your employees are using, in your everyday life. Their safety is also important for your organization. So what I want to say basically is that your organization relies on all open source. Therefore, you should care and support all open source. And one way you can do that, one way you can scale your effort beyond your open source is to contribute to CodeQL queries. So concretely, once you find a vulnerability in your open source, code the pattern and share it with the community.
These are such great tips, Xavier. Thank you so much for sharing them. And thanks for having this conversation with me. And thank you to everyone who attended here live and virtually. We really appreciate it. We hope you have a great rest of Universe.
Yes, this has been great. Thank you, Laura, and enjoy the rest of Universe, everyone. Thank you.
Happy afternoon, everyone. What a fantastic day for the community of developers, students, teachers, and maintainers. I'm sure, like me, a lot of you are waiting to tinker with, hey, GitHub. I'm Divya Vaishnavi, and I have the privilege of serving students and teachers across the world with GitHub Education. We at GitHub Education are here to give students the access to real-world tools and opportunities so that they can build the best code, and teachers with the resources and the platform to empower this generation of student developers. For students, we think GitHub is more than a platform. It's a journey that they take, and we handhold and assist them from being a curious computer science learner to your first CS class, your first PR through open source contributions, hackathons, workshops, meetups, and obviously CS assignments. GitHub is the home for all students and teachers. We also share the frustration of computer science learning, the frustration of setting up a dev environment, having the exact right configuration, or having to own a device, and sometimes a powerful one. So we also experience joy in creating solutions which solves these problems, the problems of today and the problems we had when we were learning. We listened, we learned, and we collaborated with teachers. And 5 months back, we gave all global campus teachers using GitHub Classroom access to CodeSpace's education benefit, so that any student in the class does not have to spend 10 or even 5 minutes in getting started. No more the frustration of, it does not work on my machine. And today, it gives me great pleasure to share all global campus students get access to free CodeSpaces. 90 hours of CodeSpaces for free for everyone, so that you can accelerate your computer science learning. What a day to be in computer science, isn't it? By removing these complexities of setting up a dev environment or having to own a device, we believe CodeSpaces democratizes computer science learning. It makes it accessible to any student anywhere in the world. And we believe it will foster and help a lot more student developers to get started, to build, to innovate from the cloud. It gives me immense pleasure to be here today and talk about CodeSpaces in education and bring to you diverse perspectives from a legendary teacher, students in the community, as well as the view of the industry. So join me in welcoming the panel on the stage. Inviting David Mellon, who's a computer science professor at Harvard University, known for his famous CS50 class, which is also available on OpenCourseWare with 4 million registrants. David was also part of our first cohort of teachers with whom we experimented and explored to understand how CodeSpaces can be used in education. He's also our first professor at residence at GitHub, so it's a privilege to have you here. Welcome, David. Inviting on Sarah Maybach. Sarah leads the education initiatives at MongoDB. Welcome, Sarah. Prior to Mongo, she led programs and partnerships at NYU Entrepreneurial Institute, Stanford University, as well as General Assembly. Welcome. Now, special welcome to the students joining us. Syed Farhan Ahmed. Syed is a student. Hi, Syed. Syed is a quantum and cloud computing student at North Carolina University. He's also a Microsoft Gold Student Ambassador for Americas and APAC, and is doing a research project in classifying exotic quantum states of matter. I had to actually study what is that. Using machine learning. Welcome. And last, let's call upon Forrest Anderson. Forrest is also a student at Carleton University. He is also our GitHub campus expert and dons many hats. He is the leads the working group for Rust game development, leads a lot of multiple open source projects at his universities, It's a HashiCorp ambassador, as well as teaches and TAs with GitHub Classroom. Welcome.
Thank you.
So to get started, David, like I had mentioned, you worked with us and were the early adopter of code spaces in CS50. By the way, folks, thousands of students have learned CS50 using code spaces. So I'm sure a lot of folks here and listening to us would want to know how code spaces changed the course delivery for CS50 or changed the student experience for CS50.
Absolutely. Happy to share, and happy to share a few visuals, too, along the way. So my name is David Malin. I teach a course called Computer Science 50, or CS50, at Harvard University, which is our introductory course in computer science. All of the visuals and URLs that you're about to see are actually at this URL here, if that makes it easier to follow along here in person or at home at cs50.ly/universe22. Or if you've already have your phone out, the 2D barcode should do the trick as well. So CS50 is indeed a course for majors and non-majors, and it's our introductory course for most students, and an opportunity to learn not only foundations of computer science, but also programming itself. And we happen to use quite a few languages in the course's curriculum, starting students essentially in C for several weeks, transitioning thereafter to Python, a little bit of SQL by way of SQLite, and ultimately web programming with a bit of JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and such, which is to say that we use a number of technology stacks within the class, which is indeed going to motivate some of our underlying technological solutions therefore. The course is also not only available on campus here in healthier times with quite a few students in person, it's also freely available as a massive open online course, or more generally as open courseware, known as CS50X on platforms like edX and YouTube and beyond. And this means anyone around the world with simply an internet connection in any device can engage actively, not just passively, in the course's curriculum as well. And then thirdly, we have an initiative we call CS50AP, which is an adaptation of the class for teachers, particularly in high schools or other colleges or universities, via which teachers can now work with the curricular materials with their own students as well, be it for advanced placement, credit, or not. In fact, if you'd like to play along more thoroughly at home, learning a little computer science or programming itself at edX.org/CS50 is this, as well as some of CS50's follow-on courses too. So over the several years, not only for CS50 itself, but for some of those same follow-on courses, have we had a number of problems to solve recurringly. And they're perhaps familiar to a lot of educators themselves, and they really boil down to these: enabling students to write code, submit code, and review code. And we learned early on, because our own human resources are primarily focused, of course, on students and teaching, that we didn't necessarily want to allocate, and we didn't really have a lot of development resources we could allocate to solving these problems ourselves in code. And so as frequently as we can, we tried to build upon open source and even commercially available software so that we are really just the glue stitching together some more commodity-style solutions so we can focus on the pedagogy of the class and the teaching of students. And I thought I'd share not only some of the history of our solving problems on top of GitHub.com, but most recently on top of code spaces itself, so that students can write code, and then GitHub Classroom now, particularly for our K-12 audiences, to distribute some of the course's assignments, otherwise known as problem sets. And so here's what things looked like, at least back in 2007 and really prior. Students on campus in CS50 had shell accounts on some Linux, previously Unix cluster on campus, then SSH prior to that, simply Telnet. And if you're familiar with this sort of narrative, it was centrally maintained servers for students on which they had accounts. This, of course, meant we could pre-install all of the requisite software for at least C and debuggers and so forth early on, and also host anything later on in the course ourselves. This didn't necessarily lend itself to open courseware in an online audience, since it's not the best idea to give anyone on the internet shell accounts on your own system, and there was certainly a scalability challenge over the past several years. So this evolved eventually into client-side virtual machines, a so-called CS50 appliance, pictured here, that anyone on the internet could download and run locally on their own Mac or PC, and that too had all the requisite support for the same stacks. More recently, though, have we leveraged cloud computing all the more as bandwidth has become more readily available, technology has advanced such that we can abstract away some of these services, and so we transitioned some years ago to using what was Cloud9, an open source SDK that eventually became part of Amazon, on top of which we built a pedagogically motivated integrated development environment. But as my colleagues know, it was on us really to maintain the underlying infrastructure for that, the containers, the underlying plumbing, and to make all of that work abstractly for students in browsers. But it did enable teachers and students alike to now have only the need for a simple browser, and they could actually start learning to code and computer science in turn. But most recently, of course, have we transitioned to code spaces, which has been particularly appealing for us because it's enabled us, at least as the teachers in the class and my colleagues, to get out of, to the extent we can, the DevOps business, if you will, and focus much less on the back end, the orchestration of these containers, and really focus our limited development time. And indeed, you're looking at half of our software developers, and the other half is sitting in the audience here with me, my colleague Rongxin Liu, who are the ones with our colleagues past who actually stitch together the ideas we have to try to make them a reality for students. And so in code spaces, if still unfamiliar, you get, in our case, Visual Studio Code in the cloud. It gives us a file explorer at left. It gives students code tabs at top right. And then most compelling for us curricularly is it still gives them an underlying terminal window and access to an underlying system, which is to say it's not a toy environment. It really is representative of what we want them to learn ultimately and what many of them might very well use in the real world. And so we've been very deliberate pedagogically not to isolate students in more toy environments, but from the days of the terminal window to the client-side virtual machine to now code spaces, the goal has been to really give students, albeit a bootstrapped version of an environment, but one that's very representative of what we want them to take away from the course ultimately. Now, for those less familiar, particularly teachers who might not have played yet with something like code spaces, thought I'd share just some of the lower level implementation details and then move on to the higher level implications of all these technologies. So there's a devcontainer.json file, which is essentially a set of key value pairs. Our own is at this URL here. And this allows teachers like me to pre-configure students' programming environments, their code space, with, for instance, these three keys. Extensions, which is a JSON array of like all of the VS Code or other such extensions you want pre-installed in their environments. An image key, which specifies a Docker image, which, if unfamiliar with Dockerization technology, it's like lighter weight virtual machines in the cloud. It allows us to specify our own image into which we've installed support for C and SQLite and the underlying things that you might want to apt install or using some other distribution of Linux in our case. And then settings, key value pairs that simply specify all of the GUI settings that you want, particularly for new students to programming that just simplifies the GUI for them. Beyond that, we have our own Docker file available at this URL here, which prescribes exactly what to install and pre-configure in the underlying Linux environments that we use for students. And then, thanks to my colleague again, Rongxin, and others, do we have our own set of extensions, not just ones available in the marketplace, but one specific to CS50 that does very simple things. So if a student just reloads their browser window in which the code space is, we make sure to reopen any tabs, any activity bars, any status bars that they might have opened or closed, gotten themselves into a confusing state, so as to really just simplify things that might otherwise be the source of quite a few FAQs for us. We have our own tool, Debug50, a command line program that essentially automates the process, if familiar, of launching VS Code's built-in debugger, but automates the process of creating the requisite launch.json file and just makes it easier to use, particularly in our case, with command line arguments with C or Python programs at the command line. This particular tool simply launches the familiar GUI, so we're not creating, again, any sort of toy environment that students won't encounter in the real world, but just providing a bit more scaffolding or training wheels, ultimately, that we take off only later in the term. Thereafter, do we have even a little more playfully something you might be familiar with, rubber duck debugging, pictured here in the real world. But if students don't yet have their own rubber duck, or really an inanimate object with whom they can discuss their bugs, and hopefully, in reciting their challenges, hear any logic in their statement, thanks to some colleagues present and past, we have our own virtual debugger. Pictured here is the artwork, therefore, by Sophie Anderson, the daughter of one of our own team members. And what you have in VS Code here, and anyone can install this, be it locally or online, you can talk to a virtual duck. So if you are hoping you can help me solve a problem, ... this particular duck really only responds pseudo-randomly with either quack, 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 or quack, quack, quack. But even then, the hope is just pedagogically to help students hear the logic in what it is they're typing, or in this case here, saying instead. We also install built-in support from the marketplace for C, and for Python, and for Live Share, which is particularly enabling for teachers who want to see in situ what problems students are having. And we install GitDoc, for instance. My GitHub's own Jonathan Carter, a friend of ours who helps us via this extension, automatically back up students' code to an underlying GitHub repository repository as well. Ultimately, we're now experimenting a little more pedagogically with other forms of VS Code extensions so that we can create lab-like environments and lesson plans built on top of free open repos and YAML files and Markdown and the like. And ultimately, I can say whether you have a class of 5 students, 50 students, 500, to date, we've used CodeSpaces ourselves with some 240,000 plus students by way of OpenCourseWare. And wonderfully, it seems to be scaling quite well, even to classes of that size here. Absolutely. And lastly, particularly for our K-12 audiences, has GitHub Classroom, if unfamiliar, another tool for which teachers can freely sign up, allowed us to distribute assignments. And just a whirlwind tour of what this can do for you, as it has some of our own teachers. If you create your own GitHub repository, inside of which has some of these same configuration files that I've alluded to, students can treat this as a template repository and accept an assignment, so to speak, which copies your starter code into their account. When they then push to that same repository by way of GitHub Actions and some configuration files, can you automate auto-grading that then happens in the back end every time a student might submit? By way of a pull request that's automatically opened, can you comment on students' code line by line if you have the bandwidth for qualitative feedback as well? And ultimately, all this and more is available at this URL here, education.github.com. And indeed, as we transition now to our conversation, just wanted to express my gratitude to all that this team here and around the world has done to make all this possible for our students and so many others. Thank you.
Yay. Wish I was a student in this era. Forrest, luckily you are. So tell me, what do you see upcoming in your classes, like if the tentacles of CodeSpaces hasn't reached it yet?
Yeah, thank you so much, Divya. So at Carleton, I TA our first-year game development course, as well as I teach a course, is student-led, and teaches the Rust programming language to students. Now, with all of these students, they already have 5 courses on their plate. And so to ask them to do more stuff takes a lot out of their agenda already. And so to be able to set up an environment that allows them to very quickly get started with the technologies I'm asking them to use is amazing for workshops, it's amazing for teaching, and it's definitely really helped with the entire process of just kind of doing this on the side. Now, over the summer, I work with students to build projects that can help the university. And so we've done some for our discrete math courses and some for our other things. And with, in the past, my solution was to set up a Linux machine that all the students would SSH into. I made different users, and it was not secure. And so this, the announcement today to have CodeSpaces be available to students for free for 90 hours a month is a really great movement towards being able to get these students onto projects, onto setting up their own development environments that are a lot more reliable than trying to do it in some sort of like janky way. And so yeah, for a lot of stuff that I do, CodeSpaces really enables me to sort of take it to the next level and take out an entire category of technical support that I have to provide otherwise.
Wow, that's awesome. Sarah, for MongoDB being a technology company, and you heard from David from his class, Forrest as a TA or what he sees, do these things resonate with you as well? Do you see it in the industry, these problems, or can CodeSpaces help there?
Absolutely. These challenges are not unique to students. Really, anyone getting started with technology can face these sort of problems where you're trying to set up your local development environment. You have library dependencies. You need the right versions of things, or else there can be incompatibilities between the various tools. And on top of all this, let's say you look for a tutorial online. That tutorial could be old, so you can't always follow it exactly. CodeSpaces solves many of these issues for educators, but we think there can be implications for enterprises too, who are looking to train users quickly and eliminate some of the friction that comes with getting started.
Yeah, we've seen great success with CodeSpaces in enterprises. Rather, GitHub and our engineering team uses CodeSpaces on a day-to-day basis. GitHub is built using CodeSpaces. But bringing you back to, say, CodeSpaces in education, how would you imagine MongoDB being taught using CodeSpaces?
Absolutely. So I'll start by mentioning that I'm here representing MongoDB for Academia, which is our program to support educators and students in teaching and learning MongoDB. We create curriculum resources like lecture materials and labs to be used in the classroom. And one place where we see CodeSpaces coming in would potentially be for an educator who wishes to, let's say, cover MongoDB in a lecture and then assign a lab to go with it. We have prepared a quick demo to show how this could look. Just keep in mind that the code spaces themselves are ephemeral and not persistent. So in this demo, you'll see we're using MongoDB Atlas, which is our cloud-hosted database offering. MongoDB has a free forever tier, and we also offer credits for students and educators. So with that, we're going to load up a demo from my colleague Rochelle Palmer at MongoDB.
Hello, I'm Rochelle, one of the product leads here at MongoDB, and I'm here to show you GitHub Codespaces and how it can be used to teach your students technology a little bit faster. Let's start out with talking about why you should use Codespaces. So Codespaces is a non-persistent cloud-based environment for you to be able to pre-configure projects for your students. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up and explain to you how that's done in a video, which is about 2 minutes long, and that's how long it would take for your students. So let's show that. So the first thing you'll need is an organization in GitHub, and you'll need Codespaces access on that organization. Then you're going to clone in a project repo. In the example I'm going to show you, it's a MERN stack tutorial with a pre-built app, but you can clone in partial project repos with the expectation that your students would complete certain steps as part of a lab, or a full one so that they can just tinker around and then look at the code to sort of learn by observation. Once you've created the code space on that repo, then you'll add the Codespaces extension and modify your config files as needed. This is very straightforward, and I'll also show you that. So let's just take a look at this quick video. Okay, here's my MERN stack repository cloned in. I'm going to click code, create a code space. It'll build the code space for me. Here's a VS Code IDE in the cloud. I'm going to add the Codespaces extension. Then I'm going to add the Node.js extension to my dev container. I'm going to rebuild. Now I'm going to modify the dev container JSON to do some port forwarding so that I can actually access the application that I'm going to build. And I'm going to add some extra extensions that I like to use. So they're going to be a VS Code extension and a theme. And then I'm going to rebuild. All right, now I'm in here with my repository. I have a client, I have a server. I'm just going to open 2 terminals, and then I'm going to start my application server. And client server. And then I'm going to set up my config environment file for MongoDB. So remember earlier I put in the port, so just make sure I've entered that, and I've entered in my connection string to my MongoDB Atlas database, and then start things up. And then open in the browser. I have a couple of example records. I can create a new record. This will then insert it into the MongoDB database. And I can also edit and delete as I see fit. And we're done. 2 minutes, 5 seconds.
2 minutes and 5 seconds. There you have it. We're really excited about Codespaces in education, and we'll be releasing additional information about how to teach MongoDB using Codespaces in the weeks to come.
Looking forward to it. So Syed, as you build for your project and research on exotic quantum states of matter, what are the challenges that you face? And do you think Codespaces can help in, help researchers as well and make your life better?
Thank you for your question, Divya. So as part of my project under the Cascade Advocate Mentorship Program at IBM, I'm developing advanced quantum machine learning techniques for identifying and classifying exotic quantum states of matter. So this project heavily involves quantum shadow tomography and use of these latest builds of libraries like JAX or even libraries like Google NTK, neural tangent kernels, of course, to work with infinite width neural networks. Now, installing these libraries is a big hassle, especially when you have to take care of the latest builds, the experimental builds, etc. And this was one of the main challenges that we faced as part of this research. And GitHub Codespaces definitely comes to the rescue in this case. So Codespaces provides us an instant containerized Linux-based a cloud development environment. And I can literally set up my entire environment with a single click right from my GitHub repo. So right now, I can work from anywhere, literally anywhere, as long as I have access to my web browser. And of course, I don't have to worry about the installation or the maintenance of these complex packages. So talking about the research community, Codespaces can definitely help. Let's say I'm giving a presentation at a conference or code demonstrations of my research. It can definitely help the audience in easily following along the hands-on tutorials without having to worry about installation of the complex packages required for quantum computing or AI research.
Great. That actually brings a question to my mind, and I'll put you on the spot, David. Like Sayed said, and most of you said, it's awesome to get started. It's great to follow along in a workshop, in the classroom. But the feedback that I also hear from teachers is setting up a dev environment is also a core skill to become a developer. And that's why they fear not using Codespaces. So what would be your advice to them?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting tension and trade-off potentially. I think for us, teaching CS50 and more generally courses that might be called CS1, CS2, which are really about teaching students the primitives underlying any number of programming languages, starting with literally hello world, and really working from the ground floor up. I think that what you don't want is having students futz with and struggle with technical support issues that are really intellectually beside the point in those early weeks of the semester. I absolutely agree that there's value in troubleshooting the mechanics of getting things working, but I think just too often with language runtimes, whether it's with Python or especially with a language in our case like C, there's just so many things that can go wrong, even to the simplest for people like us of like the path hasn't been updated to have the binary of the Python interpreter or the like. I mean, that's a useful skill to know how to diagnose and solve ultimately, but I would propose that at least for courses like ours, that belongs toward the end of the semester, not at the beginning. And so for us, the perfect narrative with VS Code and Codespaces specifically has been we can start students in the cloud on day one, have them building Hello World and everything that follows, and then at the end of the semester, transition them to what's still a real-world programming environment, but it is on their own Mac and PC, when now they can distinguish the syntactical errors versus what are actually user errors or installation challenges instead.
Yeah. I see that as like, let the kids cycle with the guardrails on, and otherwise many might not even try. So yeah. I know, Sarah, MongoDB also has their own certifications with MongoDB University. We've seen that trend of classrooms moving to the cloud. So how are there changes happening in MongoDB University as well? Are you starting to use the IDE in the cloud?
IDE that you'll see on our MongoDB University platform. And this allows students to really tinker and test, and then it validates their entries. This is really helpful for learners to take what they've learned in the MongoDB University course and immediately apply what they're learning.
Great. We've spoken a lot about Codespaces in the classroom. And I know a student's life, as much as it's in the classroom, is outside the classroom as well. So Sayed, the question I have for you is, what about Codespaces outside the classroom? What opportunities now show up for students with this new Codespaces education benefit?
So talking about it from a research community's perspective, so Codespaces definitely unlocks tons of opportunities for students outside of classroom. So based on my experience, the main issues that I've seen is when a research community is giving a code demonstration and then they have a new package that they've created, or they have the experimental builds of already existing packages, and that has to be installed in the laptops or the systems of the entire audience. And that's where Codespaces, again, comes to the rescue, wherein it gives you, a really nice backend right in the web browser, and the audience can easily follow along, and of course the students and the researchers. So according to me, I would say this is the right time. It's now more easy than ever to get started with research thanks to CodeSpaces.
Awesome. Forrest, anything you want to add there?
Yeah, so I think, and adding on to David's point a little bit about sort of like what the learning outcomes are for these first-year students who are coming into computer science, I definitely like this idea of being able to sort of backload a lot more of the environment setup to a point where you already have some understanding of how a computer works. Now, on top of that, though, at Carleton in particular, we do have a lot of students who have to take computer science courses and aren't in computer science. And so for them, they are kind of coming in and getting stuck. Okay, this is the biggest example ever, but the Python path. You know, like not having that set up, that's a big problem. And so a lot of people get stuck there, and it's really difficult to find that motivation to enjoy computer science, even though, I mean, computer science is so much fun. Like when we work with new students, there's like so much energy that they can bring to computer science, to ideas, and from their other disciplines. And so, yeah, with CodeSpaces being able to take a lot of that brunt at the beginning and not have students go to their TAs to ask questions about why their computer isn't running the code, that's a really powerful thing.
David, what would be your advice to students? Like, when should they use CodeSpaces, when they should use the local IDE, VS Code, JetBrains, any of it? Like, when, what?
Yeah, I think when learning something new for the first time, whether it's some open source repository that you want to tinker with, or it's an assignment early on in a class like ours, like I think it just makes sense to avoid, to Forrest's point, of the unnecessary complexity potentially that might get in the way of actually genuinely delighting and learning something new and focusing on the intellectual challenges of the code or the problem at hand as opposed to the configuration. With that said, we are often in places where you don't have great or reliable Wi-Fi, whether it's while traveling or just in an off corner in the dormitory. And so there's also value certainly in having offline ability as well. Depending on the class, if it's a hardware class or anything that might need some localized hardware for performance, I think at that point you might very well need to use VS Code or JetBrains or something else locally so that you can actually talk directly to that hardware. So I think it depends on what the goal is. But I think for ease of access to just getting started, especially when you just want an ephemeral environment that you don't want to or need to have stick around, then using something in the cloud is quite compelling.
So I know we talked about the education CodeSpaces benefit for both teachers and students. MongoDB is also part of our student developer pack. So do you want to share with the students what benefit they get?
We have had the fortune of working closely with GitHub's education team for many years now. And as mentioned, we are part of the GitHub Student Developer Pack. And for students in the audience, you are eligible for $50 in Atlas credits, which is our cloud-hosted database offering, as well as free certification after completing a few of our MongoDB University courses. I'll also mention for any educators in the audience, check out mongodb.com/academia for curriculum resources as well.
Perfect. Any last thoughts you want to share, David?
I think just gratitude on behalf of certainly us who are up here and also other teachers who have found their ways to technologies on GitHub. It's really been enabling, and to my point earlier, it's really been a wonderful liberation from focusing as teachers on the mechanics of just getting environments set up, and particularly for our class, which is so available online, not only to high school teachers, but students anywhere, the fact that they don't need to figure out how to configure their own system, the fact that a teacher doesn't need system administration support for the computer lab, they just need a browser, is pretty enabling when it comes to the accessibility of computing and computer science. So I think that's been a huge win overall.
Yeah, I very strongly believe like CodeSpaces was changing education and making it really accessible to everyone. Any last thoughts any of you want to talk about and share about?
I think for myself, I'm definitely most excited to see where I can take sort of CodeSpaces and get students who are in their first year really working on projects that they wouldn't have otherwise. And for a lot of students, this is really what they want to be putting on their resume. And so to have the ability to go to a workshop and instantly get up and running with a web application, or just to work on their own side projects and have other people be able to help them sort of with the getting their environment set up in this way, I think is definitely something that students are really going to be able to sort of grasp onto and really like sort of enable them to do a lot more.
So yeah, being a TA myself for one of the hardware courses at North Carolina State University, I feel that CodeSpaces is really necessary, not only on the hardware side, but also on the software side, of course, adding on to David's point. Yeah.
Awesome. So learn by doing is also a philosophy very close to our heart. And not only just giving the benefit or the freebies, what we are also doing is launching a new experience in the global campus so that you get the templates, the content, the recordings, so that you can get your hands dirty, you can get started, build stuff. There are templates available so that you can build a Discord bot, start learning Python, JavaScript, and all of it. If you're not already enjoying the benefits of GitHub Education, don't miss out. Go to education.github.com. And thank you all of you for joining me. Thank you all for joining me. I hope and wish that with everything that you've heard today, we've ignited some new thoughts. We've inspired you to build from here. Thank you so much.
or you would have seen some information about GitHub's new code search based on Blackbird, which is incredibly impressive technology, like being able to search so much code in such a short period of time. GitHub Universe as well, when we were talking about GitHub Education, the great thing that I find for education is that all these setup issues are really a thing of the past. Things like code spaces mean that we can benefit not just the students themselves, but the teachers as well. So look, some of this technology, really impressive. We are here at the shop though, and I'm pretty keen to kind of give some people some stuff. Let's see who we've got. We've got almost nobody here. Is anybody over there willing to get some stuff? Who? Come on. Somebody's going to win some things. If you'd like to come over. There we go. Oh, a hubber. But that's all right. I can give away stuff to anyone. I'm in charge here. So what I'm going to do, we're going to play a little game show, all right? I'm going to give you 2 truths and a lie. You need to tell me which one is the lie. Okay. Got it? Right. I'll give you the mic when we're doing this as well, like I'm supposed to. Right. 2 truths and a lie. The arrangement of lava lamps in the lobby of a local company is used in an algorithm that encrypts about 10% of international web traffic. Did you get all that? That's a long one, wasn't it? Lava lamp, encryption, cool. Second one is, a herd of bison has lived in Golden Gate Park since 1891. And finally, the first non-native animal to visit San Francisco was a wombat on loan from the Sydney Zoo. So 2 truths and a lie. Which one of those is a lie?
True. I know the bison is true. I'm going to go with the wombat one as the lie.
The wombat one is the lie. I don't even have to like just give it away without, well done, congratulations. So Ben will be here somewhere. I'll catch up with you straight afterwards. You can get a t-shirt or a hoodie or something like that. That's fantastic. Awesome. How are we going? Do we have time to give more stuff? Excellent. Well, no, you've got something. You don't have to do another one. Who is here who's not a hubber maybe? Oh, would you like to come and win a shirt or a thing? All you need to do is answer a question? No? I'm just going to start giving stuff away to myself, to be honest. All right. Well, let's just give that for the moment. Nobody actually wants to win. Oh, here we've got some more guests as well. Nobody actually wants to win anything, apparently. They just want to pay for it. Would you like to win some swag? Ed Summers. Yes. Okay, Ed Summers, so good to see you here.
Hey, who's that?
This is Damien Brady. We are live on the stream, by the way. I probably should have told you that. Are we okay with that?
Oh, great. Hi,
Hi. I'm doing well with the mic here, sorry. So the camera's over there. So what we're going to do, I'm going to ask, it's a bit of a quiz. So we are going to find out, I'm going to give you some names of little small towns in the US. They're all in the US. And I need you to tell me if that is the site of a major data center, or is it a place that has elected a dog as mayor?
This is my kind of question.
Okay, we've got it?
Let's go.
All right. I don't even know how to pronounce these. Sunol or Sunol in California.
Oh, I know. You go. Can we play as a team?
You can play as a team, sure. I make the rules. Yeah. Is it a major data center or a place that has elected a dog as a mayor? Who's giving me the answer?
Elected a dog as the mayor.
That is correct. Yeah, Bosco was elected as mayor in 1981. I hear he did a great job. Yeah. All right. We'll do a couple more. Mill Creek in Utah.
Mill Creek, Utah. I might have to go with data center.
Data center, perfect. Yes, correct. I've got 5 here, but the cutoff is like 2, so we can keep going if you like. You already won, but let's see if you can get 3 from 3. Okay. Chandler, Arizona. Ed, do you think you know?
I think that's got to be the dog for mayor. Yeah.
See, I would have gone data center. Yeah, I would. We do rock paper scissors. Okay. Hang on.
All right, rock paper scissors for the final answer. We've only got a few seconds left, so we'll have to do this quickly. Ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3. That's the same. All right. Right.
Data center.
Data center was the answer, and is correct as well. So it's 3 from 3. You win. All right, we're going to throw back to the garden stage. See you soon.
Wow, I just jumped into a live stream video.
Good job.
That was really fun. Hey,
you already gave me one of those. amazing. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Great.
All right, wow, what an amazing first day it has been so far at GitHub Universe. I'm Christina Warren, I'm a senior developer advocate.
I'm Anwan Simmons, I am the engineering manager responsible for GitHub sponsors.
And Anwan, I know that it's like, it might even be sort of impossible for us to pick like a favorite moment of the day so far, but for you, what has been your standout highlight of the experience?
You know, that's almost like an impossible choice, but I'm going to actually riff off what you said earlier. It's not one moment, but it's meeting people in real life who I've only seen in Zoom boxes. That has been so amazing. And not just people who work for GitHub, but people I've met just over in the community of technology. And so being able to meet them and be like, you're way taller than I thought, and all those things that you don't get from Zoom, that's been the most amazing thing that's been, for me, part of GitHub Universe Day 1.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, I think that this is what one of the best parts about being together, again, is being able to kind of meet these people that we either know online or we go through Zoom boxes or we haven't seen in a long time. Let's actually check out some of the responses from some of you online on Twitter. I love this. Okay, so one of the cool things we have here is we have the wall, like the star. What is it called?
Stars,
The star, like
the
star
Walk of Fame.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of like a Walk of Fame, we have like a Walk of Stars or GitHub Stars in this case.
Yeah.
And I love this, that we have GitHub Stars who are finding their names on our Walk of Fame.
That's right.
This is really great.
And if you are a GitHub star and you have not found your name, keep looking and make sure that you find yourself and post it on Twitter.
Absolutely. I'm also hearing, we're seeing a lot of other feedback from people who are showing off their remote experiences. Also some people who are talking about how like the schedule is really difficult to figure out what they want to watch.
Yeah.
This is the great part. You can go to githubuniverse.com and you can pick out your schedule. You can watch on demand.
That's right. Everything that we're going to be showing at GitHub Universe will be streamed on demand, or it will be shared on demand. And so don't worry about missing something, right? You can find it later.
Absolutely. Okay, there's this one tweet that I have to highlight because I'm vain. And
of course.
Both of us. This is from Brooke Jameson. Thank you very much, Brooke, who says that the vibes are immaculate for the live stream. This is you and I in our North Ace with some sunglasses on because the sun was literally in our eyes. And I have to agree, the vibes were immaculate.
Very much immaculate. Absolutely. Now,
really, really good stuff.
Absolutely. And thanks for everybody posting on Twitter. Keep posting. Make sure that you use the GitHub Universe hashtag. But before we wrap up day 1, we've got one last big deal session with GitHub's VP of Strategy, Kyle Daigle. Now, Kyle is planning to present a very special day 1 closing keynote called Building with Heart that shows you a little bit of what's happening behind the scenes of how GitHub creates, innovates, and builds for the future.
Right, and I'm super, super excited about this one. I actually got a chance to talk with Kyle before the keynote today, and I've been able to get a preview of some of this stuff. This is going to be a great session. This is a really, really cool look at some never-before-seen behind-the-scenes, like some special projects, some stuff that we're cooking up at GitHub that is all very forward-facing. I love this. There are also a couple of surprises, some special announcements. As I said, I got to see a sneak peek earlier. It is great, and everybody should be super, super excited.
And all of that is kicking off in about 10 minutes.
Yep.
Now, after Kyle's session, we'll be back right here for a final goodbye, and a goodbye for day 1, right? There's still day 2, but we're going to be saying goodbye for day 1, and then make sure that you mark your calendars to meet up with us again for day 2, and the pre-show is going to kick off at the same time it did today at 9 a.m. Christina, what would you say that the team is ready for us to share about what's coming in tomorrow for Days 2 keynote?
Yeah, so first of all, like I'm super excited about so much stuff, but
Yeah.
the thing I'm really excited about with the day 2 keynote with Stormy, who was actually on this stage earlier
right.
talking about kind of the career of open source developers.
So good.
She's going to be looking at some of the people and the projects that really do enable that whole process for today's biggest humanitarian efforts. And these are
Absolutely.
things I know that we're both really passionate about.
Yes.
I know you care a lot about sustainability, about
Yes.
humanitarianism. You
Exactly.
really, we care about this, and so I'm super excited to see this. There are some great customer stories about the way that open source is being used and pushing the boundaries of science that you have to see to believe. I think that people are really going to be surprised by just how much open source is pushing the technology world itself forward. Yeah, I'm really stoked about that.
Me too. I think that technology is one of the greatest powers for change in this world if we can only harness it for the good of humanity. Now, before we get to the end of day keynote, let's check in again with Damien, who's over at the Universe store.
Hello, I'm back again at the Universe store. I have filled up my bag full of things that I've just kind of stolen from the shelves when they weren't looking. I'm giving stuff away at the moment, which is fantastic. I am joined by a guest. Can you introduce yourself?
Sure. James Alt.
James Alt. And where are you from? Where do you hail from?
Louisiana.
Louisiana. Okay, decent trip to get here.
Yeah, decent.
Okay, awesome. So what we're going to do, I'm going to give you a little bit of a quiz. I'm going to give you a name. I'm going to read you a name, and I need you to tell me if it's the code name for an old Microsoft product or the Secret Service's code name for a former president. Understand the premise? Okay, great. And on the line is something from here. What are you after? Have you had a look through the store yet?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, there's plenty of GitHub branded stuff, GitHub Universe branded stuff. I think we're doing sweatshirts or something like that. Okay, ready?
Yes.
Okay, Searchlight.
Microsoft.
Incorrect. That was Nixon, apparently. Nixon is Searchlight. I don't know why. Actually, I'm not going to think about it too much. Right, number 2, Snowball.
Microsoft.
Correct. That was the code name for Windows 3.1 in 1992. There you go. Good. That's 1 from 2. That's good. We've got 5. The cutoff is TBD, depending on how many you get, probably. Right. Freestyle.
President.
Did you want another try?
Microsoft.
Wow. Yep. Correct. Excellent. Yeah. Freestyle was the code name for Windows XP Media Center in 2005. You remember that, right? Windows X. Yep. Cool. Right. We've got 2 more, and you're 2 from 3. Perfect. 2 from 3. Lancer.
President.
Correct. That's JFK is Lancer, apparently. All right. That's, I've lost count. What are we, 3 from 4? Sure. What? I don't think it actually matters. Razzle.
Microsoft.
Definitely Microsoft, yes. Razzle was Windows NT 3.1 from 1993. So that's 4 from 5, which is absolutely well and truly above the cutoff. So congratulations. You win some stuff. Just tell the people at the shop, just point at me and then choose something. Congratulations. Thanks so much. Awesome. We have a little bit more time. I can give some more stuff away. All right, let's grab somebody else. Who else needs to win something? Let's come over here. Oh, you're about to pay for this, aren't you? Can we interrupt and rather than you paying for it, we can see if you can just win it? Yeah. Are you happy to do that? Put the credit card away. All right, great. This is good, opportunistic. Okay, so we are going to do. So basically, I'm going to read you a list of names, and for each one, tell me if that name belongs to an obscure code. Start that again. An obscure coding language, not that obscure sometimes, or if it's the name of a rave DJ. Make sense? Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Okay. Glitch Mob.
DJ.
Absolutely. Did you know that?
It was a guess.
Okay, well, it's a great guess. It's correct. Correct. Glitch Mob is a rave DJ. I have no more information on these either, by the way, so we're just going to go with that. MATLAB.
Sounds like an obscure coding language to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even think it's that obscure, to be honest. It's mathematical, like, algorithm thing. Yeah, I knew that. This is the only one I knew. 2 from 2. Great. Mumps. All spelt in caps. MUMPS.
I'll go coding language on mumps.
Correct. 3 from 3. Wow, people are nailing this. You've got to get at least 3 from 5. So we're doing well. We're on track. Speaking of, A track.
A track. That's DJ.
DJ. Yeah, wow. 4 from 4. You're killing this. Can you see these cards? Is it reflecting off my...
It's just how I made it through high school. I just kind of guessed.
Right, you made it. That's how you made it through high school. You kind of guessed. I can appreciate that. Yep. Final one. Troxler.
DJ.
Yes. Did you know that, DJ?
No.
It's 5 from 5 guess. That's amazing. Do people need, can somebody hire you? You're doing a great job.
Sure. Trivia for hire. Yes, I'll do that. I will guess for money.
Fantastic. All right. Well, I mean, that's 5 from 5. I definitely think you don't need to pay for the whatever you were going to pay for. I'll just let them know he's not going to pay for this. He's just going to walk away. All right. Great. Thanks. Thanks so much. Wow, we're doing well. I'm giving stuff away. I guess this is coming out of my budget, probably. How much time do we have? Do we have time to do one more? All right. Yeah, we've got time for more. All right. Who else have we got who can win a prize? Am I going to do this again? Let's do this again. Can I just do this again? Of course. All right. We're going to do this again. Would you like to just win that instead by answering a couple of questions? Absolutely. Yeah. I'm like blocking all of the income from the store. This is, yeah, GitHub budget's going to falling down based on me. All right. We are going to do, so have you been listening to any of these games? Do you know how they work?
Not quite. I'm not quite sure exactly.
Okay, they're very simple. They have to be, otherwise they wouldn't let me run them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you a name. I need you to tell me if it's the code name of an old Microsoft product or if it's a Secret Service code name for a former president.
Sounds good.
Okay, all right, we're ready to go? Okay, Bobcat.
I am not sure. It has to be a code name.
Code name for Microsoft product?
Let's say Microsoft product.
Perfect. Yes, it is. It's Windows Server 2003 was Bobcat. All right, one more. Renegade.
Secret Service code name.
That's correct. Yeah. Obama is Renegade, apparently. Barack Obama is Renegade. All right, another one. All right, we'll do one more, and I mean, you're 2 from 2. One more. Tumblr.
It's a code name for a Microsoft product.
Incorrect, but that's okay. It was Bush. Bush second. Not a problem, though. That's 2 from 3. You win. You don't have to pay. Fantastic. Oh, I like this job. All right, this is a perfect job. Okay, we are going to go back to the garden stage for a bit of a wrap-up with our 2 hosts. Thanks for joining me. See you a bit later.
Thank you so much, Damo. That sounded like so much fun, right?
It does sound like so much fun. Now let's talk about day 2. Day 2 is going to be us again for a pre-show. Then there's going to be the amazing keynote by Stormy.
Yep.
And then the rest of day 2 is going to be amazing. In the AI track, you can check out a day 2 session covering some research on how Copilot impacts developer happiness. In the cloud track, there's a session on best practices for securing GitHub in the cloud. And on the security track, there's going to be an awesome session on how to deploy advanced security, even if you don't have any skills in that department.
That's right. We've got dozens of amazing sessions left across today and tomorrow, and you can check all of them out. You can plan your schedule, and you can see what's coming up next on GitHubUniverse.com. That's right. That's right. There is still so much more to come. In just a couple of minutes, we are going to get it over to Kyle to get started.
That's right.
I was going to ask you, though, you've been at Universe before. You've been a speaker in the past.
That's right.
Yeah. So how does this event compare to when you were here like 6-7 years ago as a speaker?
I gave a talk at GitHub Universe back in 2016. That's all ancient history.
Yeah.
And I would have to say that some of the differences are, well, one, I mean, I'm a host now, right? That's super cool.
That's very cool.
But like a lot of the things are, I think, still very much the same. There is like immaculate stagecraft. And you see the GitHub vibe like almost everywhere. That look, you got the big tentacles.
Yep.
You have funky, quirky things that are happening, and you have amazing people from the open source community. And the people in our community are some of the warmest, nicest, but still brilliant people that you would ever meet. And so I would say that there's more that is the same than I think that's different. What about you? You've been to universities before.
I have, and it's again, like you, this is my first time hosting. It's the first time as a hubber. I'm super excited to be back.
Right.
But yeah, the vibes are always good.
Yeah.
Like I think that someone said that, like our vibes were like on point. Like yeah,
yeah.
the vibes are always good. And I'm super excited that we've been able to do this. And Kyle's session, which we're going to be kicking off to in just a second, is also going to be great. And actually, let's go ahead and let's do that now. Now, on the main stage, live and across every streaming track, is our concluding keynote of the day with GitHub's VP of Strategy, the man who frankly kind of runs this place,
yes.
Mr. Kyle Daigle. We'll see you back here after it's all done.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs.
Everyone, so good to be back in person for GitHub Universe, and a huge hello to all of you watching from home, whether you're watching from your office, you're about to prepare dinner, or you're joining us as you're having breakfast. It is so great to have you with us. How about that video? Wasn't it great? It's the first time anyone in the world has seen that video about GitHub, and you're about to see a lot more of it around the United States and soon the world, as we continue to tell the GitHub story, which is, in part, your story. I'm really excited to be closing out day one. It's been a packed day full of talks, and I encourage everyone to stick around tomorrow. There are great talks from Mike Hanley, our SVP of engineering, about how we build software, talks from maintainers about how they're sharing their work with the world, and of course, our opening keynote tomorrow with Stormy Peters, our VP of Communities. You do not want to miss her talk and the stories from her team about how all of you are powering the world with software. Throughout Universe, throughout the day so far, you've been hearing a lot about how we got here, how software has changed the world, how our ships are in your hands, and how you're making them your own. But for a moment, I want to rewind the clock a bit, about a decade back, and talk about a much younger GitHub, back when there were just small ideas, tiny ideas that were being built with love and passion and turned into something absolutely incredible. And my story starts with an Octocat. I joined GitHub about 10 years ago. And when I joined, we had a relatively small paid product that had some early success, something called GitHub FI, which ultimately became GitHub Enterprise Server. It was small, but a growing business. The pull request was created, and we also built a lot of things that never saw the light of day. But most importantly, millions of developers were already flocking to GitHub, building and sharing their code with each other. The open source community rallied around GitHub. And all along the way, we had an Octocat that was growing with us. The Octocat became a part of the GitHub zeitgeist because of a simple, tiny idea. The founders wanted a fun error page, something to make you smile when we all screwed up. But with Git having the concept of an octopus merge, a nerdy idea mingled with a fun one, and the Octocat was born. We purchased the image from an illustrator named Simon Oxley, the same illustrator who created logos for DigitalOcean, Bitly, and the huge startups of the day. But what started as a fun, nerdy, put a smile on your face idea quickly turned into something so much more. The designers at GitHub created dozens of Octocats. They became a way to describe your identity, whether you're a Parentacat, a Yogitacat, or one of my personal favorites, the Maxtacat. Hubbers, developers, customers, people dressed in suits were clamoring for stickers from a bunch of us wearing hoodies, and so we kept tinkering. We really went deep on this. How does an Octocat walk? I mean, really, how many tentacles does the Octocat have, and why is it obviously not 8? And what we were really asking was, how do we entertain people while we're teaching them about Git, or version control, or the latest enterprise release? Over the years, we've produced more than a dozen full-length animations, a physical Octocat figurine, a plushie that my kids love, and much more. The Octocat got a name, Mona, a full backstory, a world, and a community all her own. So why the hell does a software company invest this much into a brand? As Cameron and early Hubbard said, it's not something that you do logically or analytically. It doesn't seem like it would even be a successful brand element, but we did it anyway. And it was an enormous success because people view the Octocat as an extension of our community of developers. And because whether it's software or Octocats, at GitHub, we're never quite done. At Universe this year, we have an absolutely beautiful new book celebrating 10 years of tinkering, crafting, and perfecting our Octocat by our design teams, our animation teams, illustration teams, and our community. So if you're here on site with us, it's definitely worth a look in the shop. The pages are absolutely beautiful. The Octocat, the animations, the community are still evolving and growing every day because of all of you. So the reason I wanted to tell you this story, the journey that it brought us on, the journey that it brought me on, is because at GitHub, we're builders too. We're building for builders. And we all need somewhere to start. We start with an idea, we tinker with it, we go deep, and we see what happens. That was the GitHub I joined 10 years ago, and it's still the GitHub of today. And so, right now, I want to do something we haven't done in a while. I want to show you the things that are on our workbench, that are in our labs, the ideas that are just experiments. I'm talking about things that may never make it all the way to the product or be next year's big announcement at Universe, but those ideas that are just small ideas, and maybe they'll become our next big release. Arthur Ashe, a famous American tennis player, said, "Start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can." And we can do a whole hell of a lot. And so here we go. Let me show you what we're experimenting on. I'm going to be doing this live because who doesn't love a live demo, particularly when they go bad? I mean, hell, especially when they go bad, I guess. And so I hope you'll stick with me as we work through this. GitHub Universe. Great. Okay, so the theme at this year's GitHub Universe and our new tagline is let's build from here. So what if we took that literally? What if you could build GitHub in GitHub? If your repository was more than just a static README and a link to documentation or your website, or to some other tool that you have to use to give it a try. And that's why the team has built blocks, a way to engage with your repos directly and interactively. So let me show you. So here I have a little example project. Of course, like every good project, it needs a README. So let me go ahead and add that now. The home of the Octocats. Okay, but I don't just want to type a bunch of words, right? I want to make it easier for people to understand what's going on in my repo. I can do that by directly embedding a block that shows off what it does. You'll see it's using my demo.js file. I can click this button and immediately start seeing what my script does. Look at all those Octocats, right? That was me earlier. We should also list out the possible images that we can get back. So I'll add another header, come down here, images. And now, in this block, we can see all the possible options that would be returned by the script. But blocks is way more than just a README editor. So let me get out of full screen mode. And I can quickly click Save and immediately commit this to my repository. Blocks reimagines repos, and it puts your repository's core front and center. So we have a file tree on the left and history on the right. Blocks are components that customize how you interact with your content. It could be as simple as a file viewer or as powerful as a live code sandbox or a WYSIWYG editor. Under the hood, a block is a JavaScript component that knows how to interact with the files and folders inside your repo. So you can think of them like little apps that you deploy simply by pushing to GitHub. But what should the README of the future look like? Well, maybe it looks a little bit like this. Here's an example of the P5.js project. Now, instead of using an SVG hack or adding everything manually, we can have a proper project health block along the top for people to get a sense of the popularity of the project. You can scroll down and use an interactive demo. This isn't a screenshot. I can go right here into the code and immediately start changing it. We can even have reference documentation with search. So as you know, I want to draw a circle with this library. I can type in circle, click it, scroll down, and immediately edit. Now here, further down, I can highlight the contributors of the project. Oop, there we go. Let's see if we can find someone. Hey, thanks, Kate. Now, we see projects split their time and their energies by building really great project websites to make their projects approachable and more powerful. But with blocks, projects can have a powerful UX that isn't possible with simple Markdown and with no need for a separate project website. And it's not just READMEs. You can read and write any content inside your repository. So let's take a look at an example of a diagram. I opened up this Excalidraw diagram. I can view it, and I can immediately say, hello, universe, and save it to my repository. Or if I'm keeping some sort of data set in my repo, instead of viewing it as a text file, I can have a spreadsheet interface. We didn't really have much rain today, which was amazing. Or I can view this information as a chart by looking at a chart block. Now, even if it is code in some form, sometimes it's not always best to read it as simple text. So I can load up this style sheet, or corporate style sheet over here. I don't want to see the raw code. I want to see the actual style guide. And I can even click through history so that I can see what has changed over time. Actually, I want to put this style guide at the bottom of my README. So I'll put it here. OK, great. Blocks aren't only for files. You can use them on entire folders or even entire repos. So say you're running a community. And you can build out your own dashboard like this one, which shows the health of your community within your repository. And even internally, we've been finding blocks to be a great way to prototype the future of GitHub. We've prototyped a block here that uses GitHub Copilot to summarize the explanation of the code for each function. We can create blocks, deploy them, learn from them, and keep iterating. And that is GitHub Blocks. So Blocks is available as an experiment for you to sign up and give a try, both the blocks we've created, but also the blocks that you want to create on your own. So head on over to blocks.githubnext.com to sign up for the waitlist and share your ideas of what an interactive repository experience should be. So in that Blocks demo, I quickly showed you a way that we're experimenting with integrating the power of GitHub Copilot and AI into the core of the GitHub experience. But when I'm writing code, I'm not just in github.com or in my editor all day. I'm also using my terminal. So what if GitHub Copilot could also be just as helpful in your CLI? Let me show you an example. So say you've forgotten the exact incantation of listing all the TypeScript files in your project. Let's ask GitHub Copilot and see if it can help. We invoke it by just typing ? and asking what we want. OK, that looks right, but I can then ask Copilot to refine it even further. I know the last time I did this, it returned a bunch of junk from node modules, so I'll say exclude node modules. OK, you can pass -v to grep. I didn't know that. Finally, let's sort the list so we can make the list easier to read. Sort by size. OK, that looks right. Let's run it. There you go. All the code sorted with a good overview of where your source code is concentrated. But another place that I sometimes can forget flags and options is with Git. It can be incredibly powerful to manipulate, say, Git log data, but it can also be hard to remember all the subcommands and flags. We've built a special command into GitHub Copilot CLI that helps you with Git commands, so let's start with a simple one. Let's see if it can help with deleting a branch. OK, I mean, that one was easy. So now let's say we want to do some Git sleuthing through commits. I want to pull up a list of the commits that are security related, but I can't for the life of me remember how to do this. So let me ask Copilot commits with the word security. OK, today I learned you can pass the grep flag to git log. Now all I got to do is run it, and there we go. GitHub also has a flexible CLI experience that we call GH, but every now and then, stringing together advanced commands can be difficult. So we built another special command to help just with that. So let me get all the open issues on the Tailwind CSS repository. Tailwind CSS. OK, I can pass it the state flag to issue list, so that makes sense. But what if I wanted a consolidated list of users who have opened issues on the Tailwind CSS repo? Have opened issues on Tailwind Labs, Tailwind CSS. OK, it passes the JSON flag, so I'm only filtering down the response to a particular field. And of course, it's using JQ to make sure I'm only getting each user once. Let's run it. And there we go. Shout out to Mike McQuaid, I got to update Brew. With GitHub Copilot in your CLI, you can start to see how similar to using it in your IDE it is. You can both more easily get your task done, but when you forget about grep and git log, but you also get the benefit of learning how to craft complete end-to-end commands in your shell, Git, or GH command line tool. I'm so excited about the potential for GitHub Copilot CLI to save me time and teach me a few things along the way. OK, so now we've shown you AI in your command line. I want to head back to the editor for a minute. If you've used an image editing tool like Photoshop, you've probably been familiar with brushes, right? To use a brush, you paint on an image, and it applies some sort of effect wherever you've painted. Now, we wondered, what if you could use brushes, but not just on your code? Not just on images, but on your code. Now, let me show you the next experiment that we're very creatively calling brushes. So here we have a JavaScript file. It's got a bunch of functions in it, as you can see. I want to take a look at this first function. So it's a little bit hard to read. It's super terse. And while I know being clever is fun, I'd rather just understand what all the operators are doing here. So I'm going to click into the function. And it opens up a toolbox of brushes. This first brush is going to rewrite the code and make it more readable. There we go. This code's much easier to read. Instead of multiple ternary statements all in one line, we have them split into their own statements and conditions. Now, what else can we do here? Well, since it's a TypeScript file, we can also have it add some types. Okay, it's guessing the two input parameters are going to be numbers. It's going to output a number. All right, let's go on to the next function here. So I know there's a bug in this one from when I ran it earlier today, but I'm not totally sure what's going on. So there's a job with our third brush here, which will make a look for bugs and try to fix them. So let's do that. Okay. Oh, okay. It looks like I misspelled low. Great. And now, this is not going to work for all bugs, to be obvious, right? But we can use this next brush to make this function easier to debug all up. Okay. It looks like it's added a log statement, so our program will print out the value of each variable every time we run this code. It's much faster than if I were to type this all out myself when I'm doing some console log debugging. And after we're done, we'll want to clean up this code. I'd normally do that by hand, but why not just have a brush do that for us? Okay, great. This third function's also a little bit hard to follow. So we have this brush, which is going to go ahead, break it up into steps, so it's easier for me and whoever comes next. As you can see, it's broken this into steps, told us what each of those steps done. I find this very valuable to use when I'm looking at new code bases or code in languages that I'm not particularly familiar with. But all of these brushes don't just work in JavaScript. They'll help you out anywhere you're writing code. So let's take a look at this HTML file with a little bit of CSS. We have this CSS snippet that's going to round the corners of our form. And I know that I have to do something to make it work in all browsers, but I can never remember what that is either. So I can use this brush to make my code more robust. There we go. It's went in and added the vendor prefixes, and it looks good to me. We know this won't cover every use case that you'll run into. So we've also made an ability to add custom brushes on the fly. This form right here isn't very accessible as it's currently written. We want to make it easier for screen readers for sure. So let's create a new brush that makes this form more accessible. And there we go. It's added IDs, and it's linked to labels to the input tags. So those are a few of the brushes that we're putting into the toolbox for this experiment. Our Copilot Labs VS Code extension has a bunch of really great experiments with GitHub Copilot. You can explain code, you can translate code between languages, and more. And we just added this brushes experiment today. So go download the Copilot Labs extension on the VS Code extension marketplace to give it a try. So I've shown you 3 new uses of AI within your developer workflow: in your repository, in your terminal, and in your IDE via new, novel uses of GitHub Copilot. But Copilot's magic is that it continuously assists developers with non-intrusive, helpful suggestions. You can look, you can learn, or you can ignore it all and carry on typing. Yet coding clearly goes beyond editing. It's also about collaboration. And GitHub's pull requests are at the center of that collaboration. So how can we bring the power of AI to software collaboration? Our aim is to provide AI assistance to developers at every stage, from beginners learning to fix their first issue to experts carefully reviewing large PRs. We're calling this experiment AI for Pull Requests. One of our prototypes is an easy-to-use GitHub app we call PRBot. But we think there are a ton of interaction models here. We've had a great partnership with OpenAI. Models just keep getting better and better, so we're really excited about the possibilities. So let me show you some early samples of PRBot in action. Here's a cut-down version of the TensorFlow 2.0 tutorials, and someone has filed an issue. Here, this issue wants to, oops, sorry, wrong one. This one wants to replace TensorFlow with PyTorch. So a task like this can sometimes be daunting whether you're new or an existing contributor. So let's show you how PRBot could go about making a change like this. We'll give it a quick second to read the changes, and there we go. Here's a quick explanation about how I should move forward to make a change like it suggested. Now, why not also have it suggest the changes given the explanation looked good? Now, for this, the bot will react with an emoji to let us know that it's thinking, and then it's going to start walking through the various files in my repository and start suggesting a change. So I can start to click into the changes. Okay, this one makes sense. Take a look at another one down here as it's still working. You'll notice it's not just changing the libraries, but also changing the function calls where necessary. Okay, it skipped the README. And then the PR bot will also put together a pull request for us that we can go and review. So let's take a look at that. Perfect. Now, let's say instead someone sent you a pull request. Well, the first thing in this PR is that it doesn't have a very good description. So let's ask PR bot to describe the changes that it sees in our PR. We'll give it a second again. It sends an emoji to know that it's working. It's starting to describe the changes in the various files. And here we go. This pull request makes the following changes. Now, I can get a broad overview of what this PR is doing before I go and attempt to review the PR myself. Now, why not just ask PR bot if I should merge this pull request? Because you can't do it without a code review. So we'll give PR bot a quick second. We'll scroll back up to do the work, and boom, there it is. Here's a suggested change with all the context of the PR. So if you're going to offer a review similar to what you'd expect, from your colleagues, here it is. I have the changes to fix. That one also looks good. I'm going to commit the changes. And we're good to go. So even if we want to have a human team member review this before we finally merge, utilizing Copilot gives immediate feedback at any time of day that goes way beyond linters. We're still very hard at work on even more use cases on having AI within issues and pull request workflows to make the lives of developers easier. This set of experiments isn't quite ready for you to play with, but we've got well over a dozen more in the works, and we're so excited to show you those sometime early next year. So blocks, Copilot CLI, brushes, AI for PRs, and a dozen other experiments and tinkering projects that I didn't show you. At GitHub, we're trying to find new ways every day to put developers first. And it's not just a tagline, it's not an empty promise. We're developers too. We also want to stay in the flow. We're not interested in tools that just get the job done. We're chasing happiness and the joy of building just like you. Some of these experiments start small, and they stay small. But some of them start small, look like they won't work. We go back to the drawing board. The idea grows a little, evolves a little more, and then it takes on a shape and becomes something that changes the face of software. Everything I've shown you in this session is built by our GitHub Next team and fueled by the feedback of thousands of Hubbers and all of you. GitHub Next is the team that worries about exploring the unknown, pushing what software development should be like, and of course, experimenting. A lot of their ideas will never see the light of day, but we learn, we tinker, and we iterate again. So, if you want to learn more about what this immensely talented team of researchers and engineers are up to, check out their work at githubnext.com. You can sign up for the blocks experiment, take a look at learnings from efforts like Flat Data or Workspaces, and give us your feedback. githubnext.com/survey. Your ideas fuel our ideas. For those of you in person, you can find members of the GitHub Next team and the demo stations and throughout the event. So let's take it all the way back to the beginning, back to the Octocat. Started with a fun idea, a way to put a smile on the face of a developer, when something was broken. And the experiments I showed you today, they're like early Octocats. We're still sketching them out, but you're developers, you get it. This is part of the enormous magic of software, sketching it out, getting feedback, iterating quickly, getting it into people's hands, and seeing what happens next. Sometimes it can feel like software is like sketching on a page, drawing something, erasing some of it, drawing it again, because in a way it's just like that. Bits mean nothing until someone starts using them. And I'm so excited to get some of these bits into your hands today and someday in the future. Come back tomorrow morning for the kickoff of day 2 with Stormy Peters at 9:30 a.m. Pacific, 12:30 p.m. back home for me in Eastern Time, 5:30 p.m. GMT, and for the last thing before you go to bed at 11 p.m. Indian Standard Time. I want to offer a huge thank you so much for our sponsors for being a great part of this experience today and tomorrow. Thank you to the production team who's been doing amazing work with us the past 3 days. And thanks to all of you for being here with us on day 1 of GitHub Universe 2022. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Was amazing. And look, we got our own rubber ducks.
Yeah, totally quackers.
Okay, that's too soon.
Fair enough.
No, but we have rubber ducks. This is so great. All right.
Kyle's keynote covered a lot of ground in a very short period of time. And I loved his insight that big ideas start small. And that means that no matter where you are in your open source journey, you have the capability of building something much bigger than where it is now. And I love his example of how Mona, our mascot, became something that you only saw when something went wrong, and it has now become the mascot of a $1 billion company.
Absolutely. I also loved his emphasis on like the major areas of innovation that are happening at GitHub. There's so much stuff that's happening. It's happening so fast. It's happening right now. And then when we like look off at that kind of like distant technology horizon, it doesn't feel that far away, right, Damo? Like when we look at things like Copilot and we think about where, like if you'd asked me 3 years ago, if that would be something that would be happening in like the next 3 years, I'd be like, probably not, right? But it's all such on the precipice. It's really exciting, and it's all happening around us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a decade ahead, maybe, sure, and we saw a little bit of movement with, IntelliCode and all the, all of those technologies, but like to have something in your hands right now, like Copilot, it's amazing.
Yeah, okay, we have some memes. We have some tweets from you, including some people who are trying to like figure out, I like this one from someone trying to figure out between the .NET Conf and GitHub Universe. And that's near and dear to your heart because your first love is .NET, right?
Yeah, I was a .NET developer for 20-something years, I think. So my advice would be you have 2 ears and like headphone in each, 2 screens. We all have multiple screens now, right? And just, we can multitask these days, right?
And why not both, right? Everything here is going to be on demand, so you can catch it whenever you need it.
That's probably a better solution, yeah.
That's right. That's right. All right, Damo, I do want to ask you, how was your first day? What was most surprising to you? You got to be out with the people. You got to give things away, which, that I was a little jealous of that.
Yeah, that was my favorite part, just giving away swag. No, honestly, I think for me, the biggest announcement was probably the one that you all have thought was the big announcement as well, which was the code spaces.
Yeah.
The 60 hours of free code spaces for everybody. I mean, you were saying before as well, code spaces has changed your workflow entirely.
Yes, entirely.
Yeah. So being able to do that for everyone is amazing. Yeah, I think that's my highlight. Emma, do you have a highlight?
Wow, I think that there's so many things. I'm gonna be very selfish. I mean, sponsors, right? We're going
Right.
to give so many things to GitHub Fund, and there's an accelerator. We're going to invest in people who are building that next big idea in open source, which is the next big thing in the world.
Yep. And obviously, this is just day one. We've got day two.
Yeah.
That's right.
I want to ask you both, what are you looking forward to the most? Christina, what are you looking forward to the most?
Okay, so tomorrow, Stormy's keynote, all about kind of the community and what's happening with open source. I mean, we talk so much, and Martin was saying this earlier today, like, we talk a lot in our keynote today about what GitHub is doing, and that's great, and that's really exciting, but the thing is that we're nothing without all of like the community that's around us and the ecosystem that we're part of. And so I'm really, really excited tomorrow to hear more about what's happening beyond kind of our own universe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What's happening? Well, okay, it's happening in our own universe, but a different galaxy. There we go.
Multiverse?
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. I think for me, it's simple. It's the session on how GitHub uses GitHub to build GitHub. We really do use our own tools to build what we're selling to everyone, right? So we really use what we give out away for free, but also what we sell. So we have to make sure that is right. What about you, Devo?
Oh, look, tomorrow, you stole my thunder there with the Stormy thing, but we've got a lot of stuff on security as well. We've seen a lot of stuff on security today. The public vulnerability or private vulnerability stuff is fantastic.
Yeah.
We've got a whole track on security, though, and I think that's super important. We were saying before when we were chatting, N1, that I love the focus on security being part of the developer workflow.
That's right.
The developer story, not the security team.
Yes.
So I think there's a whole track of security stuff that I would be tuning in on. I'm going to watch it afterwards.
No, you need to, and in fact, maybe you need to share with the people tomorrow. We can stay tuned in for tomorrow. You can share the story about how you accidentally published a CVE to the public.
I'm officially part of the security community now because I was recording a demo, right, and I accidentally globally published a CVE on a pretend project that we had. Security team got in touch with me. I still have a job, probably until tomorrow,
That's good.
3, 4 p.m., and then we'll see.
Save
see
up.
Where we go.
All right. That is going to do it for us. So yes, you still have a job today and tomorrow too, because we're going to see you back here tomorrow.
Perfect.
And that is our time for today. But before we go, here is a recap video that our team has put together of all the amazing things that happened on the first day of Universe.
So much
And
stuff.
we will see you all back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific for the Day 2 pre-show.
Awesome. Woo.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? Let me show you.
Good morning. Hello, GitHub Universe. 94 million developers call us their home.
Watch this. Hey, GitHub, run program.
I am thrilled to announce that Codespaces will be available for all GitHub users with up to 60 hours of free usage every month.
Today, I'm pleased to announce the release of GitHub Enterprise Server 3.7.
I'm excited to announce a $10 million GitHub Fund in partnership with them as well.
Last month alone, push protection stopped over 1,000 secret leaks.
The users of GitHub are a spectrum of skills, goals, experiences, needs, and motivations.
AI is both learning from and serving open source developers.
Please go out there and become active in open source.
There are a lot of other ways people will use things.
With GitHub, anything is possible. What do you mean, what is GitHub?